you. Welcome all to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Sue Higginson and I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Scully and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of planning and public spaces. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition to the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to come today to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And please begin with the witness to my left. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Scott Johnston, Deputy Secretary Corporate Services at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. David Gainsford, I'm the Deputy Secretary for Development Assessment and Sustainability. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Monica Gibson, Deputy Secretary for Planning, Land Use Strategy, Housing and Infrastructure with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Melanie Hawes, the Deputy Secretary for Lands and Public Spaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Alex Vandler, I'm the CEO of Landcom. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and from the crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, now that you've made the announcement with respect to Walara Station, when did the department first start investigating development and rezoning around Walara Station?
Oh, look, I think it's probably been looked on and off at for the last 50 years. I mean, Walara Station's been spoken about for that long.
Well, let's be a little clearer, Minister. Let's under your stewardship as Minister, when did the department first start investigating the rezoning around Walara Station?
I haven't got an exact date for you, but we've been looking at all options to increase housing supply, not only throughout Sydney, but throughout the Hunter, Central Coast, the Illawarra and the rest of New South Wales. And look, it's important that we do take a fresh look at all ideas and all options to increase supply.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, let's go to specifics then. Was it this year? Was it last year? Was it in 2023?
We've been looking at various options on supply. As I said, I can't give you an exact date. I haven't got an exact date.
Well, I'm not asking for an exact date. I'm asking for a year now. I'm asking for 23, 24, 25. Which year was it?
Well, as I said, I haven't got an exact date for you. I think we probably first talked about it in 23. We probably talked about it again in 2024, and we've most certainly spoken about it in 2025. I'm sure that my predecessors have probably looked at this option as well, or I would have hoped they would have, because it's a responsible course of action. And I note, well, actually, where are you guys at it? Do you guys support it? There's been a few
we've gone through this before. I asked the questions, you answered
So
them.
you don't support it?
So, Minister,
So
the next question I have for you, Minister, the next question I have for you is that back in 2023, you identified that there were constraints around water capacity bearing on Edgecliff being a TOD. When did you receive advice that that had changed?
Look, Sydney Water went back and re-examined that capacity issue, and I think that
was that at your request, or?
No, I think it may have probably at the request of the Minister for Water. I don't direct Sydney Water. It's not an organisation or an agency that, or SOC in this case, that I'm responsible for. While I'm a former employee and I know they do very, very good work, this was part of ongoing discussions. It's a state-led rezoning process. So Sydney Water, as they testify, as I believe officials testified to a committee last week, indicated that they'd had a re-examination of it, and there was capacity.
And when do you understand that re-examination was initiated?
Look, I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask the Minister for Water.
Thank you, Minister. Now, Minister, with respect to the 10,000 number
up to
of
10,
density,
000.
up to 10,000, what is that density
up
modelled
to
on?
10,000 that you've indicated you don't support this morning.
Minister, what is that modelled on? What sort of density levels is that modelled on?
That's modelled on a range of options, including a factor that indicates take-up rates, and as I said, it's up to 10,000. These are things that we will need to work through over the next couple of years as we undertake the state-led rezoning process, and the rate at which they come on and the like will be influenced to a certain degree by land transactions and general economic conditions. But we're confident that there are several thousand, up to 10,000 homes available in those areas.
And Minister, what work has been done in terms of the fractured ownership? There are many strata complexes around that precinct. What work with respect to the feasibility was done by the department with that regard? Well,
more detailed work will be undertaken over the next 2 years as part of the state-led rezoning process. Perhaps it's worthwhile, while we're talking about this, Ms Gibson or Ms Fishburn may wish to add something in terms of how the state-led rezoning process is undertaken. But these are things that aren't done overnight. We'll undertake, we've identified the sites. We've identified the investigation areas in this case. We've identified this because it's connected to a future train station, well, a ghost train station at the moment, but a half-built one. And we will undertake some more detailed assessment and modelling of those around building heights, around locations, around topography. But the initial modelling says up to 10,000 homes can be generated in those investigation areas.
And so how is that initial modelling done?
Well, Ms Fishburn.
I'm happy
Ms.
for
Gibson
either Ms Fishburn
may
or
wish to do it.
Yep.
I'm the minister. I don't sit there in front of the spreadsheet or whatever else might be used to undertake that modelling. So.
Yeah, I'm very happy to answer that question. So there's been modelling work done by both the Department of Planning as well as the Treasury officials. We looked at information about the lot size. We looked at information about distance from the future train station. And in this situation, we're looking at both an area around Edgecliff Station and an area around the proposed new Walara station. We looked at some basic land use constraints, so matters about heritage item listing, heritage conservation areas. We've looked at information about some hazard information that we might know, so natural hazard information. We've looked at some preliminary built form controls, just to get a sense of what might be an estimate of homes. And that information has led us to the up to 10,000 homes across these two areas. We've also had the benefit of looking at Walara Council's preliminary work, their master planning work around the Edgecliff Centre. But because there hadn't been a decision about the Walara station, there hasn't been any detailed work around there. So we're starting from a need to do a lot of detailed master planning work over the next couple of years to get into understanding the specifics about what's possible around Walara.
Thank you very much. And Minister, it was outlined yesterday that construction on the site will start in 2027 with completion in 2029. That master planning process, when do you anticipate that to be completed?
We expect that to be completed prior to the commencement. We're hoping it's completed prior to the commencement of construction activity.
Okay, and that
look, I mean, we
just,
want to make
just
sure
let me clarify, and you can then go on.
Sure.
And but an LAP will be in place covering that area from 2027 at the time construction starts.
Look, that is the aim, is to try and get those planning controls in place in time for the start of construction. I think that's an important part. What we've done, or what the previous government did far too often, was undertake some infrastructure work and then not do the work to make sure that the land around it was rezoned and had the potential to do the homes, the jobs, the public spaces that are important to the growth and evolution of Sydney as a city. It's the approach that we then had to, so we don't want to be in a situation where we have to then go back like we had to do with the transport-oriented development accelerated precincts, where there was big investments by the previous government in metro and metro stations.
Every one of them was a priority planning precinct,
but that
Minister.
work hadn't been done to do the rezone. You
just ripped up that work, Minister.
No,
you started with a basis and you ripped it up.
No, we didn't rip it up at all. We used that. We used that because...
And then you're saying there's no work that's done.
No,
you used it.
There was no rezoning that was done. I think you need to listen to my testimony properly. I mean, like I listened to you when you said you didn't support the Walara train station and the redevelopment around there.
Minister, there has been nothing said in that regard, Minister.
Well,
Minister,
I offered
you
the opportunity to say yes or no.
I knew it was coming. I could feel a point of order
Minister,
coming
I know you
on.
itch to be in this chair.
Hang on. Yes.
Oh God,
go
the upper
for it.
house is the last place I used to be.
I know the Honourable Scott Farlow doesn't like the answers, but the Minister's got to be given an opportunity to be able to respond, not have new questions and statements thrown over him.
I hear the point of order. I do think it was a good, rigorous discussion that was happening. Everyone was holding their own well, but it is the right thing to do to let the answers come.
Yeah, I mean,
the questions
Chair,
be asked.
thank you, Chair. It is challenging. I mean, this is now a direct opposition. We've had the opposition confirm this morning that they don't support this plan, while the government intends to proceed with it. I mean, the opposition continues to avoid housing in the east. At every available opportunity.
Point of order.
I mean, yesterday there were so many...
I don't know what the Minister is answering now.
Is this your submission on the point of order? Because that's normally what happens.
My reflection on the robust discussion that we were having.
I know.
Okay. Why don't we take out a leaf out of Greg Donnelly's book and we'll say, there's a question followed by an answer. So my question to you, Minister, is with respect to one of those areas along a metro line, the Cherrybrook precinct, what is happening with that place strategy? When will that be finalised?
Cherrybrook is underway at the moment. Let me just get the exact details so I can give it to you. That's part of the state-led rezoning proposal and process, so it'll create that vibrant mixed-use community that you don't want around Walara Station, providing with the homes, the open space, the retail, the community, the business spaces, within access to a metro. So sensible planning, making sure
Minister,
that transport's
the question is,
connected
when will that be finalised?
Well, if I could, Chair, if I could just give my answers. I mean, we agreed to a process of asking questions, then me giving answers, but you can't. I've got to be able to give the full answer. I mean, I want the Shadow Minister to be fully informed when he opposes things.
We'll carry on, Minister. You carry on.
So this rezoning rezoning proposal is expected to be on public exhibition in September, so not too far away now. And I encourage the community to consider the plans, make a submission if they're willing, and I think they'll find that this it's a good proposal will be put forward.
So another outstanding proposal, Minister, the Hill-Camellia place strategy. So that was something that you could have brought in with a stroke of a pen in
not really,
2023.
but let's go
Minister,
to that.
when will that be finalised?
Yeah, so let's go to this myth that's trying to be created with the stroke of a pen. This is a stroke of a pen, I know, that could have been exercised at any time since 2014. Now, I wasn't the minister in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 or 22, right? So there's a number of years, 10 years almost, that this could have been done. So Camellia was identified as priority growth area since 2014. Work on the draft town centre master plan for the area began in 2018, so there's a 4-year delay under the previous government already. Stroke of a pen, apparently this can all be done with, 4-year delay. But then it was put on pause while the then Greater Sydney Commission issued their place-based infrastructure compact. That was in November 2019. So we're already at 5 years and counting. The Greater Parramatta and Olympic Park work was completed then by the then Greater Sydney Commission in March 2020, so we're at 6 years and counting now. And in 2022, a place strategy for the precinct was finalised by the previous government. So that's 8 years. Now, a place strategy for everyone, for those watching online, for those other committee members, because I think this is an important part. A place strategy is not a rezoning. A place strategy is a bit like you draw some colour in some areas, shade in some areas on a map. You know, there's going to be some jobs there, there's going to be some commercial there, there's going to be some houses there. They'll be slightly more dense here, they'll be slightly less dense here. So all of the technical studies that and the major technical studies that underpin a rezoning hadn't been done. This is now 8 years after it had been identified by the previous government as a priority growth area. So what's been happening is those studies are being undertaken. The department is finalising work on that because we've got to make sure that we do the technical studies to support the rezoning, work around flood, around infrastructure, around hazard constraints, and because urban renewal in those sort of areas it needs to be a careful balance between all of those constraints and what we might be able to get with respect to housing. So the aim is to publicly exhibit a draft rezoning package before the end of the year, and I'll put, I confess I don't like doing this, but I'll put my own small asterisks on this one. That's pending those technical studies being complete, because you can't do one.
There seems to be an asterisk with everything, Minister.
Sorry?
There seems to be an asterisk with everything.
That's your policy. I mean,
there's an asterisk with everything. The amount of times you've come before this committee and said the end of the year.
Have a look at the media release that was issued yesterday.
The amount of times you've come before this committee saying
there's
the end
more
of the year.
terms and conditions on Walara Station than an insurance policy from the members of the opposition.
Okay,
but we've had it confirmed this morning that they don't support it, so we can all put that
Minister, we're talking about Hill-Camellia. So by the end of the year, we will see a place strategy, or we'll see a rezoning with respect to Camellia.
As I said, the aim is to publicly exhibit the rezoning, subject to the finalisation of those technical studies by the end of the year.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, with respect to Tech Central Precinct, when are we going to see that project completed? When are we going to see the rezoning completed around
The rezoning's been done.
But are you committed to the addition of, I know you've abandoned the overstation development, but are you committed to seeing more jobs and more housing in that area as well?
Yeah, that's why we've rezoned
the central
it.
rezoning was completed, I think, about 4 weeks ago, went to Exco. Yep.
And Minister, with respect to some of the other Plan B sites that your government's been investigating, when it comes to White Bay and Glebe Island, when will we see the government make a decision on this?
Well, as the Premier said yesterday, the government will make announcements of that in the future. I haven't got a timeline. Sorry.
What work is Planning doing as part of that program? I know it's being led by the Treasurer, but what work is Planning doing?
Well, the Bays West precinct is something that an area we'd identified as a TOD accelerated precinct. So work continues on that.
how do you continue work without knowing whether it's going to continue as a port or not?
Well,
are you doing contingencies in both ways?
No, at the moment there's no decision of government about any change to port operations, so that we continue the work continues on Bays West as it would ordinarily. If there is a decision of government, one way or another, that will influence any further outcomes on that.
Minister, has planning done any investigation to the conversion of Long Bay Jail to housing?
Well, it's housing at the moment.
Long Bay Jail?
Yeah. There's a couple of thousand
for
prisoners
a select
from memory.
for a select
we
group?
haven't emptied it over.
Are you looking for densification?
No.
Is this your idea of housing as a minister? Jails?
Well, sorry. I mean, let's not be dismissive. I mean, Ms. Higginson. I mean, you're well into the corrections portfolio, and you can wander next door. The Minister for Corrections is appearing in front of his own estimates committee at the moment with respect of Long Bay, so you can ask him about that. But there are a lot of I don't know. I think it's around 1,200 inmates currently at Long Bay. Your plan is to
Minister, I'm asking you questions as
to
whether
I'm just trying to clarify,
planning is investigating certain sites.
I mean, I've heard no plans to change Long Bay from its current arrangements with respect of housing and the range of specialist and additional elements that are done at
So
Long Bay.
planning has done no investigations as to
well, they may have done
the
under,
rezoning of
they may have done under the
Long Bay?
previous government.
Not
that
under
I'm
your
not-
watch, though, Minister?
That, if I could answer, Chair, they may have done under the previous government, because I think former Minister Elliott, when he was Corrections Minister, undertook several attempts to sell that site and redevelop it for housing, but I haven't asked that any work be done with respect of
That's the
Long
answer,
Bay
Minister.
because there's a whole lot more specialist services as part of the corrections portfolio that are part of that Long Bay area, as I understand it. And as I said, if you've got questions on the future of Long Bay, pop in next door, see Minister Chandfong. He's on today
Thank
as
you,
well
Minister.
at the same time.
Minister,
and you can ask him. But
Minister, you've
is that
answered
your
the question.
solution? That's your
Minister, you've answered the
so-
question.
So Long Bay is your
Minister,
solution
you've answered
to
the
not
question.
supporting
Minister, if I could
Walara.
ask you as well,
Okay.
have any investigations been done around rezoning around Callan Park?
Well, around Callan Park, there's a whole lot of work that's being done on the Inner West LEP at the moment. The Inner
But
West
has your
Council.
department done any further work around rezoning around Callan Park, potentially with the inclusion of a metro station?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It's fine, Minister. And Minister, has your...
Are we just going to play a game here for the rest of the day of you randomly selecting places?
Minister, you don't get to ask questions. I get to ask the questions. You get to give the answer. So, Minister, has the department done any work with respect to the investigation of the Tempe bus depot precinct for rezoning?
I'll take that on notice. I am not aware of any, Ms. Fishburn.
Not to my knowledge, Ms.
Can
Gibson.
someone get me
We don't think we've ever discussed Tempe.
UBD? I can keep up with Mr. Farlow's line of questioning here if I can just turn to a random page.
Well, we
Mr.
need
Scully,
Google Maps
Mr.
now.
Scully, I'm interested.
It's Google Maps,
be able to
Minister.
do that,
Minister
you know.
Scully.
Well, I don't- yeah, well,
Google Maps now.
Minister Scully.
I'll
Okay.
work with what I can get. I don't.
This
have
is not a
computer in
soliloquy,
front of
Minister
me.
Scully. I'm interested in... The Premier has outlined that there is a Plan B. I'm
No,
interested in what other
I
sites are part of
I
Plan
think you'll
B.
find that the Premier said yesterday that we're working on plans B, C, D, E, F, and G. You know, we announced the other week 15,000 potentially new dwellings around Burwood through a state-led rezoning process. We've got other places that are more point that's being led.
So,
by
Minister, this is
state-led
your
rezoning.
Plan B?
No. We're pushing forward with expanding housing supply where there are opportunities to do so, where it is sensible to do so, like at Walara, which you do not support.
And was
with
that
her
Plan B,
today.
Minister?
No, it wasn't. It's part of our ongoing work.
So is there a Plan B, Minister?
The transport-oriented
Are we
development
seeing Plan
program-
B at any time, Minister?
yours is the characterisation of Plan
Well, that was
B.
the Premier's characterisation.
We're expanding housing supply where it is sensible to do so, consistent with rebalancing our housing growth as we committed to do upon in the lead up to the election. We've expanded through some massive rezonings in terms of permissibility and addressing the missing middle, something you weren't able to do. We've got sites coming through, 215 of them through the Housing Delivery Authority. We've had our low and mid-rise reforms, which expanded dual occupancies and semi-detached homes through all parts of New South Wales in R2 zoning. We've got our transport-oriented development accelerated precincts and Tier 2. We've got a record investment in social housing to make sure that we're renewing and expanding social housing stock. We've got an infill affordable housing bonus, which for the very first time is actually driving affordable housing that make sure that there's opportunities for key workers across the state into the future. These are exciting things.
And housing completions have gone backwards,
opposing
Minister.
Walara.
Housing completions have gone
Opposing
backwards.
Walara. Oh, well,
Housing
it's interesting you
completions
should
have gone
raise
Okay,
that.
thank you all.
I hope you come back to that because I think you need to update your facts.
I'm sure he will come back to that. Minister,
Yeah.
why did you all head out and announce your free gift to the rich and the developers in Walara without first announcing a windfall gain zoning tax on the massive profits that will be earned and pocketed by the wealthy few, not the public, from your policy announcement yesterday?
So on the second paragraph of page 2 of yesterday's media release, value capture will also be used to ensure the public retains some of the value unlocked through the rezoning and to offset the cost of bringing the station online. So we have announced value capture.
And can you explain what that means?
Well, at this point, there's a couple of things. There's the housing and productivity contribution scheme, which the previous government proposed a version of, then opposed when we brought it to the Parliament in 2023, but the Greens did support it. Thank you. There's a couple of different components you can have of that. There's the general charge, a biodiversity charge that can be introduced, or a transport charge that can be introduced.
And
what we're contemplating is a transport-based charge with respect of there. But part of that is the consideration of that works in with the process of rezoning. What we wanted to do yesterday was signal that that will be part of it, that value capture will be part of it, because that starts to influence land values from the get-go.
And so any value capture from this massive project that should, one agent said this morning, 5 to 10 mil is what properties will be going for now. Will that value capture be limited to the spend in the particular area?
Well, under the Housing and Productivity Contribution Scheme, that if it's collected in Greater Sydney, that it's spent in Greater Sydney.
And so my point was, why is this?
Well, we are putting a fair bit into a new train station there.
Yes,
right. So there will be some additional infrastructure.
Absolutely,
there.
for all the people that use that train. I'm talking about, what about the benefits and the profits that are going to come from this for other areas, regional New South Wales and those other places?
So all of those trades would be subject to stamp duty. As part of the general contribution, all of those, the people that are living in those areas will be, hopefully, many of them will be employed and making contributions through expanding businesses, through employment, and their general expenditure in the community. So we continue to collect revenue off people. It's not a tax haven. We're not creating that.
No, but it's without a doubt a massive opportunity that will be mostly rewarding the very wealthy.
Well, what it is reversing what's been a wasted opportunity for nearly 50 years.
What is the actual affordable housing component?
Well, that's the detail that needs to be worked through.
What do you think it will be, Minister?
Well,
at this point?
I'm hoping that it's up around the 10% mark. But
10%.
Sometimes, that's...
Is this not the opportunity to raise it, to actually go a bit higher?
No, well, it's zero at the moment.
Is this not the opportunity to go more than 10, Minister?
Well,
this is it, isn't it?
Chair, I said, and that's a general remark, right? So there may be sites, much as this has been the case in the transport-oriented development accelerated precincts, where it's considerably higher depending on the uplift of certain key sites. So I don't want to massively preempt some of the detail that's going to be worked through by the diligent officers of the Department of Planning, assisted by other agencies over the coming period. But I think what you've seen with this government is the first serious effort to make sure affordable housing is integrated into these things. We've had already under the infill affordable housing bonus nearly 10,000 properties, dwellings proposed, including of which more than a quarter of them are proposed as affordable dwellings. We've got in perpetuity affordable housing requirements in the transport-oriented development areas. So this is stuff that's happened for the very first time. And I agree we're a long way behind in terms of where other nations are when they come to addressing this stuff.
Will you be doing all you can to encourage more than 10% in the detail?
Well, that's the detail we'll work through. Right, and we'll continue to look for opportunities. There may be an opportunity to expand the excellent scheme that Landcom's got going with respect to build-to-rent housing for key workers, where we've got a former WestConnex dive site at Annandale being turned into 220 build-to-rent apartments for essential workers. These are the sorts of clever moves alongside our record investment in social housing that means that we are seriously trying to address, for the first time in a long time. Well, first time it wasn't done at all under the previous government, but the first time
thanks, Minister.
to do this properly.
You're right. Can I just move on to a different issue?
Sure.
And this is the New South Wales Court of Appeals matter in the Mac Energy, the Mount Pleasant case. In light of that court decision, will you now be reviewing and amending the relevant guidelines, including the social impact assessment guidelines, to ensure that local climate impact assessments are addressed?
Yeah, look, I think I might make a general comment, and then Mr. Gainsford may wish to add some more in terms of the case itself. As you would, and I think it's important, Chair, that everyone's familiar with what had happened here. There was a challenge to the Mount Pleasant coal mine expansion. The New South Wales, after a challenge was upheld by the Land and Environment Court on the project, the New South Wales Court of Appeal agreed on one thing, didn't agree on another thing. So it didn't agree with the argument made about conditions to limit Scope 3 emissions, and accepted that Scope 3 emissions were regulated and accounted for. But it did agree with the argument about consideration of the impact of locality on Scope 3 emissions, right? So, and then that cascades down into to how we deal with that in an assessment phase. So the court ordered that the matter be sent back to the Land and Environment Court for consideration as to whether orders can or should be made, which, if complied with, would validate the development consent for the expansion project. So the parties are waiting, as I understand it. I haven't heard anything different this morning. The parties are awaiting confirmation from the Land and Environment Court on a listing to commence that. In terms of what that means, though, and what we might do with respect to more general assessment matters,
I'll pick that one up. We've requested that our lawyers have a look at what came out of the court case and look at the implications for the department. That work is currently underway, so I don't have an answer for you at this point, Chair, but we are undertaking that review.
So you'll follow all good advice from lawyers, and if that advice comes to suggest that you will need to now review your Secretary's environmental assessment requirements, you'll need to go through all those current assessments in the pipeline to ask proponents to go back and address those matters, you would do that.
We'll look at what the implications.
Thank you. I think you're preempting the outcome of the review being undertaken by legal.
All right, thank you. Minister, I just wanted to ask about the Bowden's lead mine in the Mudgee region, and I know that there's currently a reconsideration taking place about that approval. You know that there is serious community and business concern around that proposal in Mudgee. Local businesses and residents are very concerned about the catastrophic impact that lead mining would have on the region's reputation, its community, its famous wineries, agriculture, tourism and health. Have you received the correspondence from the community regarding making the Mudgee region a lead mining exclusion zone?
I can't recall seeing the exact piece of correspondence, but I believe that it's been received.
The department's received some correspondence.
And Minister, would you meet with the community about this particular concern and consideration? My understanding is that you have been presented with a very, very clear request, including a legally drafted amendment to the state environmental planning policy.
Sure.
It's not an unusual request to have an area excluded to protect that area's economic prosperity.
But it's not a decision that's solely mine, as you'd appreciate. Any consideration and any decision to declare part of the state exempt from specific forms of mining are done in consultation with the Minister for the Environment, potentially the Minister for Energy, the Minister for Resources. So while I'm aware, and I think the letter you're referring to is the Johnson's legal?
Yes,
legal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have received that. We're looking at that letter. The department's preparing a response to it. I think I may have met with some representatives of that.
I think not to discuss this particular proposal.
Not on this. No, not
Yeah.
this particular letter.
So
but
will
I
you
think
meet
I
with
have
the
met
Minister?
with residents.
Will you meet
from
with
that-
them? I think Minister
that played
Camper
before.
agreed to meet with the community
I'm
recently
happy.
about
I'm
it.
happy to meet with anyone in terms of if they want to raise an issue with me. I don't know that I've received a request for a meeting, but I'm happy to go back and look at that and confirm it one way or another.
And you'll meet with them.
If I've received a request, I can't.
Thank
I'm
you,
not gonna
Minister.
randomly say I'll meet with someone if I haven't received a request. To meet with
They would love to meet with you,
Sure.
Minister. I'll now hand to my colleague, Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what is the current progress of the government's housing policy for reaching your target of 377,000 homes over the next 5 years? And in particular, that the Housing Development Authority has designated about 70,000 dwellings as state significant developments. What percentage of the state significant developments are likely to commence building, and what's the timing?
Okay, so maybe I'll deal with the Housing Delivery Authority stuff first,
Sure.
Mr. Ruddock, and then go back to the more general position. Okay, fantastic. The Housing Delivery Authority, we've declared, I've declared, in fact, 215 projects as of last week as state significant development projects. So these were ones that were considered by the members of the panel, of which Ms. Fishburn is one of them, and their advice to me was that they be recommended. So between those, if all of them come through with the full amount that they put through in the expression of interest process and they're fully approved, which of course is not a guarantee. There's just over 79,000 dwellings among those. So what we've done with that though is, because delivery is in the title, we've put some use it or lose it provisions in place with respect to both the declaration and any subsequent approval if it happens. Right. So for instance, if you receive a declaration on a property after you've put in an expression of interest, you have 9 months to get the detail of that proposal through, so it can be assessed. The department, and we've made some commitments with respect to the assessment times on those, to make sure that we're doing them as thoroughly but as speedily as possible. And that's 90 days in the department's hands to an average of 275 days overall. But if you don't get your planning proposal in the 9 months, I've got no hesitation in revoking the state significant development declaration. If you get your proposal in, it's assessed by the department, it goes through the public exhibition process, etc., etc., etc. There's an approval given, that you've then got 12 months to start. And again, I'm happy to use some of the powers afforded to me to revoke approvals if necessary, if people aren't starting on time. We don't want this process to have sites hanging around either with declarations or with approvals without action. It's time. We're well past. We're a decade late, arguably, in terms of some of these sort of things. There was a complete collapse of construction completions under the last years of the previous government that we're trying to address. In terms of where we are generally, I'm pleased to report to the committee that we're seeing an uptick We're seeing some of the decline being arrested and things being reversed. First off, one of the greatest frustrations has been council assessment times, and I'm pleased to report when in March 2023, so at the change of government, average was 116 days for a DA. As of July this year, we're down to 83. Right, still too long. Yep. Right, we can still do better. We've done better in the past. Granted, there are some more complex proposals coming through, but that's down 28%, so that's good. Yep. In terms of the number of lodgements, the advice I received as at late July 2025, a little over 107,000 proposals for a little over 107,000 dwellings have been lodged. That's an increase of 26% on the year before. In terms of approvals, again, as at towards the end of July, just shy of 77,000 approvals over the accord period, an increase of 26% on the year-on-year increase. But I would make the point too, with that increase, 3/4 of that increase has been attributed to changes that the Minns government has introduced in terms of policy. So through transport-oriented development, through the infill affordable housing bonus, through the low and mid-rise. Commencements are trending upwards as well. As at the end of June, construction approvals just under 50,000. And commencements a little just shy of 36,000, up 21% on the same period last year. There's around 74,000 dwellings under construction at the moment. About 3/4 of those are multi-dwellings. And completions as at March 2025, so that's 9 months in. There's a bit of a delay because we use the Australian Bureau of Statistics figures. That's the official measure of all states and territories with respect of completions. Completions are at a tick over 33,000 for those 9 months, but importantly, the December quarter was about 10% higher than the September quarter. So again, decrease in average assessment time, increase in the number of proposals coming, lodgements, commencements, lodgements, approvals, commencements, and completion. So these are positive signs. Yes. I've a long way from putting a mission accomplished sign up as former US presidents might have done in such early stages. There's a lot more to do, but I'm heartened by the fact that there is a positive response to some of the changes that we've made.
Well, that's all sounding good, Minister. I have a question about the floor space ratios. Floor space ratios in New South Wales are widely considered by planning professionals to be antiquated and unsophisticated approach to managing use intensity, particularly for commercial land uses. They are not widely used in Queensland, South Australia, Victoria or New Zealand, where height limits and urban design are the primary control for bulk and scale. New South Wales is actively increasing densities for residential land, but industrial and commercial land remains largely untouched with regard to density use. Have you considered abolishing the floor space ratios in industrial and commercial zoned lands?
Look, I'm going to defer to some of the more those more technical and better equipped. I don't know if Ms Gibson, in the first instance, from a strategic planning perspective, might want to consider this. Floor space ratios is something we've adjusted when it's come to rezoning. It's also about how buildings are formed in that sense, whether you've got tall and thin or lower and wider. But perhaps. As an expert planner, rather than a minister, the committee might be better informed by Ms Gibson's considerations of such matters.
Thank you, Minister. So floor space ratio controls for commercial and industrial land are not mandatory requirements. So it is a decision that is chosen by council or by the planning department when we zone for land to include those controls in the planning instrument. It is fairly typical in major CBDs to have floor space ratio controls for commercial areas, and that helps in getting the right amount of floor space for jobs, as well as the mix of commercial activities that are happening in places like Parramatta CBD and Sydney CBD. On industrial land, it's probably less common to have a floor space ratio control. But through the Industrial Land Action Plan that we announced earlier this year, there is some detail in there about looking at ways to intensify the activity on industrial land, so that there are new ways to use that industrial land more productively and increase the productivity and the amount of land that is used for those industrial activities in those limited locations.
Thank you. Well, I might stay with you, Ms Gibson, because my next question is also about the floor space ratio. So it is a good proxy for planning efficiency is the amount of litigation. I understand from various sources that the Land and Environment Court spends a lot of its time squabbling over the definition of floor space ratios. What percentage of the volume of work at the Land and Environment Court do you think is devoted to solving this issue of floor space ratios?
Look, I don't have any of that information available to me, but
the Attorney General will be better addressed to the Attorney, perhaps.
There is a clear separation between the Department and the Land and Environment Court, as there should be, so we don't hold that data.
Do you think that if we looked over the last 10 years, would we be seeing a significant growth in the amount of litigation going through the Land and Environment Court? Is it increasing or decreasing or remaining static?
My understanding is it's remained fairly static outside of the COVID years when it did seem to increase a little, but we can take that on notice.
Mr Reddick, the Attorney General's department might be better placed in terms of giving you more exact figures on whether it's increased or not.
And their annual reports are excellent.
Yeah, I think you could be fair to say that, you know, some people would characterise things as increasing there. I think a number of councils are probably frustrated by the number of matters that go before it. I know a number of builders and developers are frustrated by that. We are seeing more being resolved at the mediation stage, which I think is something that we need to give further consideration to how we might encourage that perhaps earlier in the process. Through greater engagement between the parties that may prevent it actually progressing to that point.
Thank you.
Over to you, opposition.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I've had a quick look at your diary disclosures and noting I can only see the first half of this year. I see you met with Lithgow City Council, but that was on a sitting day, so I presume that was in here. You've also met with the Chancellor of the University of Western Sydney, but in the first half of this year, Minister, have you been further west than Penrith?
First half of this year, I can't remember when I was in Broken Hill.
That was last year?
That was last year, sorry. It's look, I'd have to double check. I can't remember the date, sorry.
So that you haven't been to like Dunedoo or Oberon, Trunky Creek or any of those places?
I haven't been to Trunky Creek, I haven't been to Dunedoo, and I haven't been to Oberon this year, no.
So you haven't sat at the kitchen table or walked the farms that have been impacted by the rollout of the renewables?
Well, if I haven't been there, then no, I haven't sat at the kitchen tables there.
Do you not think it's relevant to your portfolio to understand the issues these people are facing?
Yes.
Would you go out there and meet with these people?
I'm happy to meet. I just said to the Chair that I'm happy to meet with people.
So have you had any other meetings, Minister, with people that haven't reached out to you? Or do you only do, respond to meetings?
There's meetings are organised in a whole range of circumstances. You know, if people ask to meet with me, then generally I try to. If it's appropriate, it's not always appropriate for the Planning Minister to meet with everyone, given that I may be the consent authority on a number of matters. So I have to take that into consideration. But generally, I try and meet with as many people as I can.
So these communities are screaming out for some decent consultation around this rollout. Do you think it would be respectful to go out and see the issues that they're facing?
So we've got a couple of different things going on here, right? So you're talking about consultation with respect to projects, or are you talking about me going and meeting with people? Because they're two different things, right? Consultation with respect to projects is something that proponents should be undertaking and are required to undertake as part of the planning law. It's an expectation as part of, for instance, you're obviously going to get there, so let's jump ahead, right? So we're talking about renewable energy projects. So if there's a proponent of a renewable energy project, Part of the expectations in the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements are with respect to consultation. We do have guidelines with respect of how that consultation should be conducted properly and thoroughly. My own personal expectation is that if you're looking to be someone's neighbour for the next 30 years, you might go and introduce yourself. And do that. So if there's specific circumstances where you feel a proponent is not undertaking their consultation responsibilities properly, then I'm happy to have the department contact that proponent if you wanted to name them, or if you want to provide details separately to me. I'm happy to have the department contact them and say that there's been an expression of dissatisfaction with the approach that they've taken.
As far as any of the feedback you're getting, are you hearing that all proponents are meeting their expectations under the guidelines?
Look, as you'd expect, the planning minister gets feedback that is both for, against, and neutral on any particular proposal anywhere in the state at any point in time.
What are the repercussions if they're not meeting those guidelines?
Well, I might hand to Mr. Gainsford to undertake to give you some detail on how this is done, because I think this is important. I think Mr. Gainsford did touch on some of these issues when he appeared before the Upper House inquiry into to the Res recently, but it's probably worth repeating.
Minister, would you mind if I came to Mr. Gainsford this afternoon?
Well, if this is going to inform a future line of questioning, I think it's important for the committee to get at least a rudimentary understanding at a high level at this point in time.
But I can pick that up with him this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, but you may find myself having to take questions on notice as opposed to being able to answer them for you.
And if
okay, just so long as you're aware of that risk.
Absolutely,
you may not get answers from me that you want.
Minister, the SSI modification made for the Mudgee Maintenance Facility.
Yep.
It was on public exhibition from the 31st of July until the 14th of August.
Correct.
Can I just, while that's happening, if someone could find, would someone be able to find how many submissions were made to that?
10.
10? At lunchtime on the 14th, the webpage was still showing that submissions were closing in 3 days. Is anyone aware of that issue?
I'll take your word for it.
Because I went on there and I
didn't check the website at lunchtime on the 14th, so I'll take your
Minister.
Take your word for it.
And I rang the number and they were going to fix it.
But just on that Mudgee facility, right? Because this is one of those ones that seems to have gotten ahead of steam, well above what it is. The facility we're talking about, for the benefit of the whole committee, because this is a very specific case that perhaps not all committee members would be aware of. So Energy Co. Submitted a modification application for the Central West Arana Res Transmission Project to construct a maintenance facility outside of Mudgee. Now that facility will support the operation of the renewable energy zone and will house an office, training space, workshops and a storage area. So the total footprint of this is 0.77 hectares and it's in an existing industrial estate around 300 metres from the nearest residence. So it was a modification of that nature, was not required to go on public exhibition, but Energy Co indicated that it would be exhibited. So it was exhibited for 14 days between the 31st of July 2025 and the 14th of August 2025, noting that there might be a problem with the website dates. Right, so despite not being required to do so, there was that comment in the report, so there was the exhibition period. The department notified everyone who made a submission on the original Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone Transmission Project, as well as neighbouring properties around that proposed maintenance facility. Now, the modification report and that process, I'm advised, again, it may be a slightly dated, but I'm advised that 10 submissions were received during that exhibition period objecting to the modification. All of those were located about 50 kilometres or more from the site of the facility, with the majority of the objections being to the transmission project itself rather than the shed in question. The local council, which is the Mid-Western Regional Council, commented on the modification, noting that the site was appropriately zoned for use and requested additional contributions for the council.
Okay. Minister, my questions are not so much about the project but the process, and using this one as an example, because as you were, they had 14 days to respond to this, which for people who are generally farmers, they're working full-time in a way that most people wouldn't understand what full-time meant, yet they have 14 days to assess, read these documents. Now, I can tell you the social impact assessment alone was 62 pages. Traffic
I don't know
assessment
why they were so
49.
long. Right, to
The
be honest,
entire document was 680
honest,
pages.
yeah.
Let me get to the...
Oh,
The entire document was 680 pages.
yeah, I know.
They had
I don't
2
know why it
weeks.
was so long.
2 weeks to read these, understand them in a language that they're not used to, and put in a submission. Do you think that's a fair amount of time
As
for
I
people to do that?
said, I don't know why Energy Co put forward so many technical matters and in that modification. There was a high level of detail and specialist assessments that would not normally be expected by the department, or if this could have gone to the council, right? This was of a size and scope that could have and probably should have gone to a council for assessment. So I can't explain, and perhaps when Energy Co might be before this august committee or another one, they might be able to shed some light on why they took that approach. But I would point out that the modification report did include a summary of the application and its potential impacts to assist stakeholders in reviewing the application.
Okay.
The length of it, I don't know.
So
To be
still-
honest, I don't know.
Still on those timeframes, have you seen recent reports from councils in the Central West calling for local government to have more of a say on state significant developments?
Look, I see reports from councils asking for more involvement in state significant development, whether it's a state-led rezoning around Walara train station, for instance, or it's someone in the Central West. And I think that generally they're often from councillors rather than council officers, and there's often a separation, right? So there's often it's councillors who try and make a political point, and council officers who work in with the department and are well known to the process and understand that just because they haven't comprehensively gotten every little bit of information in their first submission, they understand that they can put in subsequent information and that is considered as well.
Minister, council have 28 days to respond to EIS statements, for instance.
Well, they can be more. We're legally required to respond them.
You're talking about this being an issue raised by councillors and not council. Some councils are putting on multiple staff whose job it is purely to assess and respond to these. These
the Nationals really really did Country New South Wales a disservice with the reses. They should have done it a lot better.
Noting, Minister, that these are not things that they've asked for. They're not, this isn't a workload that they've sought or asked for.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, Minister, this is an additional cost on ratepayers. Do you support calls for an increase, at least on these minimum exhibition periods?
Look, minimum is a minimum for everyone, right? So if you increase it, you increase the minimum for things that probably are even over-serviced by the level of time that might be required with these sort of things. Again, perhaps Mr. Gainsford can shed some light, but on some of the details of how the assessment process works. However, it's not universal that 28 days is the only length of time. I've extended many. The Secretary's extended many. The department, beyond the Secretary, have extended many state significant development applications. What we're finding, though, is, and we'll have a look in more detail with any recommendations that the inquiry into the res come up with, as they've made some findings, made a number of recommendations. We'll have a look at that out of the interim report. But I think it is people are having the response. What should have happened in those renewable energy zones is when the previous government started them, they should perhaps have done a fair bit more of the upfront work, similar to what we're doing with respect to the state-led rezoning around, say, Walara Station. Not directly comparable, but a big infrastructure investment that used some state heft to do the detailed work around it. That should have probably been done in the renewable energy zones too.
Minister, seeing you've segued nicely to Walara, Back to the questions.
So someone who doesn't support it, you've got a lot of questions about it today. But that's all right. It's good. I'm happy to talk about it. It's an exciting project.
Infrastructure component, the transport
backing it in.
infrastructure component, Minister. The $15,000, is that what?
Well, that's not a number that's been set.
Okay. I think the Premier mentioned the $15,000 yesterday on the basis of Pyrmont.
We also, on the basis of Pyrmont, sure. It was $15,000 for Pyrmont, yeah.
Okay, so are you doing independent assessments for Walara as to what that should be set at, or is it?
Yes,
okay.
yes, that's part of the rezoning process.
Okay.
So, and it's the sensible time to do that because, as you would appreciate, then people can factor in some of these sort of costs into what they might be willing to pay for land into the future.
Okay, so the transport infrastructure component at the moment applies in Pyrmont. It will apply in Walara. Is it set to apply in any other locations?
There's been no announcements of its application in
Are you considering?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you considering applying it in other locations?
Look, I think where there's the reason why we included the provision in the Act is that it could be contemplated for other areas.
And Minister,
now I wouldn't want to limit. You might be sitting in this chair at some point in the future, and I don't know. You haven't. Are you going to overturn and repeal the housing productivity contributions or not? I'm not sure about
again,
that. Your
this is I ask the questions, you give the answers.
But you may be sitting here and you may want to apply a transport.
Okay, Minister, we're asking about what you might want to apply transport infrastructure components on. Has the department done any feasibility work on applying that transport infrastructure component to other locations outside of Walara and Pyrmont?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, you haven't had any.
I haven't asked for it to be done. No.
Okay, and would that be done by your department rather than Treasury?
It'd be done between.
We do it in concert.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect to the housing and productivity contribution, you of course in the budget outlined a works in kind agreement.
Yes.
When do we expect to see the infrastructure opportunities plan?
I expect to see most of it done by the end of this year. Look, this is a really...
Now, that's the same answer you gave back in 2023 as well.
Well, that was predictable.
It's predictable that you give the same answer every time you come before at the end of the year and we never see it.
You know why? It's because a lot of this work hadn't been done. Right, we are literally starting in a lot of these areas because we're expanding the UDPs to a whole heap of new areas, which is giving us that long list of proposals. This is work that was just like so much other work. I mean, every time you look under a new rock, you're still finding work that was left undone by the previous government. But what we are doing, as we committed to, as you would have probably committed to, but you overturned your position on your election commitment on the housing and productivity contribution, where we're working through that infrastructure opportunities plans to outline those state and regional projects that are eligible will be eligible for the housing and productivity contribution in Greater Sydney, Central Coast, Illawarra, Shoalhaven and Lower Hunter. They identify opportunities for several years into the future, and it's important that we do the work to get it right.
So, Minister, in terms of the works in kind agreements, what projects do they apply to at present? Well, if I were a developer and I were wanting to enter into a works in kind agreement, what could I actually do at the moment?
Right. Well, as you would have seen, and I think you guys supported it, which was good. The works in kind agreements. There was the consultation paper that was issued at the time of the budget, and we're working through some of the detail of how, when that will apply.
Okay. So at the moment, it doesn't apply to anything. Is that right?
No, well, that's why we had the discussion paper that we released as in the lead up to the budget to finalise the details of how it will apply.
But doesn't it rely on the infrastructure opportunities plan actually being in place?
Right, precisely. So we got the works in
still
kind.
undone.
We got the detail being done on how the works in kind projects would operate, because we don't want to be in a project in the position where under previous works in kind agreements and processes where you could end up building half a road. There's a road that's much to the frustration of the local member, where it just stopped because the credits had been applied and used up. So we're getting the detail right and making sure that we've got the works in kind arrangements aligning with the infrastructure opportunity plans to deliver infrastructure to growing communities that need it.
So, Minister, what has the housing and productivity contribution paid for so far?
It's contributing to the $520 million that is part of the Transport Oriented Development Accelerated Precinct.
And what has been paid out of that so far?
Look, in terms of actual bills, I haven't got the invoices in front of me, but we're working through in those areas to identify green space in the first instance, along with other infrastructure opportunities that make sure that the state is working in with the councils to make sure that we've got really, really good, vibrant, mixed-use communities. And it's a similar process that we'll work through around Walara, I appreciate you'll continue your opposition to it, but we'll get the planning right.
Saying it's the case doesn't make it so, Minister. But Minister,
but you haven't rejected
Minister,
my proposition.
Minister,
I asked you to
with
reject.
respect,
I asked you simply,
Minister, with respect,
do you support it or not?
Minister,
and you
with
can't
respect
answer,
to the Minister,
because
I have
you've
a
got more
question for you.
asterisks.
You don't have questions for me,
Oh,
Minister.
right. I've got questions. Don't you
Minister,
worry. So is the rest of the state.
Point of order.
Yes.
We have a way of we have a way of engaging in these estimates, which is we get to ask the questions, the Minister gets to make the answers. Can we please have the Minister directed to answer the questions?
I will
and allow questions to be made.
Thank you.
Well,
I will remind.
Perhaps my colleagues will ask me about Walara later.
I'm sure they will. They get a whole 15 minutes.
That might take up the whole lot too.
Minister, I would remind you, it is for the honourable member to ask you questions and for you, Minister, to answer them.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't dictate the way in which I
No,
answer.
absolutely he doesn't.
Thank you, Chair. I
Absolutely
appreciate
he doesn't. But it is a format. He asks the questions and you do answer them.
Sure. But
Let's carry
I could
on.
ask questions
Minister,
with rhetorical flourish.
Minister,
Of course you can.
Thank
Let's
you.
carry on.
Minister, to the $520 million for the Todd Accelerated Precincts. There was a $228 million commitment from the federal government.
Correct.
With respect to 3 of those Todd zones.
Correct.
Is that in addition to that $520 million, or are you taking that now as part of that $520 million?
Part of that. It'll contribute to it. But Ms Gibson may wish to add some further information.
So the government's reduced its own allocation, have you, by $228 million?
We will still continue to make commitments to other infrastructure projects in those areas. And
So
other
that
areas.
$520 million hasn't been increased. It's actually, from your government's perspective, been reduced.
Well, no, it's still 520 million.
But you're getting federal
quantum
funding.
is-
You're
the
not
quantum is the
adding.
same.
This
But-
isn't top-up
okay,
funding.
So if I took if I took $10 from the right pocket and $10 from the left pocket, it's still $20, isn't it?
But when you announced the Tier 1 program, Minister, you outlined $520 million of funding.
And 520 million will be spent.
And that was $520 million
Are you
of
suggesting
state
that
funding at the time.
Are you suggesting I should reject money from the federal
No,
government?
I'm suggesting that you might want to actually add it to it and we have, a near $750 million program.
Well, we will be adding to the capacity that we can do it because the $220 million doesn't disappear.
So that $228 million has only gone to 3 locations.
That was the federal
Kellyville,
government's-
Bella Vista and Bankstown. Is that correct?
That's I understand that was the federal government's commitment. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now move to Ms
Thank you,
Mahaley.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Just very quickly, can I? I'm going to actually congratulate you on Walara. Well done. Okay, that's a great decision of the government. You've got
Not
my
all
full
landowners
support.
in the
You've got
area
my full
support it, though.
support. You've
There was a
got
guy
my full
called Mark
support.
who's a landowner on the radio this morning. He didn't
Can
seem
I
to
ask you,
support it.
Minister, who came up with the idea of it? Was it in your office?
The Rand
or in
government came
Premier?
up with the idea of
No,
Walara
in the
Station.
recent.
The Rand government
Who
axed
came
it.
up with Walara in the recent months? It's a great idea, so I'm not knocking it.
Oh, look, we've been
But
working
I wanted
across
to know
government.
whether it was coming from your office predominantly, all transport, or was it coming from the Premier's office?
We all worked on it. We're a pretty collegiate government.
Yep. But somebody started it off, kicked it off. Where did the green light? Would you say the Premier's office?
I don't know that there's a green light necessarily. I mean, there's ongoing discussions in the government about where we might be able to address transport and housing pressures.
Yes.
Walara came up. I didn't detail at the
Alright.
time as to who.
I
who said
put
it.
to you, Minister, a few years back in a long life, my old life, I was once in a shadow cabinet, and I remember a discussion with the Premier present at the time in regards to planning, in regards to rezoning a lot of the inner city areas, and that included discussion about Walara, it included eastern suburbs, it included all of the area of Balmain and Glebe, and the frustration that he had, and I shared with him the view that it was absurd that you had this low-rise area just around the CBD of Sydney. So I put to you that I'm pretty aware of the Premier's view on this issue.
Sure. Look, he's been quite vocal.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
you'd have to be hiding under a rock not to be aware of his view.
And he did. And can I just put to you now, though, where is City of Sydney planning in your eyes at the moment? Are you concerned that that particular council, because obviously you've stepped into Walara, and you're going to have to, because Walara Council is going to oppose this. You've got Darcy Byrne actually in a city, in a West Council proposing some significant housing, which I'm sure you'd be very pleased with. He wants to make sure that Albanese meets the housing target, so well done to him. But can I just ask you...
I think he's also pretty concerned about making sure the Inner West is a good place for young people to live.
Well, you've spoken to him. I know you've done some media together, and that was in the article that I read, that was his concern about young people, right? Can I just put to you, aren't you concerned that the most significant council, which I think is City of Sydney, where you've got so many opportunities for growth, for housing, for affordable housing, social housing, where is that? Where are you at the moment with City of Sydney? Is there a sort of a good relationship with your department and the City of Sydney getting on board with the housing targets?
Yeah, I think...
we've got a very healthy relationship with the City of Sydney,
Sorry, I
as we
asked
do
the
with
Minister,
most
but
other
thanks
councils.
for that. I'm directing to the Minister.
Well, look, the City of Sydney's housing target, for instance, is over the next 5 years, 18,900 dwellings. I think that the City of Sydney continues to do work.
So
where
that's the target that you've
balance.
given? Sorry, that's part of the housing target, or is that their target that they've come up with?
That's the target that was set by the New South Wales government in 2024. The City of Sydney continues to balance a whole host of sometimes competing requirements over land use, but I think generally I'd characterise, others may characterise it in their own way, but generally I'd characterise the operational, the working relationship between the City of Sydney and Department as cooperative and positive and generally aligned. I mean, there might be specifics in certain sites and the like.
So you think they'll meet that target? In your view, they'll meet the target that you've set?
Oh, look, I have an expectation that that all councils will not only meet, but they might even try and exceed their target. The target's not a ceiling. The target's not a ceiling, and I think every council with a target, and the one that was set for regional New South Wales, the first time ever outside of the Greater Sydney area that targets have been set, I think councils should see it for exactly what it is, an expectation that this is your contribution to meeting not only the housing accord,
Minister, we're in furious agreement. We're in furious agreement.
It's not a ceiling.
I think we're in furious agreement. Can I just ask you quickly about planning panels? Will there be? Are you looking at changing the capital value of development from 30 million to lowering that amount to ensure that planning panels can take on more?
Which panels?
All of your plans. So
all of them. Look, I'm open to consider sensible suggestions on any planning reforms that might help us deliver more homes, more job-creating investment.
So you're looking at revisiting that value of 30 million, lowering it so that more developments can go
we're
through
continuing to explore a whole range of options.
Is it being
when
currently
it comes to
explored
reform.
by your office or by the department?
That's the operation of panels is one of many things being considered at the moment. It's always under consideration because we've always got to adjust to circumstances as they change.
Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, some of the most irrational restrictions on housing supply are due to the Heritage Act. In particular, the costs of heritage listing are not compared with the benefits. This results in many low-value buildings being preserved, preventing development and exacerbating the housing crisis. Now, I like what I call the Gough Whitlam model. He had his home out there in Cabramatta. It came up onto the market a couple of years ago, and a group of philanthropists who, like Gough Whitlam, pulled the money and bought it and have put it into a trust, and it's going to be preserved. Now, I would think, isn't that a better way where we let the market and we foster a culture of philanthropy? Isn't that a better way to decide what is going to be heritage and what is not, rather than having bureaucrats decide it, which is causing lots of problems?
Look, Mr. Ruddock, perhaps the detail of what is and isn't considered heritage should be directed to the Minister for Heritage. However, as a general point of view, I think encouraging philanthropic acquisitions of strategic private sites is not a bad thing. I agree with you, and in speaking to Nick Whitlam in the lead up when former Prime Minister Whitlam's house was put on the market, he was very keen, and I'm pleased that a group of people came together to do that. I think it's a good asset, but not all heritage sites are privately owned, and that's where we've got to work through. And now that's a matter, how that heritage system is administered is a matter of for the Minister for Heritage. However, it's interesting at a local level. I've been approached by a number of people in the Ku-ring-gai local government area who are keen to have their current local listing delisted for whatever motivation that may be. I just find that an interesting point that you also might
well,
find
I've known people up at Ku-ring-gai, and there are some absolutely irrational heritage listings up there.
Look, I think it's fair to say. That heritage listings at a local level have periodically been misused, perhaps abused, in order to... No, I'm not saying... No, it's not a universal, I said, on individual sites, right? There has... I think even you, Chair, would agree that there's some pretty marginal things that may have crept into things for perhaps political gain of individuals at a local government level in the past. I don't know. I could only speculate as to what may have happened 20, 30 years ago. But I think there has been what some people would consider some things of marginal benefit that have gone in there. Now, perhaps that could be addressed by giving some additional information as to why it is that particular site's in there, what it is that does it. But I think that we have to be mindful of our built heritage, but also recognise that sometimes it has to evolve. I was dealing with a local publican in my own electorate who has a heritage listed pub. He asked why it had been listed long ago, and his version of it was the heritage officer said, "Well, this is an example of some average buildings that were built around Wollongong at that time, and it's a good example of the average building, so therefore it was listed." Now, whether or not that's a true story or not, I don't know. But what it has done though, is restricted his capacity to put solar panels on the roof. The guy wants to run his pub, all right, and use solar energy, but is restricted from doing that. He wants to do some internal works, but the internal works and the heritage listing conflict in a way that would actually be detrimental to his business if he was able required to exact adherence to those heritage requirements. So I think there's got to be a way that we work through these sort of things. It's not a bulldoze everything, but there's also some common sense has to occasionally prevail.
But Minister, that anecdote you've given in your electorate, there are thousands of examples that are across New South Wales. Now, I understand that the government and the opposition are both supporting a review of the Planning Act. Is there any discussion within the government of reviewing the Heritage Act?
Look, I would encourage you to ask the Minister for Heritage about details of what she might be considering, but I think there is a review of the Heritage Act that's on foot, from memory. Where that precisely is up to, you'd be best served checking with Minister Sharp, who I think's on later this week.
Yes, that's right. We're looking forward to that. And I keep hearing reports that Sydney Water is playing a role in slowing down your plans to get housing development underway because they're not efficiently connecting water and sewerage. And I hear that part of that is because IPART won't approve rate increases to fund the infrastructure, and IPART says that's going to save Sydney-siders money, but in fact it's exacerbating the housing crisis. So is there anything we can do to improve Sydney Water's cooperation in your plans to get the housing crisis solved?
Look, I think the department works cooperatively with Sydney Water. They've been at the table in all of the discussions around transport-oriented development and the like. Minister Jackson and I work well together in terms of identifying that. Part of the challenge is that I think Sydney Water were left a bit high and dry, pardon the pun, by the previous government in terms of how things were approached with them, and there's some ground to make up.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I'm just going to table a letter. It's a lovely letter. It's from Uncle Reg Craigie. This is about the Coffs Jetty foreshore development.
Yep.
The letter is addressed to the Premier, the Honourable Stephen Camper, that's spelt wrong, but it's meant to be right. The Honourable Paul Scully, the Honourable Penny Sharp, and it copies and the Secretary. Yeah. So the letter is, again, I think this is the theme of the day, Minister. This is an invitation again for you to visit and meet with Uncle Reg Craig about the Jetty Foreshore Precinct and the proposed development there. He did meet with Minister Sharp and the Premier, and expresses in this letter very much how grateful he was for that meeting, and that at that meeting there was a discussion that perhaps they would come back and walk on country with him and he would be able to share his views directly. He's very concerned, and I know this firsthand, that he thinks that the people who are assessing the proposal are assessing things through computers, through screens, through documents, and he just wants people to go on country. Now, I acknowledge the Secretary has been, she's met, she's...
I was actually going to
Yeah, and
Ms Gibson and I have also walked the site personally
Exactly.
as well. Not with Reg, not with Uncle Reg, but we have made the concerted effort to both get up there and do that.
And
as
that
well.
that has been so recognised and appreciated on part of everybody I've spoken to, and this is an invitation to you, Minister, in particular, and whether in company with the others, but it's a very, very important piece of land to the Gumbaynggirr elders. They are carrying a cultural load that is incredibly heavy at the moment, with a responsibility about how this development will proceed. You know, it's been there's been political division. There's
not many proposals that don't have division. Walara Station's a perfect case in point.
Yes, this one in particular, the elders really want you to understand the significance for their culture.
Look, if there's an opportunity for me to get there and have a look around, I think Minister Camper
has agreed to go.
Minister Camper did agree to go.
I'll have a chat with him and see if we can get there together. I would. Sorry, Mr. Farley.
What a carpool. You and Minister Camper.
It would be great.
It would be good. I don't know who gets to do the playlist. I'm not sure.
I think it'll be Uncle Reg.
I
think it'll be Uncle Reg on this
Minister
occasion.
Camper and I get on very, very well. We're both Dragons fans,
All right,
so we
thank
can
you.
discuss our
Thank
frustrations
you, Minister,
with the season.
this is
Perhaps
my time.
I don't know.
This is my time. Thank you very much. But if you could and take that on, and I'm very grateful. And I know
look, if there's an
Uncle Reg-
opportunity to do so, absolutely.
Thank you.
know.
I just want to turn now.
I will point out though
Yes.
that in this one, given the process is a state assessed rezoning proposal, that I do need to be mindful that I could be the final decision maker in this. So that's not a reason to say it. I just say some things I'll be able to listen and perhaps not respond directly given that capacity.
Yep, this is literally a meet on country, talk to the elders, have a look at the potential decision you might be making.
Coffs Harbour is a lovely place.
It is very,
We
very
could maybe
lovely.
get Girmish down as well,
can-
the local member.
Perhaps on this occasion, not necessarily. Can I just ask on that, what do you expect in terms of timing of next steps in relation to the rezoning proposal?
On Coffs Harbour?
The jetty foreshore.
So, as I understand it, we're at the response to submission stage. So the jetty foreshore rezoning proposal was exhibited from the 19th of May to the 30th of June, as I'm sure you're familiar with. We did do those changes and made sure everything was right, as we agreed to do at the last estimates hearing. There were 1,724 submissions that were received. They've been provided to the proponent to review and provide a response to matters raised. So I guess the ball's in their court, so to speak, at the moment, because it's at that response to submission stage. So timing of everything beyond that will depend on the timeliness of when they might submit that response and what that response may entail.
Thank you. And just for the record, I think it's fair, Uncle Craig has made it very clear that we do not oppose all development, however we do oppose this kind of new private residential or tourist accommodation. They're very open to the redevelopment, but within certain constraints.
Can I just move to large emitters and your responsibility ultimately as the Minister for Planning? As you know, there are 20 coal mine expansion proposals currently under assessment by your department. We understand coal companies continue to act in alignment with John Barilaro's coal mine expansion policy, and at the moment there is a significant proposed shortfall with an abatement gap of 6.6 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent projected for the 2030 target. The Minister for Climate Change, Minister Sharp, wrote to you that the Climate Change Act should be considered by your department and all decisions should have regard to meeting the legislated targets. Why are we not applying a requirement that outlined by the Minister for Climate Change requiring these new coal projects have proper abatement conditions and conditions not to emit their projected greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, we do apply measures with respect to greenhouse gas mining proposals. I think it's important though to remember that not all of I think 20 was the number you said. Not all of those mining proposals are necessarily for an expansion of extraction. Right? Some of them go through a process where they've got to modify their coal plans. For instance, Mount Arthur, the life of Mount Arthur mine was extended. That was extended to close it down, essentially. It was extended so that they could go through a proper and sensible process that they could consider with respect to the miners that are employed there and everyone else who's employed there. And I think that's important, right? So we can't characterise every single mining proposal that relates to a coal mine is only seeking greater extraction.
Yes, but Minister, can I just I hear that. Can I just, I appreciate this answer. Can I just point out though, you know, Mount Arthur particular, the modification, I mean, that's 193 megatons in terms of what...
Yeah, and it's also closing a lot earlier, right? So we expect that more than half of the current operating mines will close by 2035. But in direct matter with regard to greenhouse gases, the department has a rigorous process about how they're taken into consideration. Similarly, I have written with my colleague, the Minister for Resources, to the Independent Planning Commission to make sure that they're aware of the government policy changes with respect to the greenhouse gas targets, the first legislative targets that the New South Wales government's had. We were the ones who introduced those. So that's important to make sure that, and I've emphasised the need to consider that Net Zero Future Act, as well as emissions reduction targets, along with EPA guidance for assessing greenhouse gas emissions from large emitters.
Thank you. Since you've been in your role as Minister, 6 coal mine expansions have been approved, but none of those went through the IPC. But you're on record in May saying that resource proposals are all assessed by the Independent Planning Commission. And
which 6 are you referring to?
The 6 are the 6 that have been approved by the department.
Because again, I think it's important. Some of these are modifications, some of these are changes to mining plans, extraction plans. There's one at the moment that's just closed exhibition that is about changing the workings at the ground level.
Is there a distinction for you, Minister, then on which ones will go to the IPC
No,
on this basis?
I'm just asking for a purpose of clarification. Which are the 6 you're referring to? Because I think that's
well, they're the 6 that have been approved.
Okay. So sorry, I just don't have all of them in my mind, Chair. As
but
you appreciate.
is your view? You are on record saying all coal mine mods, all coal mine developments will go through to the IPC.
New coal mining developments go to the IPC. I don't think there's ever one that for a long, long time that hasn't. But there are some elements to mining and modifications that don't and won't necessarily. For instance, where there's issues around, Dendrobium Mine is proposing on one thing to operate helicopters where it can't get into areas to do water monitoring to when it's wet weather. Some of those things don't warrant going to the IPC.
I'll take this 1 minute, and then they can have their. Just so I don't butt into their time. So is it fair then to say, Minister, that in relation to any coal mine application and approval, only those that are seeking to increase their extraction would go to the IPC? Is that what you're saying? Or where is the line and who draws that between what will go to the IPC and what doesn't?
I asked Mr Gainsford, but ultimately the department applies substantially the same test in relation to whether it is a modification or whether it's required
I'm aware
to go through to the IPC.
I'm aware of that test. So if you're so all modifications get determined by the department then?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so if it is a mod and it fits with the...
Chair, apart from a circumstance where there's a political donation.
Of course,
so,
right, yeah. Okay, so otherwise they're not going to the IPC. So, Minister, when you say all coal mine applications go before the IPC, you need to be more clear about what you say.
I'd have to check the quote, but I think the context of that may have been in the response to new coal mines.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Okay, you've got an extra 1 minute.
So, Minister, just returning to the allocation of the TOD zones and the $228 million. Now, how is that being divided between Kellyville, Bella Vista and Bankstown?
Ms Gibson might be able to add some detail to that. I don't have the exact figures before me, sorry.
So we are working through the details about the specific design and costs for those three parks. We haven't made a specific financial allocation to each of those three, but we're working within that funding envelope to commence for those three sites.
Okay. So considering that's nearly half of the $520 million, or let's say 40% of that $520 million, what can the other Tier 1 accelerated precincts expect?
There's a range of things that could be taken into account, but as we said at the time of the announcement, this will be about the infrastructure needed to support homes. This could be active transport projects, this could be streetscape embellishments and improvements. We will work with Transport, we will work with the relevant councils in order to determine what the best allocation of that funding envelope is. Excuse me.
And it's quite possible that within that budget allocation that we might be able to also provide for the parks in the other TOD accelerated precincts. Depending on the sites that are chosen.
So it's not necessarily limited to those three sites?
But I think the important thing to remember is that if we went and said, okay, we're going to pay X dollars for a site in one of those TOD accelerated precincts, that the price would automatically meet X dollars or probably X plus one, right? So much like it's negotiations in the end, and some of this will be negotiations over the price of land. We will seek to get the best possible deal, including new public space, in every one of those accelerated precincts that we possibly can out of that funding allocation. And if need be, I'm not afraid to ask the Treasurer for more. Whether I'll be successful is another question, but I'm not afraid to ask.
You went to the big round table. Okay.
I didn't.
No, he did.
He did, yeah.
Okay, we're good. We now move to the government to see if you have any questions for the Minister.
He's been very comprehensive in his answers, and we have no further questions.
Right, on that basis, we will now break
15 minutes
for a short break, and we will reconvene at 11:15.
Were you worried? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
the opposition.
Thank you very much. Minister, with respect to the Housing Delivery Authority and its establishment, the Housing Delivery Authority, there was a report today within the Australian Financial Review with respect to a development at Mossman. Now, that within that piece, the proponent of that development had indicated that they weren't actually planning to develop that site, but were planning to get the rezoning. Isn't that contrary to the Housing Delivery Authority's criteria?
It is, and that's precisely why, upon reading that, I asked the department to make contact with the proponent to remind them of their responsibilities with respect of a declaration. We, as has been very, very clear in my own public pronouncements, in my expectations when it comes to the Housing Delivery Authority, delivery is in the title for a reason. We expect it to deliver. If someone has put in an expression of interest that meets the requirements, and I'm sure Ms. Fishburn, as a member of the panel, will be able to give some additional light on that if need be. But if someone has done that, has put in an expression of interest, has met the requirements, has been recommended and subsequently declared as state significant development by me, if they don't intend to do that, I will take away their declaration.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, how do you actually assess whether it is actually a real and genuine proponent in that regard? So, of course, this one has fallen through the cracks, essentially, where they were just looking to land bank or get a development approval and not proceed. How does the department interrogate that?
Firstly, I'll ask Ms. Fishburn, as one of the members of the Housing Delivery Authority, to go into the detail. But I just would point out that deliberate in the design of this is the delivery part, which is why we've set a 9-month requirement if you are declared to get in your environmental impact statement and associated documents for the planning proposal. If you then go through the assessment process and there is an approval that's granted, if you don't start in time, if either of those things don't happen, I'm happy to revoke it. Like, it's part of the conditions. It's use it or lose it, and deliberately designed as such. Ms. Fishburn may wish to provide some additional comments on the considerations of the
Thank you, Minister. Yes, as part of the criteria that the HDA looks at, it is a commitment from the proponent to commence development. As the Minister said, though, there are, of course, safeguards built into that. I think it would be a foolish proponent, to be honest, to go through the time and expense of submitting a development application only to have it enter into a sunset clause if it's not used as well. So that is the protection that has been put in place in relation to the HDA.
Thank you. Now, with respect to another HDA application, this one is EOI 229650. This was a Bill Berger one at Rhodes, which I'm sure you're...
Mr. Latham's probably coming to ask about
I'm sure he probably will as well. But with respect to this, Minister, this is, of course, a site where the proponent did not have control or an option over certain land. How did the HDA allow this to happen and be put forward?
Well, perhaps Ms. Fishburn can shed some light on the actual meeting, but as I've said in a response to Mr. Latham's question on notice that was provided on the 22nd of August, that particular street, and for the clarification of other members of the committee who don't have EOI 229650 in front of them, this is for Averil and Leeds Streets in Rhodes. That was a proposal that was, an expression of interest was submitted. It was recommended for declaration, and that declaration was made on the 17th of February 2025, following that advice from the HDA that the project was of a substantial size and scope to meet the requirements of the HDA pathway, subject to it addressing the road's dwelling cap. The declaration order included all sites within the expression of interest. The expression of interest response to criteria relating to land tenure stated that the tenure over the majority of lots was secure and that ownership arrangements over the balance of the lots would be resolved as application preparation progressed. Now, following that declaration, we went to the process where SEARs were requested, as Secretary's environmental assessment requirements were requested. The applicant advised that of a reduction in the number of lots to be included in the development application. So accordingly, following this advice, I use my power to amend the declaration for EOI 229650 on the 24th of July 2025, limiting the declaration only to the sites to be included within the SEARS request. Now, given there's been a couple of questions on this one, fair enough, it's not unreasonable. It's been, you don't need to be Inspector Clouseau to detect any of this stuff. It's all published on the website, either prior to a declaration being made or immediately after. However, out of an abundance of caution, I've referred the concerns raised by Mr. Latham, and which you're seen to be repeating here today, to an external probity advisor for further review and advice on the matters raised. I would point out, though, that all HDA meetings are attended by a probity advisor who oversees how the meeting is run, provides probity advice to the HDA members and flags any issues or opportunities to improve the transparency and rigour of the operation of the HDA. And in that particular meeting and on that particular case, no issues of concern were raised by the probity advisor at that relevant meeting. I don't know if Ms. Fishburne
Minister, I don't want to
to
quibble in terms of probity or the like, but it is process, and there has been an error in process.
Well,
similarly,
can
I just put to you similarly, Minister, that it has had...
I just want to address that assertion, because that's actually incorrect, right? That's actually incorrect. The process was completely clear. An expression of interest was submitted. It was submitted and it went to the HDA for consideration. It had a number of sites listed in it. On the basis of that, those sites were made as a declaration. The applicant, the person who submitted the EOI, then came back at the request for Secretary's environmental assessment requirements, the first part in the process to have a proposal assessed, and said, actually, we don't have all the sites that we thought we'd be able to get by this point in time, so there's less. Right? As a result, I reduced the to match what the SEARS request was for.
But Minister, the applicant the applicant never had those sites, and there was...
No, but the applicant isn't
and your department should have been interrogating whether they had those sites or not.
The applicant either can have ownership or options or be in negotiations in the process. That's what was asserted to the HDA. Right?
Now, Minister, with respect to the criteria that you originally outlined, you had in the criteria that the applicant had ownership or an option over all of the sites. In questions on notice, you have changed that to a majority of the sites. Has the criteria now been changed?
The criteria is published. Right? It's not a secret criteria. It is as is published. Right?
So is it all or a majority?
It's there and
so, Minister, to that point, is it all or is it a majority of the sites?
So let me quote to you from the requirements. The updated criteria published on the 10th of July 2025. Land tenure is secure. Demonstrated ownership or option to purchase for all land to which the proposal applies.
So it is all. But on response in your question on notice, you said the majority of sites.
And in that case, it was the majority. In that case, the criteria
So how can the criteria be all and then on one case be the majority?
As I just said, this is the criteria, the updated criteria as at the 10th of July 2025.
Yes, which still said all of the sites.
But what are you suggesting is the great scandal here?
Right? It's been
updated.
Minister, there is a consequence to it. Minister, you asked me a question. In this instance, I'm going to respond.
But I'm getting two lots of questions here.
Minister,
so
okay, you answer mine, not Mr. Latham's at this stage. Minister, there is a consequence in this stage because later on the HDA at its meeting of
it's a scandal. Mr. Latham just interjected.
Minister,
no, hang on. I'm just going to address that because it's
Minister,
not a scandal.
Minister, you can address that in Mr. Latham's time.
As much as he likes,
Minister, you can address that later in Mr. Latham's time. Minister,
I should have known every.
Minister,
I'm
later.
not on the HDA.
Minister,
I'm not on the HDA.
Mr. Latham,
I'm not on the HDA. I'm not a panel member on the HDA.
Okay,
Mr. Latham. It would be good if you actually understood that.
Stop, please. We need to respect the process of the committee. It is Mr. Farlow's time. Mr. Latham refrain, and Minister answer the questions from the member who is asking them, and that is
That's
Mr.
all
Farlow.
I was asking.
Thank you.
Minister, the consequence of this is that on a meeting of the HDA on the 23rd of June, there was advice given with respect to the dwellings cap in roads. Following that advice, there were 3 applications to the HDA which were rejected at that meeting because of the dwelling cap issues. of course, that wasn't the case when Bill Burge put in the application for 2,200 residences
Well, the dwelling
at
cap
that first
existed
meeting.
when that was first
So, Minister, isn't there a subsequent impact of that approval with respect to other applicants to the HDA?
First off, let's be very, very clear, because there's attempts to make this murky just on the basis of what's an approval and what's not. The HDA does not provide approvals for anything. It recommends whether a project meets the criteria to be declared state significant development. It's run by the three most senior public servants, or among the three most senior public servants in New South Wales. So if you want to call into question, one of them sitting right next to me.
Which I'm not.
And you can suggest that. So let's be very, very clear about what is and isn't done by the HDA, right? Let's also be very, very clear about the circumstances that we went through, which I just went through in detail, right? The applicant came back and said, these are the blocks to which the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements should apply to. Now, should that warrants any necessary adjustment in the declaration, right? And the actual recommendation was done subject to the proponent addressing the road's dwelling cap. Right? That's in the answer I've replied to Mr. Latham as of late last week. So
there were three others who were rejected on the basis of the dwelling gap.
Well, I'll hand to the Secretary, who's a member of the HDA.
We can discuss that with the Secretary later.
No. I think if we're going to explore this, you either explore it with the person who was involved in the
We will
decision,
discuss it with the Secretary this afternoon.
Oh, okay. So you don't actually really want to explore it. You just want to try and get a grab.
No, I want to give
Well, you
time
get a
to my
grab
colleagues
say,
who are here as
yes,
well.
the opposition supports Walara Station. That'd be a good grab. Can't manage that one today.
We were there yesterday,
No.
Minister.
And you couldn't give it then.
Minister, I understand that planning is currently assisting with the development of a cumulative impact study to the Central West Arana Res, and also Energy Co will be undertaking similar for the New England Res. Is that correct?
I can't speak to Energy Co, but the department is participating in some work with respect to cumulative impacts in the Central West Arana. Yep.
Do you know when any outcomes of that research will be known?
Look, I haven't got an exact date to hand, but I don't think it's too far away. Mr. Gainsford might be able to shed some light on that, but I don't think there's been a date for its finalisation, like an absolute date set.
Why is the department sort of marking its own homework on this one and not looking at an independent study?
I don't know the department's marking its own homework.
Or would you not support an independent study, as was suggested by the recent inquiry into...
No, the recent inquiry recommended that a cumulative impact study be
independent.
Done, and cumulative impact work is being done.
But it was specifically mentioned an independent study.
I can't recall whether it said specifically independent or not. If you've got the recommendations in front of you, that would be handy, but I don't have them to hand, I'm sorry.
Minister, do you consider City of Newcastle to be a regional area?
Well, this is a long debate. You're asking a boy from Wollongong about the debates and merits of regional versus metropolitan, and I'm going to point back to a decision that largely resolved around the National Party in the previous term of government. It decided that the Newcastle and Wollongong local government areas were neither regional nor metropolitan when it came to sports facilities funding. So we were left out completely by a deliberate decision of the National Party. Now, it's often been discussed as to whether Newcastle and Wollongong and periodically the Central Coast are regional or metropolitan. My argument is, as a local member, my argument is, as long as I've got a pot of money to point my organisations to try and secure, then they can be either. Okay.
So,
but
Minister,
in terms of general things, I think they're secondary cities.
Okay. Minister, I'm referring specifically
New
to
South
the
Wales. So they're probably neither they're metropolitan in their characterisation from, I guess, an urban planning context, but they might be considered regional in terms of their relative size.
Talking specifically, Minister, to the Regional Housing Strategic Planning Fund, I think Newcastle's received funding out of that bucket twice. Do you think that's a fair playing field, or are the resources available to Newcastle to compete for that money and receive it twice when other rural and regional sort of councils are missing out and they
Are
don't
you
have
suggesting
the
that there's something untoward going on with the grants allocation
I
process?
did no such thing, Minister. I'm asking about
I
whether-
just don't have the full list of who might have been successful with those grant applications in front of me. However, I think it's suffice to say generally that good applications, funding generally flows to good applications and should flow to good applications no matter where they are. Again, I reflect on a recent grants program for bushfire grants conducted by the National Party, where 96% of
you're
the
in
grants...
government now.
No,
How about you
96%
focus?
of the
How about you
grants of
focus
those
on what
went
you're
to
doing instead of what
coalition
we
electorates.
did?
Now,
Your
that's
focus- your
arguably
focus
a
on
poor
us is
use
sort
of...
of distracting you from your job.
Yes, there's a point, Mr. Lawrence, on
The
the point of
Minister
order.
was about a sentence in before Mr Fang started to scream.
All
I think
right.
my point of
Is
order
that
is
the-
Mr Fang did not have a question, he was just interjecting.
All right, thank
Mr.
you.
Fang
Yeah, look,
may
one
now
point
have
of
a
order is
question.
it was very loud
in
my ear. Okay, right. I think Ms Fairman has the most valid point of order right now.
I'm sorry. I think hearing protection is important.
Exactly. No, seriously, interjections are a bit disorderly. If we can just try and moderate it, that would be really great.
All right.
Don't mind. I don't
Minister,
mind a bit.
during the second reading debate into the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Amendment Priority Networks Project Bill of 2025, the Energy Minister said, and I quote, "We are not shortcutting or seeking changes to the New South Wales planning system." She also indicated it does not change the planning system, and she also indicated that the bill is not about undermining the planning process. Minister, on reading the bill, I cannot see where any of these restrictions are in the bill and limit the processes above. Can you assure our rural and regional communities that no planning steps have been bypassed by this bill and that any project changes or variations to already an approved project will have to be reassessed by planning and won't just be rubber stamped by a minister wanting to put the project through?
Well, that's a wide-ranging question. Now, I'm not the energy minister, so you're relying on my memory of the content of the bill.
It was last sitting week, Minister.
As I said, I'm not the energy minister, and I haven't spent as much time trying to knock over net zero energy as you have, which I believe that you are doing. I mean, that is your position now, isn't it? No net zero?
Minister, I've asked you a question. I'd ask you to answer it, please.
Right. Okay. So that is part of my answer. So you agree that no net zero is currently
Minister,
New South
answer
Wales
the question with a
coalition
question.
policy,
Right.
like no
What's the
houses
answer,
at
Minister?
Walara.
What's the
I
answer?
don't believe that bill does provide for any changes to the planning process. I can't recall anything
So
being
you will
there,
assure
and-
our communities that if there's any variations required to any projects that have already been approved, that it will have to go back through the planning process. The minister cannot just rubber stamp it and push it through.
Well, hang on. Again, a wide-ranging question that.
Well, it's not wide-ranging. It's very narrow in its scope.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Can I respond? Do you get more than 3 words in there? That is a wide-ranging
Is that a
question.
point of order?
Mr. Fang. You may not realise it. There are multiple different paths in the planning part. This ranges from complying development right the way through to critical state significant infrastructure. Each of them have different requirements, often, not universally, but often with respect to who is the consent authority and who may be in a position to make modifications.
I don't need lines quoted out of Planning Minister for Dummies.
But I think you do.
I want to know.
I think you do.
I want to know
because
if our
you said
communities.
the audience.
I want to know if our communities are going to be impacted by the bill that went through, that was rammed through in 2 days. You're the planning minister. Do you still have jurisdiction over this or
Yes,
not?
I still have jurisdiction over planning.
The triggers
The
for
triggers
And
for
if there's any
modification
variations that are
or any-
required, do you have planning?
Mr. Fang, just
Seriously,
hold your
Chair,
horses
I
for
mean,
1
I'm
minute.
trying to give this guy...
Minister, hold
No,
your
you're
horses
trying to
for 1
sledge
minute.
me instead of answering the question.
So this
Mr.
is
Fang.
I would suggest a discourteous breach of the standing order, because every time the minister tries to speak, he gets about 3 or 4 words out,
And then can't
Mr.
speak.
Fang
It
starts.
is a really
It should be
fair
called to
point
order.
of order, and I uphold
No, I
that.
understand.
Let the minister answer the question.
All right.
The bill the Act did not make any changes to modification thresholds or anything of the like. So they'll continue to be assessed and considered as they would have had the bill not been passed. The bill is about prioritisation of projects with respect to the Energy Minister.
Minister, in the private agreement guidelines for state significant renewable energy developments, it talks about, it mentions that in most cases land values increase significantly when hosting wind processes, wind energy projects, assuming that's been evidenced. Do we have similar evidence on the assumptions on the land value of neighbouring properties?
The land value of the what? Sorry,
On neighbouring properties.
Neighbouring properties. Look, I'm not aware of anything. I can take it on notice in terms of whether any work's been done on that, but nothing springs to mind. I'm taking what you've read as being accurate. I've got no reason to doubt you, but I haven't got anything to mind in terms of neighbouring properties.
Have you sought any advice on what the impact is on neighbouring properties?
Not specifically, no. It's what we have done, and Mr. Gainsford might be able to add some detail in terms of what is done and what isn't done. But what we've done is try to add some greater rigour to the assessment process by issuing new renewable energy assessment guidelines that we did late last year, which includes benefit sharing guidelines, which includes a more scientific way of assessing visual impacts and the like. These sort of provisions weren't in place previously, last government obviously didn't feel as though science was necessary. I think they've had some issues with science. But we've got a much more rigorous process around the assessment now and around the contributions that people might make.
Thank you. We'll now go to Ms. Fairman. Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Minister, I want to just pass you some papers. So I'll just ask the Secretariat to hand these to you. And the first couple of documents...
There's a lot there.
That's for the Minister, and they're the copies.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought you were going to hand me the whole lot.
No.
Well, that's a lot.
Oh, yes, if you could just read that.
A lot for me to speed read in the course of you asking a question.
Okay.
While listening simultaneously.
By the EIS.
What I just want you to have a look at is
What
the
am I looking
first
at
two,
here?
the photos.
Yep.
So those two photos are photos of a blueberry farm in Nambucca Valley.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the photos you can see is taken from somebody's back porch. In fact, they're both taken from somebody's back porch.
Yep.
So about 5 or 6 years ago, this woman who's been living here for at least 30 years, maybe 40 years, her backyard was a lovely kind of rural vista. This is now the blueberry farm.
So is her fence line this fence that's in the foreground?
Yes.
Foreground? So hers are the vines on the other side
Which
of it?
leads me to one of the documents,
Right.
which is Council's submission around their local environment plan and Nambucca Valley we're talking about. So page 3 has that aerial shot.
Yep.
That indicates
That's the property line?
That's the property line.
And the house that the photo's being taken from is the one that's in the
That's
sort
right.
of right-hand side?
That's right. Oh, the left.
Oh, the one that's set further back down the
Yep.
bottom left-hand corner?
Yep.
Yep.
Actually, no. Sorry, it's the one. It
right.
would be the one in the
Yep.
middle. Yep.
Yep. That seems to be more...
So, Minister, do you think that is probably a bit too much in terms of that farm in the backyard almost of that house?
Look, I'm unfamiliar with this particular case, but I believe Ms Gibson has some more information on it, so perhaps she should shed some light on it for all of us.
So, Nambucca Council made a planning proposal seeking to amend their planning control to require consent for horticulture, particularly in the two rural zones that they have. And in a number of situations, horticultural activities can be undertaken as exempt development, but only in very narrow circumstances based on the impact and the scale of the development. There was a gateway determination issued in July 2024, and it required conditions for council.
Yes,
to
why was
undertake
it rejected
community-
just to hurry things along?
Yep, council exhibited that, and there were submissions received. They've submitted the proposal to the department to undertake the assessment. Council made no changes to the proposal after exhibition.
Yep.
And the department is concerned that the matters that were raised in community submissions, including issues perhaps like the showing in those photos, are ones that should be addressed, and we have asked council to do
Minister,
some further
thank
work.
you. I can come back to some later. So the blueberry farming industry, Minister, has grown between 2001 2016 over 400%. So around Coffs Harbour at the time it was around 90%. The industry is spreading down the coast. Nambucca Valley is now the subject. My office is contacted by many people people who are living next to a blueberry farm. They can't object. There's no development application. There's no, in terms of controls, buffer zones. Koala habitat is able to be cleared. The industry is actually out of control. And so what I'm asking is, why is your department rejecting applications, and will you, or applications by councils, to just put in place sensible requirements for this industry to be subject to development applications like other industries? Why do blueberries get this exemption, and will you commit to having a look at it?
Look, I'll happily have a look at it and come back to you. It's odd that you've just taken this forum to raise such detail, but that's fine.
I've written to you, Minister.
You could have come and see
Minister.
me. I'm pretty open to seeing people, but I'm happy to happy to have a look at it.
Minister, I did write to you, and I think this forum is the forum and the most a very appropriate forum, in fact, to raise issues. I also understand that community members have been asking to meet. This has been a very big issue for a very long time.
As I just undertook, I'm happy to have a look at it and seek some further advice.
We'll contact council as well and have a further discussion.
In terms of looking at providing Nambucca Valley Council the ability to change their development control plan so that these two, so their RU1 primary production and RU2 rural landscapes, can allow things like basic safeguards like buffer zones and require development applications for this massive industry.
So we did issue a gateway determination to allow council to do that. What we're saying is that council, when they were working through those matters, did not take into account the community submissions that were raised. They didn't take into account these concerns about what should be appropriate controls. And we have asked council to go and do some further work to identify how they could modify those controls to make those protections strong and effective, and to work with our colleagues in the Agriculture Agency to make sure that they will also work with the blueberry industry and their needs.
I'll come back later in terms of what exactly are the controls that you're talking about, because in the letter that has been sent back to Nambucca Valley Council, suggesting what you've just said, not sufficient evidence base to support and justify
that's exactly what
the changes. What, with the submissions made against the proposal, what were some of the least, like one or two of the key concerns? I'm assuming you're talking mainly industry.
So there were submissions from the community as well as submissions from industry. Submissions from community about the impacts that are occurring at those boundaries, visual impacts, stormwater runoff issues.
But against the proposal?
Against the proposal. So supporting the proposal and supporting that there needed to be development consent for these activities.
Yeah, I'm asking
yep.
What was in the submissions in terms of against, because you've said nor does the proposal adequately respond to the submissions made against the proposal.
Yeah, so there were submissions, and I don't have any of them in front of me, but from my memory on this, there were submissions from both the proponents for blueberry industry and neighbours that are living near blueberry activities. Both with representations about what should be an appropriate level of development assessment.
Thanks, Ms Gibson. I wonder if we could get some of that for later in the day to see what those. Are they public, those submissions?
The submissions will have been made public as council exhibited the proposal. Yep. So I'm happy to speak some more this afternoon.
Thank you, Minister.
When we're making changes like this, I think we have to be mindful, if you're going to change the rules of the game, essentially, that everyone's clear on what the change is.
Minister,
and that's the work.
Minister, just to be clear, I think this is the community just wanting the planning, wanting there to be some planning controls.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that there shouldn't, but if we are going to change planning controls, it needs to be done in a way that doesn't, and so everyone's clear of what the updated or new rules of the game.
One of the issues, I think, and the reason I'm kind of asking it here as well, is that the industry does seem to have had a lot of influence over both council decisions and potentially lobbying on whether or not planning controls are put in place at the state level. Because, to be honest, Minister, I don't think there's any other reason. There's no other. I can't see the justification for why this industry, almost the sole industry, that can get away with something like this in 2025 next to houses.
I can say that I can't recall ever having been lobbied by anyone from the blueberry industry. I mean, you know, there are people in this place who are participants in the industry. They may have had greater influence in the past. I don't know.
I think that's potentially the case
but,
too. In terms
you know,
of
there are a few things that the National Party did in office that I wouldn't necessarily.
Can I suggest, Minister, stop? Can I suggest, Minister, that also maybe to ensure that you're, again, across this, because potentially you haven't been briefed, people within planning are making the decisions, and maybe it's time to overturn what the National Party's done.
Well, as I said, I've already undertaken to go away and have a look at it in more detail.
Thank you. I've written to you as well, by the way. I have written to you.
And you'll get a response like everyone does. But I don't think I can be asked today to make universal changes or unilateral changes to things, particularly when there's a process underway.
Thank you.
Just before I go to Ms Mihaly, just by way of extension, the former Department of Agriculture has tried to prohibit planning from taking steps in the past. Ms Fairman's right, the background to this is long.
It's not a history I'm aware of, Chair, but as I've said to Ms Fairman and to the committee, I'm happy to go away and have a look at it in more detail. I can't say anything more than that. I don't think I can sit here unilaterally and make changes to the way the planning system operates. I think everyone would appreciate and want me to do things in the face of evidence rather than not.
Ms Mihaly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, earlier I asked you about planning panels, and I was specifically asking about City of Sydney. Could you tell me why is it that Central Sydney Planning Committee has a requirement that the development costs have to reach 50 million before our item goes to their planning panel, as opposed to the other four the other planning panels in Sydney only need 30 million before it's taken out of the hands of council? Do you know how that came about?
That was a threshold that Mr Gainsford may be able to shed some light on. I can't off the top of my head, but it's always been that case as far as I've been in office.
Yeah.
Thanks, Minister. Ms Mahalik, the City of Sydney Act is actually a special piece of legislation that governs the Central Sydney Planning Committee. So there are special provisions that are in place for that panel as compared to other panels.
Minister, you've got a housing target for them. I think you mentioned earlier 18,000 or so.
900,
yeah, something of that figure. And if they don't meet that target, are you going to revisit what goes before the planning panel? I mean, they've got a higher threshold. Everybody else only reaches 30 million before councils lose planning authority.
Yep.
City of Sydney has a threshold of 50 million.
If any local government area is not keeping pace with the expectations that the government sets of it, I'm always willing to consider what action should be taken.
And that would be revisiting how many developments go off to a planning panel as opposed to what's before the City of Sydney Council?
It could. I'm not going to limit myself to what action may be taken, but that could be one of the options.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. Can I also just quickly ask you about Bankstown, specifically West Terrace? I put to you some questions on notice in relation to the West Terrace car park being compulsorily acquired for the purposes of open space as part of the transport-oriented development program. You aware of my question? Do you recall those questions,
I'm aware,
Minister?
You put a range of questions on notice.
Yes. Now, you said to me that it was council that always earmarked it to be open space. Is that correct?
If you're saying that's what I said, I can only take it as such.
Taken as such, okay. Did your
if you're wrong, of
department
course,
or your
then you're
minister did your office or your department look at the added value to the properties surrounding West Terrace car park, what that would mean for those properties by you by the government compulsorily acquiring the West Terrace car park and turning that into open space?
Sorry, I'm not sure
Have
what
you
your question
evaluated
is.
what value by the government making that decision to remove a car park right next to the metro station, turning it into an open space? I'm not understanding the purpose of why that was made into open space. Is that adding value to the properties surrounding?
Oh, look, it could be argued that that might add some value. I think adding value would be a metro station right across the street, wouldn't it? That'd add much more value.
Well, yes.
I mean, arguably any positive embellishment to any land nearby within, a reasonable distance could have a positive impact on land valuations. I'm not a land valuer, and the department
what
isn't
does
land
it mean
valuer,
for the
so
car
I can't
park?
say.
Has the council's written to you and said that they want additional funding now for an alternative car park? Is that right?
Look, we have ongoing discussions about parking in and around Bankstown metro station and that associated green space.
Did the council write to you that they thought they weren't fairly compensated?
Oh, I don't know if they wrote to me with that
Well,
characterisation or that turn of
Can
phrase.
you take it on notice?
I mean, that might be a
'Cause I
paraphrasing of
understand
it. Have you got the letter there?
No, I don't.
No,
I'm asking
okay,
you.
all right.
Well,
I'll look for that turn of
where
phrase,
there was
yes.
a point made by the general manager that they had written, and I just
The
want to know if it was written to
councils
you.
write to me regularly, including Canterbury Bankstown Council, and we're having ongoing
Well, can you
discussions.
provide what was the amount the council was paid? Can you take that on notice?
If I could finish, whether or not council have written to me with that turn of phrase, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't
Well,
recall.
can you take on notice how much was the council paid for the government compulsorily acquiring the West Terrace car park?
It hasn't. I don't think it's been finalised.
It hasn't been
yet.
finalised.
So you're in discussions now.
So we have not made an offer to council for the compulsory acquisition of that land.
But you will?
That's unclear at this point in time.
Oh, it's interesting. Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Okay, Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. And witnesses. Minister, are you concerned that on average it appears that the Housing Delivery Authority is processing these applications in just 4 or 5 minutes?
I think that underplays the work that's being done outside of the formalities of the
No,
meeting.
I'm asking
I
about the
mean-
meetings themselves in 4 or 5 minutes. It's just a tick and flick exercise.
Well,
isn't it?
it's an expression where, okay, let's go back to what the Housing Delivery Authority does and does not do, all right? So, and I think that's a starting point, because I think there's this misconception that's got out there that the Housing Delivery Authority, and this is perpetrated by some people who might not agree with this approach, that the Housing Delivery Authority is an approvals body. It's not. The Housing Delivery Authority receives and considers expressions of interest. The expressions of interest are relatively short to gain a quick yes or no as to whether or not something meets the requirements to be declared state significant development. Following that, the recommendation is made, yes, no, return to get additional information in that process, and Ms Fishburn could add light to that. She's on the authority. And if a recommendation is made, I consider that recommendation and may or may not make a declaration of state significant development, which triggers a series of use it or lose it provisions.
But do you think 4 or 5 minutes is an insult to the planning process in New South Wales, and in the case of the Bill Berger one at Rhodes, the innocent people who were roped into it?
Well, for a start, I think it's a poor characterisation to say use some calculated average to say this is the only examination of the case. The HDA and Kirsten and Ms Fishburn can add to this, but the HDA has there's a range of activities that happen prior to things happening to the HDA, and some of them are so well and truly out of scope that they can be dismissed relatively quickly. But Ms Fishburn can add some more detail. I think it's worth
this afternoon.
While we're going
So
down this
you don't run down
process,
the
I think it's
time.
worth that exercise and taking that time.
Yeah, but in terms of that, were you surprised that on Wednesday, Mr Draper, given all the matters you've raised about Bill Berger, now we find out there's a probity review and the like, had no knowledge about this matter at all?
Look,
even though he's even though he's on the authority, and he went to the point of saying these were just simply assertions by me.
Well,
I knew more about his authority than he did. He's just a figurehead, isn't
well, Mr. Draper's testimony is Mr. Draper's testimony.
he? Are you surprised, though, having had him on this authority, and he's obviously got the Premier's department to run, and he wouldn't have much time for this authority?
Oh, I have every...
I have zero knowledge of this matter for which you've ordered a probity review?
I have every confidence in all three members of the Housing Delivery Authority and the proxies that they use from time to time. If there is a suggestion that the three of the most senior public servants in New South Wales are behaving untowardly or worse, then that should be reported to the relevant authorities. So are you suggesting that there's been poor behaviour?
Mr. Draper's a pretty basic guy. It's just a figurehead on this, and he's got no clue.
Well, your characterisation, not
important
mine.
matter. Well, were you surprised on Wednesday he knew nothing about this?
Look, there's been 429 expressions of interest assessed. Now, for anyone who's running the Premier's department at the same time as being part of this, to have at their immediate recall the detail of 429 expressions of interest, along with everything else that was being explored that day, I'm unsurprised. It's why we have a question on notice process, so that people can take things on notice, get the additional information that may inform and enable them to provide us accurate
information.
information.
Of the 429, how many of those have you ordered a probity review?
There's only the one I've asked, and that's out of an abundance.
And this is the one that Mr. Draper knew nothing about.
If I could finish?
Yep.
One.
I've ordered it out of an abundance of caution. There was a probity advisor, as I'm sure you've read in my response to your question on notice. There was a probity advisor at the meeting. There's a probity advisor at every one of the HDA meetings, right? There is so much probity around this, it's not funny. This has gone through the ICAC and it is given the tick.
And the probity advisor at the meeting, did he raise with you the comments, raise with the authority the comments of Daniel Mookie about Bill Berger in 2021 that they were a corruption risk?
Well, I'll
and
defer.
The findings of the... No, hear me out. Hear me out. You wanted to know some detail. The Auditor General saying corruption couldn't be ruled out regarding the $130 million that Bill Berger made on the light rail marshalling yard at Camellia, and also the adverse mention of Bill Berger in the ICAC Operation Tolosa report in 2023. Did your probity advisor tell the authority about this outfit?
Look, I'd have to defer to someone who was at the meeting. I don't attend the meeting.
That's not the role of the probity advisor.
What do
the
they
role
just
of
sit
the
there
probity
twiddling their
advisor
thumbs
is to
instead of
make sure
reporting that this mob had been adversely named at ICAC, and a senior minister, now the Treasurer, has said they're a corruption risk, and apparently your authority is oblivious to it all?
Are you suggesting that?
Right?
Are you suggesting that there's a corruption? There's
I'm
been corrupt
suggesting the
behaviour
probity
involved in
advisor
this.
should do
If
the
you
job
are,
of
Mr.
reporting these
Latham,
matters.
if you are, don't just sit in here and take it to
Listen,
the
pal,
secretary.
you're not putting words in my mouth. I'm asking
you're
you
trying to
why
put
a
words in
probity
everyone else's
advisor
mouth.
why a probity advisor wouldn't raise these probity issues that are on the public record from your colleague, the Treasurer, and from an ICAC report where they had adverse reaction. What's the answer?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Why wouldn't a probity advisor raise the words of your colleague, the Treasurer, about the corruption risk of Bill Berger?
Well, as you just heard from the Secretary, that's not the role of the probity advisor.
All right. What do they
But
do?
Mr. Latham, out of an
They
abundance
sound as
of
useful
caution,
as Draper.
out of an abundance of caution, I've referred this to external probity for review, this matter. But I would also
You've
point
referred
out...
it because it's crook.
Are you sorry? Is that accurate testimony? Are you
there is
claiming
a
that it's
point
crook,
of
and you have
order.
not? Are you claiming it's crook, and have not reported? Have you reported it to ICAC?
I've reported it to you. You're the one with the Section 11 responsibilities, not me.
As a member of Parliament, you have reporting responsibilities.
No, you've got Section 11. You ought to read the Act.
You have responsibilities.
You ought to
Mr.
read the
Latham.
Act.
If you want to come in here,
Okay,
and
order.
don't
reflect from your own Section 11
Stop,
immaturity that
everyone.
is testament to your political career.
Stop, you have to stop. When there is a point of order,
Out of an abundance of caution.
everyone, excuse me, Minister. Minister, I very rarely raise my voice or do this. When I do, I expect you to be quiet, all of you.
I apologise.
I give so much scope and leeway for you all to behave ridiculously at times. When I raise my voice, I do it and I mean it. Thank you. There was a point of order, but I suggest we're through. Would you like me to hear? I think Mr. Latham's time
has well and truly expired.
has-
He asked at least
Can I get an answer to my last question, which is a very important question?
Okay, the time has expired.
He gets another
Mr. Latham will get one
He
more
can ask us
round,
questions.
and we are now in the opposition time. Thank you, all of you.
Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. I'm the well-behaved one. for a change. Minister.
You got to keep everyone on their toes, Mr. Farlow.
With respect to that Mossman HDA proposal, if the applicant writes back and says to you that they will not proceed, in that time, will you revoke the SSDA declaration?
As I said earlier,
so you won't
today,
just wait for the 9 months to expire in terms of...
As I said earlier today, following that report, I was actually pretty annoyed by that report, that someone would use the HDA and the time associated with this as we've put together an authority that is aimed at helping address the housing challenges that we have in New South Wales. I'm pretty annoyed that someone had used this as a tyre kicking exercise to try and somehow work out. If you want to learn the valuation of your property under various scenarios, consult a property valuer. Consult a property valuer. Don't use the New South Wales planning system as some approach where you can flip it and try and make a few bucks on the side. So that report was really, really disappointing. I've asked the department to make inquiries as to whether or not it is the intention of this person to proceed. If that response indicates that they're not, I'll withdraw the declaration. No problem.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, with respect to items that you have declared as state significant under your ministerial powers, have you got any that you are aware of that have not proceeded to a development application following the issuance of the SEARs?
At this stage, and I'll get you, if you give me a second, I can find the exact numbers, but I think there's been 60 odd recommendations through the HDA that have had SEARs issued. Now, there's a process involved in that. The department, once there is a declaration made, the department makes contact with the proponent. They work through it. I stand corrected. Sorry, I'll correct that. 71 have been issued with SEARs. 5 have lodged EISs. The second one for Rangers Road and Yeo Street in Neutral Bay is on public exhibition at the moment. So they continue to progress.
Mr. Farlow, to answer that question completely, there's none that would be outside of the time frame at this point in time.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And Minister, with respect to some of those HDA declarations, you've had to make quite a few amendments to your ministerial orders. Why has that been the case?
Well, as there's a great one in roads that you may hear about today, where
that's one, but there's several others.
Where the proponent came back and said that they actually didn't have, they hadn't secured the option. And their negotiations had been unsuccessful, so the scope was reduced. There was another one where the proponent had, I think, included an error in their reference. Yep. So look, it's important. No human's infallible, Mr. Farlow, and no process is infallible. But when an error is detected, action is taken swiftly to fix it so that there aren't inaccuracies in the system.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, you would recall probably earlier this year I made comment about the fact that we did a survey of a few thousand development consents that had been done with conditions on consent, and many of those had inaccuracies in them that require modification as well. Requiring modifications to things in the planning system is not a new thing, nor is it unique to the HDA.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I just want to turn you now to T.G. Milner.
Yes.
In Ryde. Prior to the election, of course, the Labor candidate was saying that she wanted to share our vision for T.G. Milner as vital open space for Ryde. That site is now being redeveloped, as has been approved.
Well, potentially.
So what is the status, I would say?
So as I understand it, and Ms. Gibson might be able to add some further information to this, department staff are currently working with the proponent to update various studies after the panel exhibition, and the proposal is then anticipated to go on gateway assessment later this year. The proposal will progress to a gateway determination where it will undergo further strategic and site-specific assessment. You may recall that the planning panel indicated that it did have strategic and site-specific merit. That's why it recommended the proposal should progress to gateway determination. So it'll undergo further strategic and site-specific assessment prior to the identification of any required community or agency consultation. Any submissions received during the consultation will be considered before a final decision is made. The community is, of course, encouraged to have their say if the project proceeds to the public exhibition stage, and that's where we're at the moment.
So, Minister, is your government still committed to keeping TG Milner as vital open space?
We've not made that commitment to vital open space.
You made that prior to the election.
No, we did not make a commitment to vital open space. What we continue
Was your candidate
to progress.
freelancing at that point?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask the candidate whether they were
Okay, so that wasn't a commitment.
I wasn't on.
The Labor Party didn't make a commitment to keep TG Milner as open space.
I wasn't on the ERC, shadow ERC at the process. I wasn't part of, if there was a decision, and I'm only taking your word for it, which I don't doubt that I don't think you would come.
I've got the social media post of your candidate.
Lie
hand
to
that
me,
over
but
to you.
the fact is that the process is well down the track now. It will continue to be considered as part of that.
Minister, if I can turn you to one of your favourite haunts, the Sydney International Speedway. Are you aware now that Bathurst legend Gary Wilmington is no longer with the Speedway?
I understand he's resigned, yes.
Well, was it a resignation, Minister?
Well, I don't know. I understand. I believe it was. I stand to be corrected if you're telling me.
Are you aware of challenges with payment to Mr. Wilmington and his son as well?
I'm not aware of those. Ms. Hawes may have some additional information from the public spaces perspective, but and the Greater Sydney Parklands, which is the landowner, but I don't have anything before.
Minister, are you aware that Troy Boldy is now operating a cart facility at the International Speedway?
I'm not aware of that, and I don't think that is actually the case.
Yeah, we are aware that Gary Wilmington has left his role, but he has been replaced by a gentleman called Mitch Biner. The terms of his departure are really between him and the operators there.
Are you concerned, Minister, that there has been action with the ATO for unpaid superannuation for Bryden Wilmington?
Oh, look, I think every employer should meet their responsibilities. What I was more concerned about when it came to the Sydney Speedway is that despite the promises of the previous government, $110 million being put into it, estimated, because we still can't get to the bottom of how much actually was, given how murky it was by Mr. Constance.
That's not the question you're asking,
what was more of a concern is a motorsport that has a legitimate...
Don't obfuscate, Minister. Just answer the question you were asked.
Chair, I think... I'm not defending Constance.
Well, that's not the question he was asked.
I mean, Mr. Fang.
He's not being relevant.
Mr.
Fang. He's not being relevant.
He loves him.
Why don't you be relevant?
Loves him. But
why don't you be relevant to the question, Minister?
Mr. Fang, no more interjections. Thank you.
But so what we were concerned about was that. What I am pleased is that we've been able to fix that speedway for a start, get it to so it was operating. Gary Wilmington, I think, did an excellent job. I went out there a couple of times.
Minister, if I can just stop you there and ask, if the Speedway is fixed, then why doesn't it have a 25-26 season schedule outlined at the moment?
Look, we contract the operations of the Speedway, and you'd have to ask the operators as to why they don't have a season scheduled as yet.
Minister, at what point does predicted increase to population or dwellings or new infrastructure trigger a review of the the emergency service arrangements in that area, as they would do for a new school or a transport infrastructure?
It depends on the circumstances of the area. There's triggers that you probably have to ask the Minister for Emergency Services, might be individual agencies. However, the government continues to work with emergency services, whether they be SES in terms of flooding, fire services and the like, to make sure that we continue to invest. In fact, the other day, last week, I was able to announce as part of an additional $60-odd million in infrastructure spending, the acquisition of a new site for a new fire station in northwest Sydney. So these are continued work. The government's indicated further acquisition of land in the Aerotropolis for firefighting. I've already ruled out a number of potential residential blocks in northwest Sydney that would have been too high in terms of the level of risk they would have carried for flooding on the advice of the SES. So, and the government is going through a process at the moment, because we're the first government to have developed and published a state disaster mitigation plan, or state disaster adaptation plan. Sorry, and the local disaster adaptation plans on the back of that. So that's work that's ongoing because it's evolving. It changes from coastal erosion through to flooding, through to fire and the like.
Would doing it like after the developments occur, wouldn't that lead to a significant increase of cost rather than have it part of the initial planning process?
Well, sometimes we're faced with doing exactly that because the previous government didn't do it, right? So when we do, for instance, a good case in point will be the state-led rezoning process around a new station at Walara, where we'll go and have a look at the capacity of emergency services in that area and working with them, much like we do with schools, with hospitals, with all the other government services, because it's important.
Maybe you should have done that before you did the announcement, hey?
Point of order, Chair. Because I think you should call Mr. Feng to order. He's now repeatedly flouting your earlier rulings about interjections.
Thank you. I will ask the member to stop interjecting. Thanks, Mr. Fang.
As I was saying, if I could finish, because I was interrupted by the inane rantings of Mr. Fang.
Inane? Minister, red rags and bulls
sure.
don't.
He got
not
one,
in this
I got
room.
one.
There's enough red in this room.
You didn't get one, champion.
So what we continue to do is when we go through a rezoning process, or there's any exercise in changes to land use, or the continued expansion of communities, whether they be in the centre of the city or on urban fringes or in regional and rural New South Wales, we consider and consult with our colleagues as to the capacity of emergency services. It's why the RFS, the SES, Fire and Rescue are all part of our housing task force, which contemplates what needs to go along with and has a look at conditions that may be placed on development applications in certain areas.
Minister, again back to the renewables guidelines, and they refer to a consent authority but must be granted if it is unlikely, unless the consent authority is satisfied it is unlikely to have significant adverse impact on the region or city's capacity for growth, scenic quality or landscape character. Didn't take my word of that. I just wonder what's the trigger for that. So I'm talking specifically about, there's a proposal near Orange for 300-metre turbines in a state forest.
Yep.
What is the trigger that determines whether it will or will not have significant adverse impact on scenic quality or landscape character?
Yeah, well, Mr. Gainsford leads the assessment team, which contemplates that for projects that come to the state. So perhaps he can give some information on it.
I can come back to him on that later this afternoon, but then dive further in that decision falls with the department and you don't have oversight or input into that?
The department do assessments. The minister doesn't sit and do planning assessments. I'm not a qualified planner, so I don't think that's not the role of the minister. I consider what the department's recommendations on that, or in some circumstances it might go to the Independent Planning Commission for its own independent assessment process as part of that. These are well and truly they're standard approaches when it comes to assessing major projects in New South Wales. They evolve through time as the assessment works, and I'll wait till Mr. Fang's finished his notes so you've got your next question. But they evolve through time, and as a result of the guidelines that we issued, we've added a great deal more rigour around how that process is done. But Mr. Gainsford is probably able to inform the committee and its considerations of this question right now.
I can come back this afternoon. I'll just.
So you don't want to be informed? You just want to ask the questions?
No, we have plenty of time this afternoon.
Okay.
We also have other questions to ask, so I'll hand to my colleague, Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Minister, officials, thank you very much. Minister, I've just got a few questions. You described residents that have expressed concern about their local neighbourhoods being flattened for high-rise with little to no consultation as un-Sydney-like, and suggested they ignore their collective responsibility. Minister, I ask, is this sort of talk helpful in the current housing planning discussion?
So you obviously haven't picked up. I think you guys are Yimbys this week. I'm not sure, because Walara, we're still unclear what's going on there.
We support a station at Walara,
Minister, the terminology used to the community was un-Sydney-like, suggested that they're ignoring their collective responsibility. It's patronising, it's dismissive language.
I don't think collective responsibility is dismissive. I think collective responsibility is something we've got. We've got a situation where we've got geographic divides, social divides, and social exclusion, as well as economic participation, as well as productivity events, as a result of a sustained lack of building of homes in New South Wales, particularly in Sydney. We have faced a situation where every day thousands of people are being asked to travel from the west to the east, largely to provide services in the city that they've got, and in suburbs where they've got largely no chance of living in unless we expand supply. So it is our collective responsibility. Every part of our community, whether it's in and around Walara, in Wollongong, in West Wyalong, or anywhere else, is or Mossman, it has a part of that responsibility. Absolutely.
Thank you, Minister.
You don't agree but you don't agree that we have a collective responsibility.
Minister, you've stressed a shared responsibility.
Yes.
To address the housing crisis, yet a factor that has clearly had a significant impact on housing demand in Sydney is immigration.
Well, we have been migrating since 1788. So yeah,
Minister,
I guess it has.
The Albanese government, the federal Labor government,
it's all the
immigration policies
you guys
have
playing
brought
bingo over there with all
over
the usual tropes that are coming out this
1 million
time?
people to Australia in 2 years.
And immigration,
Do you
as
agree
I understand it,
that
has fallen.
historically high levels of immigration are having an impact on housing demand and affordability in Sydney and beyond?
I agree that people have an ability on housing demand, and I agree that a lack of housing construction has an impact on price. People, doesn't matter where they come from, need to be housed. Maslow's hierarchy of needs from the very earliest of days. Food, shelter,
it's the immigration
clothing,
levels
right?
that I've put to you, Minister.
Are you saying that if we stopped immigration tomorrow, that everyone would be able to afford a house and everyone would have a house? Is that your assertion? Are you serious?
It'll be better.
Minister, given the public's concern about housing and what we're currently facing here, how will you ensure your government's policies address both the supply and the demand sides of the crisis to deliver affordable housing?
That's an excellent question. It is really a good question. So there's a few things that, and you're going to have to excuse me.
And I would just ask you, Minister, not to dismiss what my starting of my question was in terms of immigration levels.
And I'd ask you just to allow me to at least get out more than one sentence, right? And this will be long because we've done a lot, right? And I think it's important that the committee understands exactly what we've done here. So on the supply side, we have rezoned around transport hubs, right, across the Hunter, Central Coast, Greater Sydney, the Illawarra, Shoalhaven, in terms of accelerated precincts and Tier 2 levels. We've addressed through our low and mid-rise housing, the missing middle. We've got a housing delivery authority that is, for the first time, the state government is directly involved in the housing that has to happen.
Thank you, Minister. You've spoken a lot about that this morning. I'm conscious I've got 1 minute and 5 seconds
You've
left.
asked a big question. You've asked a big
I
question,
recognise
right?
your work on this.
We've also slashed
Minister,
we
the community
slashed the forever tax
concern-
on the family home under the previous government. Got rid of that. We scrapped it. We've increased
First home
the
buyer's
capacity
choice.
for first home owners to get stamp duty mitigations or reductions, most of which aren't paying anything. There's been billions of dollars in stamp duty concessions. We're working, we've got a permanent reduction in the land tax for build-to-rent projects. We're working with our federal colleagues who today, congratulate them on bringing forward their lower deposit scheme so people can get a house earlier than what they have to do ordinarily. That's a good initiative.
Thank you,
brought
Minister.
forward.
It's a good list, and we've heard a lot about
we're
it.
driving down
Minister, if I could
assessment
redirect
times.
you in the last 15 seconds in terms of the community concern in this space, unsustainable immigration levels, and they put it to me like this, that your reforms aim for 377,000 new homes by 2029, yet immigration-driven demand continues to outpace supply. How do you respond, Minister?
Well, I don't think that bears up to the facts. Right. So for a long time, we've had a proud history of being a strong migrant community. My mum is a migrant herself. And my wife's mother is a migrant. If you track back early enough, so are both of our dad's families. But I think the seeds of social division that are attempted to being sowed with this line of questioning and this sort of characterisation of our housing problem treats people as mugs. Right, and I think that's wrong. It's sowing division where division doesn't need to be sowed. The fact is, New South Wales has been producing 6 houses per 1,000 people for a long time. Our colleagues in Queensland and Victoria have been producing 8 and 9 houses per 1,000 people. If your planning restrictions under the former coalition government meant that you couldn't build some of the things that have been part of our housing past, and it meant that we're the 859th least dense city on the planet, that we've got less housing diversity than we did 100 years ago, then the root cause of this problem is fundamentally not having built enough houses. We're making up for that. We're making up for that.
Minister, just a
and we're
final
catching up for
question.
that. And
How
I don't
does the
agree with your
government-
characterisation
Ms.
that
Merton,
it's a
final
migration
question,
problem.
Ms. Merton,
your
It's
time,
rude
your
and
time
irresponsible
Ms.
from a
Merton,
member of
sorry,
elected
but your
office.
time's up.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. You'll
Thank
get some more time.
Lots to cover, Minister.
Minister, could I please turn to the comments that appeared in the SMH over the weekend that were very concerning about fire regulations, and the article that referred to by Max Madison and referred to the use of captain's calls being able to use to override RFS recommendations or vetoes over developments, and the notion that perhaps some kind of overreach has been involved in the RFS recommendations to date around a development referred to as Lizard Rock in North Sydney. What are you doing?
Sorry, what's
so the question is,
what's your question? Has there been overreach or?
No, well, yes, the question is in two parts.
Yeah.
One, what are you doing in relation to fire controls?
Yep.
What is your intention? How did this come about? And the overreach.
Well, I mean, I don't know where Mr. Madison might have got his information from. Journalists apparently don't reveal their sources, so I can't speculate as to what he may have been told, what he may not have been told. However, there's been no announcement by the government of any changes with respect since the 2021, I think it was the last reg change with respect to some stuff on RFS. That may be that I might have got that wrong. With respect to Padagorang, the department is continuing to work with New South Wales Rural Fire Service in an attempt to resolve any bushfire concerns. New South Wales Rural Fire Service also undertook bushfire modelling and further consultation with Transport for New South Wales Emergency Management Group on bushfire evacuation. This is part and parcel of development assessment that we consider now.
Have you got any plans at the moment, though, to change the bushfire?
The government's made no announcements with respect to that. We've got a group that we've brought together because too often what's happening is the RFS gets, I think, the most, if
Yes,
not,
it's
the most what's known as concurrences and referrals of any agency in the government. And that's often the case because despite there being quite specified numeric standards that people are required to meet with respect to material standards, with respect to asset protection zones, assessment authorities, largely councils, refer it off for someone else in the RFS to check and then make sure that it's okay. So for the RFS to put a stamp on it, if you like, and say this is okay, even though the proponent can consult a table of requirements and make that same assessment themselves. As a result, that's why we've had to bring together groups, 22 different agencies in our housing task force, so that we can clear some of these things, because what often happens is you get conflicting conditions of consent between different state government authorities. The RFS is working very, very well with the Department of Planning and other agencies as part of that, and as a result, we've cleared to return to council. Let me just get my numbers. The task force has cleared 4,000 or just over 4,000 concurrences of referrals. This was as at earlier August, which has allowed DAs for nearly 57,000 homes to go back for councils for determination. Now, of those, nearly 2,000 of those DAs have been approved, so that's 23,000 houses. That's sort of stuff that was stuck in the system that just needed a couple of people to work together to resolve the issue, to get it back so that it could go through the final assessment.
And so on the basis of that, has there been any case to change the planning and bushfire rules? Has anybody made those recommendations to you?
I think the argument has been that we continue to do work through good arrangements within and across government. I'm not aware of any changes to bushfire rules as a result of the housing task force.
No, nothing as a result of the housing task force. I just want to add as well that for many years, in fact, the department provided support directly into the RFS to help and assist them with assistance. That is how closely we work. That was one of few embedded officers, but the RFS, because of the sheer volume, needed some assistance, and we were very happy to provide that as well.
And is there a conclusion that there has been overreach in relation to the North Sydney development?
Who's made that conclusion?
Well, it's just reported that somebody
So it's reported. So a nameless person's made that claim. I can't respond to
from Sussex
some sort of claim that, I mean, where's
Well,
Mr.
so
Fangmo?
the other thing is the Premier made reference in his budget estimates last week that Simon Draper was meeting with the proponent of that development this week or very soon.
Yep.
And then an article drops and then there's a discussion about overreach. Is there something that you're aware of, Minister, that's currently happening in relation to that development and the potential of loosening the current fire recommendations?
I've given the outline of what I'm aware is happening.
So you're not aware? Were you aware that the Premier is aware that Simon Draper is meeting this week or very soon with the proponent?
I'm not aware that I was aware that the Premier was aware that Simon Draper was meeting with someone. I'm not sure of my awareness of that.
No, so you have no knowledge of that?
Oh, well, the Premier doesn't ring me up every time
I didn't ask.
meeting with someone.
No, I didn't ask that, Minister. You had no knowledge
the-
whatsoever that the Premier and Simon Draper are in discussions with the proponent about that development?
Look, that could be one item on a dozen item agenda, and they could be where the
Minister,
question.
I'm asking
I
you.
don't know. I don't
I'm
know the
asking
nature
you
of the
if
meeting,
you
so I
are-
wasn't aware that the Premier had made. No, the Premier hadn't made me aware of that, and I don't think he's required to report into me. He's
I'm
not
not
the one.
suggesting that-
He's not a consent authority.
No.
And I suspect that.
Minister, sorry, I'm just
Yeah.
a tiny bit lost. You had no knowledge that the Premier and Simon Draper are meeting with, or both are meeting with the proponent.
Are they supposed to make me aware?
I'm not. I'm just nothing smart
The
here. Nothing smart. Nothing smart. I'm asking you, Minister.
No, I wasn't.
Were you
but the
aware?
Metropolitan Land Council probably has a range of issues on its plate in terms of what
Minister,
it's dealing
it was
with.
just
So-
a yes or no question. It really
No,
was.
but I think that's important to have context because people make things out of yes or no.
I think I gave lots of context.
So-
Were you?
You'd know.
Are you? Were you aware? Is today, with me asking you this question, the first time you became aware?
No, it's not the first time.
It's not. Okay, thank you. When
Sorry,
was
that's
the-
a different question from were you aware? your original line of questioning was I aware when the Premier made that testimony? No, I wasn't aware then. I am aware now because he made that testimony.
Minister, we're getting far too smart for everyone.
Sorry,
right now.
that's what I understood
really
your
simple.
question to be.
Really
so
simple.
Am I aware? Yes.
Right. When were you first made aware that the Premier and
I think I just answered that, but I heard it when the Premier said it in his budget estimates.
Okay, so that was the first time you became aware that Simon Draper is meeting with the proponent of that development?
Yes, and as I say though, the proponent is a land council.
Sorry, can we just go back to the yes? Was that a yes? Yes? That's the first time?
How many times? I've said it several times.
Well, no, we've gone around the mulberry bush. Okay. That's all. If we could just stay...
Yes, I'm aware today. No, I wasn't aware before the Premier gave the testimony. Yes, I was aware after the Premier gave the testimony.
Thank you. And so
however, I will add the clarifying point that a Metropolitan Land Council does much, much more than submit one planning proposal. And
it was only about that development. That's the only one I'm concerned with at this point.
But do you know that's the only topic on the agenda?
I'm only asking you, Minister, about that one
We're
development.
trying to make it a little bit murky by suggesting that there's some side meeting going on, and we're going to connect that to the Sydney Morning Herald article.
No,
and we've probably got
if that's what you're doing, that's fine.
That's
your agenda. It's not mine. My agenda is literally just to ask you a few questions about bushfire controls in New South Wales.
Well, let's get back to bushfire
and as they
control,
pertain to that particular land.
To the extent that I can answer, given I'm not the Minister for Emergency
Okay,
Services.
Minister, are you aware, in any context outside of this article that I'm referring to, that there was views that the bushfire controls recommended by the RFS are overreach?
I haven't heard that characterisation of it. No, in fact, I've heard the opposite, where the local member thinks that it should be outlawed altogether. I have heard some people say that it should be seriously considered, and that may not be to the extent at which it was first proposed. And I've heard others who have said approve it.
And in this context, Minister, will you ultimately have any decision-making role in this particular development?
It's the panel.
It's the panel.
It's the panel.
It's the panel.
Sorry, Monica?
So there may be a role for the Minister. At the moment, the Planning Proposal Authority is a strategic planning panel, and they're currently the Consent Authority. They're currently managing that process. Depending on the decision that they make, there may be a role for the Minister.
Just finally, Minister, will you guarantee that the fire controls, any fire controls and views of the RFS will be held up to the highest consideration?
The RFS, I don't think there's any plan to diminish the contributions to the assessment of the RFS, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Mr Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Minister, the hearing's got a little bit scatty, so if I can throw the switch to positivity and congratulate you on what you're doing at Walara Station and bringing in 20,000 newly arrived migrants to vote Labor and Teal and get rid of the member for Vaucluse, I think is fantastic work. But in that regard, the same member for Vaucluse just recently said her number one priority in the upper house is to work with Labor, work with you guys in government. So are you a bit surprised given that statement? Yeah, instead of the evil person on the crossbench, she wants to work with Labor. Is her number one priority. Are you surprised in that context she hasn't given full unqualified support to your proposal today?
Look, to be honest, I'm a bit stunned by the opposition's general response. Right, so
let's go. The member for Vaucluse.
Yeah, no,
local member.
I'll get to her because I've heard there's landowners in the area who are not fans of what's going on. There was one called Mark on the radio earlier this morning, but there was
complete and utter rubbish, and you know it.
A media release. There's a media release. Release here. And Mr. Farlow's been asked on several occasions.
No. What member for Vaucluse? But she said she wants to work with Labor. Why isn't she giving you 100% support?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask the member for Vaucluse that. But I hope she does give. No,
but I'm asking you: are you surprised? And do you think she should live up to that commitment of working with Labor?
I'm really not surprised by the twists and turns of the opposition when it comes to housing.
Okay. Thank you. Well, let's go back to Bill Berger and roads then, having...
well, let's keep up that positivity.
Our dose of... No, well, we've had enough positivity. Let's be serious. Who's the probity advisor doing the review of what's occurred?
I don't have the name in front of me. I'll take it on notice.
Yep.
And who's the probity advisor that sat in on the meeting?
I'll take that on notice. It was an independent probity advisor at that point in time.
Are they separate outfits, not the same one?
I believe so, but I'll check for you.
Okay, if we can get that on notice. And what does the probity advisor do at these meetings? Because you think Bill Berger, a Year 10 student, could Google their name and come up with the statements of the Auditor General, the now Treasurer, and ICAC in relation to this company, and perhaps suggest that a little bit of caution needs to be taken with them. What is the role of the probity advisor if it's not to offer a probity check on the proponent?
Well, I'll defer to Ms Fishburn because she actually attends the meetings. I don't.
The probity advisor's role is to make sure that things like conflicts of interest are declared, that the meeting is run properly, that the information that is gathered is accurate according to the meeting. The probity advisor is not there to make comment on the proponent.
Right, but would they check the accuracy of the information provided by Bill Berger, saying they had ownership or an option on the 3 parcels of private land that ultimately turned out they hadn't even spoken to those landowners?
The point.
How did that happen? Who do you trust to say that this application? Who do you trust that this application has the consent of all the landowners within the parcel?
I'll ask Mr Gainsford to go into further detail, but the point in time that landowners' consent is absolutely required in the planning system is at the point of EIS. A development application is not able to go forward.
No, we know that. You've also got HDA criteria saying that you require the proponent to demonstrate ownership or an option to purchase for all land to which the proposal applies. So you've got a couple of checks, and at the first hurdle, how did the authority come to believe that Bill Berger had the consent of the owners of the land, the 3 in question in Averill Street and Leeds Street roads, when in fact it wasn't the case?
I think I've provided information about the point where the ultimate check of that is undertaken within the planning system.
I'm not asking about the ultimate check. I'm asking about the check you had before you in February at this HDA meeting. Why did you believe that Bill Berger was correct in saying that all the other private landowners had consented when in fact they hadn't?
Bill Berger indicated that there was an option put in.
So you only trust Bill Berger?
Sorry, I'm just going to refer to Mr Gainsford because I sit in the meeting.
Yep.
David's area undertakes
What's the
their
go,
advice.
Yeah, look, Ms Fishburn is correct that the evidence that we get through the expression of interest application was put forward by Bill Berger, which, as Ms Fishburn and the Minister has mentioned, does talk to both the ownership and options for purchase, and so that information was provided. When we got supplementary information as part of the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements.
Yeah, I know all that, but at the first hurdle, you trust Bill Berger, and that's all you needed. Shouldn't these proponents have letters of consent from the other private property owners so you know it's the truth?
I think, as Ms Fishburn was mentioning before, landowner consent is actually something that's required as part of the application process, the formal application process, so we're not requiring landowner consent.
No, anything can get through, but
Can I
what about the disrespect to these private owners that you've ticked something through that didn't have their consent? They feel aggrieved, they feel left out, they feel that the planning process has been completely pathetic from their point of view. What about them?
Well, I'll take that as a comment. I haven't been provided
it's a
with
question.
any of that
It's a
information.
question. All I'm letting you know.
If I can come back to you to answer your question about the probity advisors. Centium were the probity advisors at the original meeting. The department's currently doing conflict of interest checks for a second independent probity advisor before we finalise procurement. So
okay, it's now Mr Ruddock's time.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'm wanting to get an idea of what your view is on the build to rent project. Now, I understand the previous government brought in this framework, which they had copied off the UK. Would you say that you are just sort of going along with the flow of what the now opposition had brought in, or would you say that you're more enthusiastic about build to rent?
I think we're generally more enthusiastic, right? Look, is it a class building that's going to take over everything and will all be renters forevermore? No. Is it a class like social housing, like affordable housing that can provide an option? Yes. So that's why the government has gone down the path of having a couple of projects that are in the wind and also making some changes to the land tax provision. So in terms of those projects, Mr. Wendler here is looking after all of them because we've provided Landcom with the funding to do that. One is under construction in Bomaderry, an important location in terms of a growing rental population down there generally with a shortage of available rental properties. There's often competition and conflict with short-term rentals in that part of the world, a bit of a holiday destination. But it's also located near a train station, near a TAFE, not too far from a hospital. So in terms of that key worker population is an important part. So that'll be one project. A second project is taking place in Lismore, again adding to the stock of housing in Lismore. And then we've got a really good initiative, I think, a really labour to its bootstraps type initiative for build-to-rent housing for key workers in Sydney. So the first site of those that's been announced is the joinery at Annandale. The former, this is actually government policy working together, right? So identified, this is our West Connects dive site, big concrete pad on Parramatta Road, well located to transport and amenities and green space and the like, near universities, near health services. Site that was left just sitting there under the previous government. Land audit examines it, finds it, and as a result, Landcom are undertaking a development where it's 220 build-to-rent apartments that are dedicated, or will be dedicated, to public sector workers. It's the Landcom will also be looking for other sites as part of a $450 million program to do some build-to-rent projects. Similarly, the government made some changes to tax arrangements in the last budget to permanently reduce the amount of land tax on build-to-rent projects.
Well, I would urge you and Mr. Wendler to have some caution on this, because I think that there are perverse outcomes that may not be readily. That may take some
and that's
time
why I
to
say
understand.
it's a contribution to the housing supply challenge. It's not the only solution. I think
they can't help but go slow, mate.
You've got a group of people who their labour market arrangements will probably mean that they may wish to be more fluid in their arrangements in terms of tenure of properties. That may be attracted to the build-to-rent option. The longer-term, more secure tenancy arrangements can be an attractive option for some people. And you may have people who move for work, go into a build-to-rent arrangement, but are also own their own property in another place or have other investments that finance their longer-term wealth and retirement.
Okay, well, related to that, I mean, I'm guessing you have frustration with a lot of councils across Sydney because they're not being as supportive of your TOD, but you must be thrilled with the Inner West because they've basically said that they want to have a super TOD, where they want to exceed your expectations.
They're not alone, though. They're not alone.
There's also Canterbury as well, maybe one or two others, but...
Macquarie asked for some extra sites.
Okay,
Wollongong have suggested some extra sites.
Good.
Yeah,
well, at face value about the Inner West, it's good news. But I've had people in my office that have told me the only way this is going to stack up in the Inner West is if it's almost entirely build to rent. Does that sound right to you, sir?
No.
Really?
No, I'm sure people in your office may have said that, but it doesn't sound to me as though the only way it'll stack up.
Well, you did just mention Annandale, which I'm guessing is the Inner West Council, and you said that was going to be built to rent. So you're not aware that a lot of these, I mean, they want to build a lot of properties, which is generally a good thing in the Inner West, but your understanding as of today is that it's not going to be predominantly built to rent.
No, not exclusively, not predominantly. It may feature part of it, I don't know, but in the planning controls, they haven't specified that it will only be built to rent.
Build to sell is always the greatest majority.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Build to sell is always the greater majority.
I see. Okay. Well, I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
1.3. Go for it.
1.3.
Yeah.
Minister, the budget outlines that dwelling completions are expected to be 240,000 to 28, 29. Do those figures come from the Department of Planning?
No.
No? Where do those figures come from?
Treasury, like all the other figures in the budget.
Okay. Department of Planning doesn't have any input into those figures?
No, Treasury does its own forecasting on that. But what we are seeing, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know, is a general uptick in a range of metrics when it comes to the Housing Accord. Over the course of the Housing Accord, we've seen the average assessment times from councils come down. We've seen the number of lodgements increasing, about 26% year on year so far. We've seen a similar increase in the number of approvals, and pointing out that about 3/4 of the approvals, the additional approvals, have come directly as a result of state government policy change. So the TODs and the like, SSDs, infill affordable housing. We've seen nearly 50,000 commencements of construction, so an increase in the number of projects that are underway. And increased year on year and overall. Similarly, the number under construction is increasing, while the number of approved but not yet commenced is falling. So those two things work in the right way.
So, Minister, just with the 5 seconds I've got, so what is the Department of Planning's estimate then for completions over the next
377,000.
We'll hold you to that.
Well, we've set a target. I mean, do you not agree with the target? Do you subscribe to the target?
Well, your budget says 240. Now you're saying
no. But so you still don't agree with the 377,000?
So what do you get to 377,000?
So you don't agree.
We'll see if you get there.
Don't agree with the target.
You have to deliver it, Minister.
Your budget says 240, mate.
Talk about
Minister,
words in people's
Minister, Centennial
Sure.
Coal is seeking to discharge up to 26.5 megalitres a day of filthy mine water into Cox's River, the head of the Sydney drinking water catchment, for up to 4 years. Will you rule out granting consent to that?
Well, as I think you would find, as someone who's practiced law in this area, that it's only fair that people go through the assessment process, and people ministers don't rule things in and out unilaterally.
Will you commit to using the Norby test, the neutral and beneficial effect water test, in assessing the proposal?
If I could conclude, and Mr. Gainsford may like to add to this, given that he's an assessment. In July 2025, Water New South Wales published the neutral and beneficial effects, so the NORBA assessment guidelines 2025. This guideline includes minor changes to the way in which current recommended practices are reviewed, and clarifies how SSD applications should be considered to safeguard Sydney's drinking water supply. But I just would take the opportunity, Chair, to point out that water transfers did occur during the power station outage in April and May, which have now ceased, right? But the water quality within Thompsons Creek Reservoir remained below the strict limits set by the Commission as conditions of consent during the transfers. Now, that's not, I say that by matter of fact, rather than indicating anything else. But I think it's important that we come back to what actually occurred during that period.
Thank you. I've just got one last thing, and if I don't do it, my colleague Dr. Con, I know, will.
If you're going to be in trouble, if off a colleague,
I will be in major trouble.
Mr. Fang might want to interrupt. I'm happy to hear your question.
Minister, it's just briefly about synthetic turf. The recommendation was that community consultation during the planning and design stage take place. Why has it appeared now only as a recommendation, not a requirement?
So we've published a guideline that decision makers and designers should take into account, and that governs how decision makers and designers should take matters into account when it comes to synthetic.
But you didn't think to make it a requirement, more just a reco?
We've responded to the Chief Scientist's report with published those guidelines, so that people have at their command the things that we think should be taken into consideration when making a decision.
Thank you. Government time. I'm sure you've got hundreds of questions. Are you ready?
Got one question. I want to ask about the proposed state-led rezonings of Walara and Edgecliff Station.
Yeah.
How are they going to help address the housing challenge?
Yeah.
And perhaps you might be able to elaborate on some of the responses to this initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Diadam, for the question. the work that's going to be led by the Department of Planning over the next couple of years in advance of a multi-million-dollar investment in a new Walara station to replace the ghost station that's there is an important piece of work to make sure that we can deliver up to 10,000 new dwellings in that area, including affordable homes. It's important that all parts of our city that people have an opportunity to live in all parts of our city. We shouldn't be producing exclusive enclaves. It's important that people who provide services to our cities, whether they're cleaners, truck drivers, teachers, police officers and the like, have an opportunity to live in the suburbs, perhaps where they grew up and can no longer afford, or perhaps where they currently work. And I have to say there's been some interesting and mixed responses to it so far. Just looking at it, the Committee for Sydney was supportive. Urban Task Force has said some supportive things about being a clear sign. We've turned a corner when it comes to planning and housing in infill Sydney. They were less complimentary about the opposition. Claire O'Neill, Minister O'Neill, in the Federal Housing Minister, paid credit to us as stepping up. Jackie Lambie said you can tell the NIMBYs to go and get stuffed. So that's an interesng reflection on it. The local member, the local member.
Which local member? Which local member?
Supportive.
Federal, state.
I don't think
which
the
local
state member has been supportive, but actually she's downgraded NIMBY to BIMBY this week. So. Catch up with your opposition's acronyms on housing. It's better in my backyard, apparently. Better in my backyard. Don't know what that means. It was ironic standing in front of the station saying that we need more investment in the area. Well, guess what? Behind you was going to be a couple of $100 million in investment in the station in an area that can sustain it. Alex Greenwich, the independent member for Sydney, someone well known to this group, quote, "There's a unique opportunity at this site to create planning controls and incentives to deliver essential worker housing for teachers, nurses, cleaners, hospitality and retail workers who are unable to afford to live near their workplaces in the city and east." So I think generally, it's been a pretty positive response to it. Now, it's not going to be universally loved. I accept that. Over the next couple of years, in advance of the station commencing construction, the department will lead a state assessed planning process, which will give guidance to the heights. We've started an investigation area of 800 metres around Walara Station, or the proposed Walara Station, or sort of the existing one, and 400 metres around Edgecliffs. Not a guarantee of those areas because we take into account topography and the like, but I think almost some good responses so far, but disappointingly, even despite questioning today, the opposition has still not been willing to get on board, if you like, with this one. They're equivocating. Coming up with more terms.
How many times do you have to read that we support? Just you saying it doesn't make
in their media release that an insurance policy
you have
has.
One drawing. That's it.
And,
one drawing.
It's important that they should get on board.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister.
Any more questions from the government?
Yeah, Lawrence wants to ask something about Dubbo Sports Hub, right? You got 45 minutes.
Up, didn't he?
Okay.
What about Dubbo Sports Hub, mate? Dubbo Sports Hub.
Thank you.
You got
Mr. Fang, government members, refrain. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. I do think you may have had too much fun. Thank you for attending this hearing. We are finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you, Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, committee. I appreciate your time.
That's interesting.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you, everyone. And we're back with the opposition for your round of questioning.
Thank you very much. Ms Hawes, as promised.
Hi, Mr. Farlow.
We'll get back to the Speedway, but with respect to Moore Park, so there's a budgetary allocation for Moore Park Golf Course?
There is.
In this budget, $3.5 million?
So the previous budget allocation was for the design work.
Yep.
That is underway, as you know. This year there was a capital application for the creation of the park, which will be staged subject to final design, etc. So yes, there is an allocation.
Okay. And so what is that allocation for at this stage? So is that for design or?
The 2.6 was for design. There's 50 million for the development of the new parkland.
Okay. So with respect to that $50 million, is that the entire amount?
At this stage, that's the amount that's been provisioned, but my understanding is government is looking to progressively enhance the park over time. So that amount is allocated to deliver the commitment of a 20-hectare parkland.
Okay. Over what period of time?
To be determined, because we're looking at the design work at the moment, but certainly over the next 3 years, progressive enhancements.
Okay, so within the forward estimates period?
Yeah, within the forward estimates.
Okay, thank you. And have you got modelling on how much the cost will be to carve up the golf course as well to 9 holes? Is that included as part of that figure, or is that separate?
So there's a multidisciplinary design team working on this. It includes people from various professional backgrounds, including landscape architecture, golf architecture, as you'd expect. And we're looking at different scenarios, particularly with respect to the revised golf offering, with the view to releasing the design establishment plan for further consultation later this year.
Okay. And so within that envelope is both the public open space and the golf course? Or is the golf course separate to that allocation in terms of that $50 million?
The allocations for the delivery of the complete package.
Okay, the complete package, so including both sites. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, if I find where it is, I'll come straight to the Speedway as well. So with respect to the Speedway, you said previously you weren't aware of the operation of a go-kart facility at the site?
Yeah. So a couple of things on the Speedway. My understanding is that that there is an application to consider go-karting at the track. I think what you're referring to is some testing that they did where there's some social media posted that shows go-karts on the track. My understanding is that was testing. It's not actually scheduled into their event program at this stage. They are focused on designing their schedule for the next season, which kicks off in October. So that's the focus of their attention at the moment. But I think what you're referring to is actually a testing event.
Well, I would draw your attention to the fact that a website has been created called sydneyspeedwaykarts.com.au. And funnily enough, the domain registry, the holder of that domain registry is a Mr. Troy Boldy, funnily enough. And there are several Google reviews and reviews on the site that actually go through and thank a Troy who is involved in the operation of that Speedway karts, if I can draw that to your attention. Now, with respect to that and that operation, would that be something that would be permissible under the lease that is taken out on Sydney International Speedway?
Yeah, we're in discussions with them at this point in time, but I can't really say beyond that. I understand they're interested in holding those kinds of events, and the Parkland Trust is in discussions with them about that.
Okay, so
but that's with the head lessee rather than, as you know, the dragway operator is Mr. Buick.
So they have full control. It doesn't go back to Greater Sydney Parklands as to what goes on in that site. So
I take on notice because they are licensed as well by the Office for Sport. So it would be a dual consideration, would be my understanding, but I might need to take that aspect on notice.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to Mr. Wilmington leaving, now I believe that previously you had advised that the licence was held by him. Was that correct?
For the as the track operator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when did Mr. Wilmington cease to be the track operator?
We were advised, just let me get that, 15th of July, we were advised that he would no longer continue in his role. The track manager is hired by the venue operator, and my understanding, I have advice that they have hired a subsequent venue operator, which is Mr. Mitch Biner, who I referred to in my previous answer.
Yep. And when did he become the licence holder of that track operator?
I'll need to take the precise date on notice, but they ran it through an expression of interest process to source a new tracker operator, but that he has been appointed. I'm not exactly sure of the date of his appointment.
Okay, thank you. Considering that at present there is no operation of a speedway at the site, nor a 25-26 calendar which has been published, it would seem that the only operation at the moment is with respect to the karting. Is that in breach of the licence and the lease to the Speedway?
No, I don't think that's a fair characterisation. I've said to you they have expressed an interest in undertaking karting, but they are developing the schedule. The season doesn't start till October, so there is a schedule under development.
And it has been outlined as well, I believe, that the schedule has been pushed back the operations have been pushed back at the Speedway because of challenges on the track. Is that your understanding?
Not completely my understanding, no. It is a matter for them to determine their schedule of events rather than the landlord, which is us. So we're really in their hands as to their preferred scheduling. I understand that they were doing some enhancements, but I would need to take on notice. Is your claim that there's delay because there's an issue with the track? Is that what you're suggesting?
That is my understanding, and just let me find it in my notes, but I believe that there was a statement that was made by the new operator with respect to that. I might come back to that.
Yeah, and I can try and chase that up for this afternoon so that we don't, that we can answer it today, but not to my understanding.
I believe it's with respect to the catch fence compliance.
Can I come back to you? Because I wasn't aware of an issue with that.
Yep, okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that was outlined by Mr. Biner as well in a social media post. Unfortunately, I don't have the date of. Actually, the 23rd of August, 2025.
23rd of August, okay. Can I chase that up and come back to you today?
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that is an issue which sadly I didn't have last week, but that the New South Wales Office of Sport is aware of and will not issue an MVRG licence until these works have been completed.
Yeah, and those works may very well be in train, so I'll come back to you. I'll get an update, but
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the lease payments and any arrangements by the Speedway, are they all up to date?
To my understanding, unless you've got other
No.
intel, but to my understanding, all is in order.
Okay. And have any discounts been offered?
Since the beginning of the lease, or recently?
Well, I think we previously had
Yeah,
talked
we
about the
previously.
first couple of months, but
Yeah.
since that point in time, apart from the initial discounts,
I'll need to
that
check,
were-
because those discounts were related to track upgrades at the
Okay.
time.
If you can take those on notice,
Yeah,
that would
absolutely.
be helpful.
I'll try and get that for you today.
Thank you. Now, I might just try to see if we can let people early and work through in a sense, and turn to you, Mr. Wendler, with respect to some sites. Now, the land audit, how many sites have Landcom taken up as part of the land audit so far?
So, thanks for the question. So we have acquired 2 sites through the land audit. Give me a second. So we have acquired 2 sites. We have board approval for a 3rd site, and we are close to finalising a 4th site as well.
Okay, and what are those sites?
So I can tell you about the 2 sites that we have acquired.
Yep.
One is the joinery in Annandale, the one
Yep.
that the Minister mentioned before.
This is the old... sorry, yep, go on. Yep.
It is the dive site,
Yep,
the old
that's-
Western
yep.
X dive site. That is a site that will be turned into homes for 577 homes. And then the other site is a site in Ed Park, which is a site that we acquired. Actually, it's the first site. It's called Jardine Drive at Edmondson Park.
And what consideration has Landcom paid for these sites so far?
So for Ed Park, we paid a consideration of nearly $13 million. And
30.
13.
Oh, 13, sorry.
13,
I was
1-3.
Miss
And
Gibson was right.
for Annandale, $40 million.
40.
40.
Yeah.
Okay, and both of those were paid at market value, were they?
Yeah, so how it works is that we have the second right of refusal if the site comes through the land audit, and then we undertake due diligence, and then there will be evaluation by Value New South Wales, so market price valuation. It really depends as well on the zoning at the time. So when we acquired the site in Annandale, it was an industrial site. It was acquired many years ago as an industrial site, and so we are currently going through a rezoning, through a planning proposal. So you may have seen in the news we submitted a planning proposal for that site end of June, and as well an SSDA approval. So that's what's happening at the moment.
Thank you very much. Yep. Sorry, Mr. Wendell, were you going to say
No,
anything?
no, that's it.
No. Thank you. And with respect to those valuations, do you get any right to contest the valuation as issued, or is it just that Landcom accepts, and if you don't accept the valuation that's presented, that you just don't purchase effectively?
So we, as the acquiring entity and the selling agency, we have the right to brief the valuer with information, and then there is a draft valuation. After the draft valuation comes back to us, we can review it and see if there are factual errors, and so that's the process. But in the end, as you said, once the evaluation is final, we have to make a decision, a commercial decision, if it is a feasible development for us or not. And in the case of the two developments, or the two sites that I mentioned that we have already acquired, we made the decision that it's a feasible development, and we go ahead with it. And the same will be has happened with the one where we have already board approval. And I said the fourth that we have a final valuation as well, and we're going to our board over the next few weeks.
Thank you. And Mr. Wendler, concerning the former Chatswood Metro dive site at 607 Pacific Highway, Chatswood, is this a site that Landcom have investigated at all?
It is a site that's in the land audit. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is Landcom purchasing this site?
I can't make any comments at this stage. That's really an announcement or not for government. What happens to each of the sites if they come to us or if they go somewhere else. I can't really only confirm what we have acquired at this stage.
Okay. And so Landcom at this stage has not acquired that site. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I talk to someone who is most appropriate about the waste incinerator in parks? I'm just wondering where that's up to as far as planning is concerned, and my ultimate question is going to be where and when would you like the community to raise their concerns or otherwise, so they can be most appropriately heard?
So, Mr. Barrett, thanks for the question. At this point in time, there hasn't been anything lodged in terms of an application with the department. We've had some what we refer to as pre-SEARS or pre-Secretary Environmental Assessment Requirement conversations with the applicant. We've also had conversations with the council around the assessment process, but at this stage, it's not formally lodged in the planning system. Once it is, then obviously engagement with the community will need to commence as part of that process.
Okay. Still in community engagement a little bit more. We touched earlier this morning about councils raising concerns about the lack of time they have to respond to EISs and other such things. It was suggested by the Minister you might have some more to add on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Barrett. So with regard to, I guess, community consultation overall for state significant developments, and this is whether it's renewable energy projects or all types of state significant developments, there is a guideline that the department has. So that's undertaking engagement guidelines, and basically the requirements within those guidelines are that there is ongoing consultation that happens with the community, and it happens early. That's a very important aspect of the guidelines and engagement. I think you were asking a little bit earlier today around, I guess, the verification that the department does. When we receive an environmental impact statement ready for exhibition, we do look at the consultation that's been undertaken and I guess verify that that's meeting those standards and that guideline. As you were asking earlier today, there is a minimum period of 28 days for a state significant development EIS to go on exhibition. There are occasions where extensions are given to those exhibition periods, and it depends a little bit on, I guess, the complexity of the development, how much interest there is in the development. But what I would also add is that whilst there is a formal process for people making submissions during that period, there is lots of engagement that's expected early on in the process, and even post environmental impact statement being on exhibition, there is an expectation that there's ongoing community engagement. And in fact, the department often engages with directly affected neighbours. We often go out, particularly for renewable energy projects, and visit those neighbours and have conversations with them. So it's part of an ongoing consultation. We engage with councils right through the process.
On that 28 days that you said often gets extended, how often do we talk? Sorry, if I can throw into that question, who determines let's extend this one but cut this one off at 28 days?
Yeah, so look, it's the department's decision at the end of the day. I wouldn't say it's often extended. I can take it on notice in terms of how many times we've extended in the last 12 months, or for renewable energy projects, happy to come back with some more information there. But again, yes, it's largely on the basis of the complexity of the development and how how much interest there is in that development.
Because we're hearing, as I mentioned earlier, councils are having to put on extra staff purely to deal with this process and meet those timeframes. Are they told before the cut-off date that it's going to be extended, or is it something halfway through they get a note to say, actually, we're going to kick this out, or is it?
So again, working with councils, we do try and engage really closely with councils right through the process. I was about 4 weeks ago out visiting Midwestern Council, Dubbo Council and Warrumbungle. We're obviously keen to get feedback from those councils as part of their experience, but I guess our view is that we are actually trying to give councils the best opportunity to respond both during the exhibition period and often we'll actually, even if we don't formally extend the exhibition period, we'll allow councils to submit something late. But we do look to engage with councils right through the process.
Can I add something there as well, that recently some of the regional mayors and general managers has raised with me that they often spend a lot of time explaining to community what the difference between an SSD is, an SSI and a DA. Fair enough, right? It's something that, many people can struggle with. We have committed in the department to prepare some material that they can distribute, some videos or whatever seems most appropriate. I thought that was a very legitimate thing for them to raise. I'd rather councils were spending their time looking at the EIS, not explaining to the community what an SSD is. That's our job. So we'll be preparing that material over the next couple of months to assist the council. So if they do raise things, and I'm happy for you to direct anything to me or the department, we will respond to it. We have very strong and close relationships with local government, and we're always happy to help where we're able to.
Okay. Can someone tell me what percentage of renewable projects in New South Wales are within designated res and which ones are out?
Look, Mr. Barrett, I don't have that number to hand, but perhaps, again, we can come back with an answer to that later on in the session today.
Thank you. It was also implied that someone could help me again with, we were talking about the requirement not to have a significant adverse impact on scenic quality or landscape character. What is the determination of whether a project does or does not have a significant adverse impact?
Yes, so Mr. Barrett, we've prepared guidelines, which I think you might be aware of, around assessing visual impacts. As part of, I guess, the assessment of visual impacts, you referred a little bit earlier today to the scenic values around some of the major regional towns. and Orange being one of those, where there's a requirement. I think it's a 5 kilometre radius around those towns to take into account potential urban expansion and scenic value. So that's factored into the visual impact assessment that's undertaken, but it is quite a quantitative assessment that we've designed within our visual impact assessment guidelines. It is something that we consulted with widely with both the community and industry before we finalise those guidelines, and I think it has made a difference in terms of understanding what the potential impacts are of those visual impacts.
Thank you.
Mr. Latham, did you want to try?
Yeah, thank you.
Over to you, Mr.
Chair, and to the witnesses after lunch. Ms Fishburn, a perusal of the minutes and transcripts of the Housing Delivery Authority seems to show that for the 429 items that you've had before you, Mr Gellibrand hasn't made a single contribution. Why would that be?
I think that's a misinterpretation. Mr Gellibrand participates actively in the deliberations of the HDA.
Why doesn't that show up in the documents?
The way we undertake making the record of meeting is that Mr Draper, as the chair of the meeting, reads through the recommendation. As the Secretary of Planning, if there's any further context I can give to that, then I provide that information.
What about Mr Gellibrand? What's he do?
Mr Gellibrand's already been part of the discussion prior to the making of the recommendations.
Right. If these items go through within 4 or 5 minutes, how much contribution
I actually
can
wanted. Thank you. I'm glad you raised that because I did want to come back to you about that particular consideration. The HDA is provided with copies of each of the EOA applications that will be considered. They are also provided with a copy of the departmental report. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I suspect it's much the same. I literally spend hours and hours reading and assessing the HDA applications. I take my job exceptionally seriously, and I take the recommendations that I would make very seriously. After having read them, it is extremely common that I will also consult Mr Gainsford and Ms Gibson if I have any particular questions about any of the applications. Further to that, if there seems to be an area where we would be seeking some more general advice in the strategic planning context, I will speak to Mr Draper or Mr Gellibrand and we'll make recommendations to get further advice from strategic planning. So I really think you are misrepresenting the amount of work and consideration that goes into the HDA applications. As the Minister said, there is a very clear set of criteria that we are looking at. We're not making a merit assessment. We're looking at whether it meets these criteria. Some of them are immediately in, as you could imagine. It's like tick, 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 makes all the boxes. Others are immediately out. And if I give an example of that, it would be subdivision in a rural area where supporting infrastructure isn't available. As I repeatedly say, that's not to say that this is not something that wouldn't be of merit, and I want to be really cautious about expressing that because there's some great applications out there, but they are not suitable for the HDA. We can't assess them in the 275 days, usually because the infrastructure is not available. So then that leaves, there's ones that are very clearly in, there's ones that are very clearly out, and then there's a few in the middle, and it's less grey than you think it would be, but there are a few in the middle which there are significant discussion about, and they're usually the ones where you'll hear me on the record make a particular statement so that it is very clear to that particular proponent, but also future proponents what the consideration was.
Right,
I hope that assists because
it does.
I can assure you,
It does assist.
4 minutes is an absolute misrepresentation for the amount of time I would spend with each of those applications.
Yeah, well, I got that data from Mr Draper on Wednesday when he said you did 30 of these things in 2 hours. So unless my maths is wrong, that's one every 4 minutes.
That does not represent the significant amount of time and energy that goes in behind it to reading through all the material. I read through every single one of the applications as well as the departmental recommendations from beginning to end. I then have my own level of expertise that I bring to them, but of course I consult with my deputy secretaries as well, so that when I do enter that room, I have a decision that I feel pretty confident about. Or if I want to debate it, I'm able to have a robust debate with my colleagues.
Sure, but I think you're answering the wrong proposition in that no one's questioned your work ethic, and the fact that your day job is to be the planning secretary.
Thank you. It's a job I enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Latham.
Well, I haven't made that assertion, but we'd be shocked, of course, that the planning secretary wasn't across all the detail here and didn't consult with her officials in bringing forward these planning matters to the new Housing Development Authority. But the question's been raised about the contribution of Mr. Gellibrand, who's got a separate department to run. His day job is infrastructure, and Mr. Draper, whose day job is premiers, which is a wide range of responsibilities, not necessarily always to do with planning. And my proposition came from the fact that Mr. Draper on Wednesday knew nothing about the Bill Berger issues at Rhodes, and given those issues and the fact that probity advisor has been appointed, wouldn't it be better practice, Ms. Fishburn, if the subsequent meetings of the HDA got a little notification, first item of the agenda, previous problems, so you could learn from those, and the authority members could be fully informed about something like the Bill Berger issues at Rhodes?
So I wouldn't characterise the Bill Berger issues as the type of problem that you're characterising it as. I agree, and you've heard from the Minister and you've heard from me that changes were made as a consequence of information they provided with the CS. That is not unusual. For example, we've had proponents that have come in, say, with 10 parcels of land to the HDA. Then when they, thought that then when they knew they were getting their SSD entitlement, they've been able to get 4 more parcels, right? So it's not unusual that there's a little bit of change and we make modification as a consequence of that. Having said all that, I do quite like your idea that where there are any of those changes, which are changes that happen in David's area and my area, not in Simon or Tom's area. I'm going very informal now for speed of answering this question, but I actually think that's not a bad idea, and I will ask Mr. Gainsford and our relevant executive director just to have something at the start of each of the HDA that says if there have been a departmental change, we'll provide an update.
An update, yeah, because I've got to say on Wednesday, well, I certainly knew more about it than Mr. Draper, but it was a bit of an insult to me. He was saying that I was just making assertions rather than dealing in factual material that I'd researched and knew a lot more about than he did. So that was surprising that Mr. Draper wouldn't have known, and he basically had the only excuse he was overseas and nobody told him. So would you make sure in future that doesn't happen?
I can't answer for Mr. Draper,
No, well, he couldn't answer either.
except to say that these are things that would occur at the departmental level, and while the HDA does have an oversight to make sure things are moving along, technical adjustments like this wouldn't necessarily normally come back to the HDA. However, I'm not disagreeing with your suggestion. I think it is a good one, and we can bring that into play.
Thank you. Well, and with regard to Rhodes and Mr. Berger, Bill Berger, the development company, it's good that you work hard and department officials try their best on this, but what is the point of having a HDA criteria that requires a proponent to demonstrate ownership or an option to purchase for all land on which the proposal applies if that's not strictly enforced, and the proponent doesn't have to bring forward consent letters from private landowners, as Bill Berger failed to do in this instance?
So I think I've answered your question previously about the point in the planning system when landowners' consent is required.
Well, what's the point of having that guideline?
I can't change that. Generally, we would expect landowners to do what they do, which is to indicate either they have an option or they're seeking an option or they own the land. There have been times, and I might add as well, this was in the very first round of the HDAs where we'd only just stood up the business. There are times where if we have a little bit of uncertainty, then we would go back to the proponent and seek more information. So as we mature out, we learn which questions to ask. As you've seen, we updated the criteria on the 10th of July as well. This is a work in progress, like everything else in the planning system.
Right. Well, I hope you can also understand that private landowners and their property rights can have a different perspective, because the situation at Rhodes has been that these private landowners see themselves as small players that in some instances have been disadvantaged by this big company, and they too can Google some of the controversies that Bill Berger have been involved in, and you can be assured that when they weren't even asked about this and then they found out that the state significant development declaration had been made for land that they owned and hadn't given consent to, they took it as quite an insult, and took it also quite legitimately as a sign that yet again the big player has received some treatment that they weren't even aware of. So surely we've got to correct that problem, haven't we? People have property rights. People have, as citizens as opposed to public servants, the right to know what decisions have been made about their own land, especially when they're in a situation where they don't regard Bill Berger as their friend, their ally, their confidant. This company had no permission or communications with them, and these citizens, these people in New South Wales who've done nothing more than own their own land and stand up for their rights, feel like they've been really, really badly treated. So what can you do to overcome that situation in the future other than say, oh, if there is a problem, we sort it out later on?
Oh, I think I've already answered that question for you. There's a point in the planning system when landowners' consent is required. I would expect, as we continue to work through the HDA, if there are needs to sharpen things, we will sharpen them. Local landowners in roads have not made representation to me, so I have not heard that directly from them. I'm happy to discuss their concerns
their public
with them
representative, and I'm making it to you. And,
no,
have you got any sympathy for these people and the way they've been treated?
As I've just said, they have not made representations to me, but
Well,
I'm
they don't
more
have
than
to. They're
happy.
doing it through me.
I'm more than happy to
What do
meet.
you think my job is?
I'm more than happy to meet with them and discuss their concerns.
Thank you.
If I could just clarify in a sense,
Yeah, sure.
I think that there has been a letter that has gone to you, Ms Fishburn, so you might want to
Has
check
it
that up
gone
with
to
respect to it.
I think there was some correspondence that came to the
Oh,
department. I think
thank you.
you're
All right, I appreciate that clarification.
Can we get on
and I'll have
notice
a
the
look at that.
response to that, please? You can take on notice what response has been made to them?
Yep, happy to do that.
Okay, yeah, they haven't been inactive, they've just been badly treated.
No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, Secretary, I have a couple of questions for you about, in particular, the Silver Mine and the Court of Appeal judgment. How many meeting requests has your department had from Bowden Silver or Silver Mines representatives or their lawyers since the Court of Appeal judgment on the 16th of August, where Bowden's assessments or Bowden's approval was deemed null and void?
From Bowden's itself
Yeah.
or Silver Mine representatives?
So both of those.
I'm just seeking clarity because I'm
Yes, thank
definitely
you.
going to have to take that on notice.
Okay.
To my knowledge, though that is fairly recent, none have come directly to me, but I will take that on notice and we'll go through my correspondence, and otherwise it probably would have come to Mr. Gainsford. So
Yes.
we'll see what we can find out. We might not be able to find it out by this afternoon.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. I'd appreciate that. Are you able to indicate how many meetings have happened with Bowden's and or other Silver Mine representatives?
Again, from myself, I can say none.
Yes.
However,
With the-
that's not my primary role. There may well have been departmental meetings held, and we might just have to. I can see David flicking through his notes. We may just have to take that on notice.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure we do have those records, so happy to come back with it.
Thank you. Mr. Gainsford, do you think there have been meetings?
Yes, I'm aware that there's been several meetings with department officers and.
Thank you.
the
When you say
applicant.
several, are you, as in really several? A couple, several, a few, lots?
Oh, look, I'll need to come back to
Okay,
you, Chair.
thank you,
Yep.
thank you. Secretary, the Mudgee community have sent me 2 letters from a lawyer representing them, which requested meetings with your department after their community organisation won the Court of Appeal case. One includes a request to meet with medical specialists who have serious concerns about substantial errors in the baseline data for lead, which were brought to light after the Independent Planning Commission's approval was granted and after the public submissions had closed. Is there any reason that you wouldn't meet with them at their requests?
There's no particular reason that I wouldn't meet with them. I'm aware we have received correspondence from Johnson Legal on behalf of the Mudgee Region Action Group. As that is a legal piece of correspondence, I have likewise referred it to my own lawyers to look at and to provide response back, but I don't think that has been finalised at this point.
Okay, the letters I have are quite dated. They're quite, one is from, I think, August last year, so that's...
we definitely would have replied to that
I'm
then.
a bit surprised about that. And then the other one is the 17th of December, and...
there's definitely been further correspondence. Ms.
Okay, thank
Higginson.
you.
Yep.
And so there's no reason you wouldn't meet with them because the letter is. When you mentioned because the letter is from a lawyer.
Yes.
Is it your practice that every letter, if it comes from a lawyer, would go by your legal?
Would go via my general counsel. Yes, that's right.
And then, in terms of that, if the meeting is simply requesting, if the letter is simply requesting a meeting, would it be normal that your in-house counsel would come back and say, yes, there's really no harm meeting, or?
I usually get advice from my departmental officers across the area about whether there is any utility in me taking a meeting, and sometimes, and by utility I mean sometimes it's pointless me taking the meeting because I don't have the level of expertise that my staff do, and it will be delegated to my staff. I haven't got any advice on this meeting request. However, from the discussion here today, I'm more than happy to have a meeting. I just may not be, and we may well have to have someone from David's team there as well to provide advice. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On the 9th of December last year, your department wrote to Bowden's Silver requesting that any assessments that, in quotes, any updated information about statutory instruments or relevant policy or that have been made or amended since the IPC decision. Has the proponent responded to that request to provide any update addressing any instruments?
Yes, so Chair, we've received a number of bits of additional information from the applicant. There's still ongoing discussions that we're having with the applicant to make sure that we've got all the information that we need before we refer it back to the IPC.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you're not yet satisfied in terms of the updated material?
Not at this point, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask, and I think this, I'll just stick on this for a minute, and I think this is probably relevant to you, Mr. Gainsford. Can I just ask from the outset, why was Bowden's not advised that the best approach to any re-evaluation and reapplication? I mean, I know, sorry, I'm just going to digress, because I know technically what the court has done is invalidated the approval, the consent, and the assessment in some world is still valid, live on foot. Why did nobody, or has anybody, gone back to Bowden's and advised them that a best application would be updated, considering many of the documents that are contained in the environmental assessment are now over 7 years old, and what the predicament that puts the IPC or any consent authority in terms of their legal obligation to assess a project on its merits?
So I think, Chair, probably a couple of points that I'd make here. One is that obviously the project hasn't changed from what was determined by the IPC. As you say, the project remains on foot as a result of the Court of Appeal's decision. Obviously, from a department's perspective, when we're preparing the final material to go to the IPC, and the IPC will obviously go through its own process of determining what information it needs to make a reconsideration. We're interested in any additional information, which is particularly why we're asking those that request around additional statutory or policy updates. That's the focus, because obviously there was a detailed amount of assessment work that was done, particularly with regard to lead, that you've referred to a little bit earlier, with experts looking at the information, advice from New South Wales Health and from the EPA. So obviously, as part of the department finalising its assessment, we'll take into account any additional information that comes through with regard to those areas, but there is not a need for a complete reassessment.
Do you think that it would be beneficial for your process if you had those meetings with the community organisations and the people on the ground to then have their input in terms of some of those incredibly outdated assessment reports. Apparently the koala survey was actually done in 2016. That's getting really aged in terms. Since then, I think we've listed the koala as an endangered species in New South Wales as opposed to vulnerable. I mean, that's only one matter. There are, I think, in that assessment, the company found no koalas on site, whereas a recent threatened species expert has found over 120 of them literally on and around the site. Does that concern you in terms of?
I mean, Chair, what I would say is, again, if there is additional information that's available, I'm I guess a little bit concerned about a characterisation potentially, and I'm interested in getting some further advice from my colleagues within the department about not engaging with the community. I'm sure we have been looking to engage with the community. What we're interested in to help finalise our assessment is additional information that would be of interest to us to finalise the assessment report to go back to the IPC.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't want to be overly critical or nasty, but it seems if people are writing letters to you asking for meetings and those meetings haven't been responded to and they're not happening, I think the community's in a bit of a conundrum there, and I think you are the one to find the exit point and move down the path with the community, perhaps.
I mean, again, I'd be, and we'll get some more information, perhaps that we can share a little bit later on. But whilst meetings are important and engaging with community is important, the main thing we're interested in at the moment is if there's any additional information, new information, changes in the sorts of things that you've been referring to there. That's the sort of information we're interested in.
However, Chair, if it provides a circuit breaker, I'm more than happy to meet. I will caveat that by saying that sometimes I am not the best person in the department to meet with. As you can see, there is a level of expertise on either side of me that I don't necessarily possess, but I'm more than happy to take that meeting.
Thank you very much. I think the community will be very grateful. Okay, it's over to the opposition.
Possibly to you, Secretary, but feel free obviously to punt this to whoever's most appropriate. Department of Planning is responsible for compliance under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act?
Correct, yes.
Is there a specific compliance team? Do you have compliance?
Yes, that is correct. They sit in Mr Gainsford area.
Okay, So how big is that team?
I think I will need to take the precise number on notice, but my understanding is we're around about 35 to 40 people in our compliance area.
And are they broken into different areas of expertise or geographic or?
It's mainly around geography. So we have teams that I guess are particularly looking at Metropolitan projects, and we have teams that are responsible for regional projects, particularly looking at some of the mining within the Hunter and more recently the renewable energy rollout as well.
Can I just add, for the avoidance of doubt, this is compliance for projects for which we have been the consent authority. So there is a whole world of compliance that sits in local government as well for projects for which they have been the consent authority. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
So as far as taking those numbers, can I get a breakdown of where they're located, that compliance team, please?
In terms of where they're actually situated, in terms of their offices?
Yeah.
I'm happy to take that on notice. We do have some that are based up in Newcastle and Muswellbrook, and we've got a number of people that are based obviously in the CBD.
I think we've got Dubbo, if I remember correctly.
We're looking to
take that
establish,
on notice.
we're looking to establish an office in Dubbo as well.
So, and then it's the same people doing compliance on mines that are doing compliance on the renewables?
Yes, largely it's the same people that are doing that. That's correct.
Just as a punt to see whether you do, have you any breakdown of the time they spent on each?
I do have some statistics here, Mr. Barrett. So what I can tell you is in the last financial year, in the mining space, in the mining and quarrying space, we had 79 inspections which were undertaken. 63 investigations were completed, 39 complaints were received, and 329 compliance reporting matters were reviewed. In the renewable energy space, we had 51 inspections of renewable energy projects. I don't have the same breakdown of some of those other matters that I just mentioned before, but we did take 6 formal enforcement actions with regard to renewable energy projects.
Okay, that sort of half preempted a few of my questions. So do you have, are there notices followed by pins? Is that how it works?
Look, so depending on the issue that's been discovered as part of the compliance activities, we have a process of determining what the relevant level of enforcement action that's required. What I can tell you is those 6 that I mentioned before in the renewable energy space, 1 resulted in a penalty notice, which is $15,000. There was 2 official cautions and 3 orders.
Of those 51 inspections, how many of them were proactive and how many of them were in response to complaints?
I would need to take that on notice.
And then I guess further, how many complaints do you receive through the planning portal?
I would need to take that on notice as well.
Thank you. Back to the planning around emergency services, just to spend a little bit more time on that. In my head, as you're mapping out, this area is going to grow. We're going to need an extra hospital there. We're going to need another school there. I'm led to believe that the same thing doesn't apply for emergency services. Is that correct?
I'll ask Ms Gibson to describe it, but just to set the context, as the Minister described, the emergency services needs are quite different depending on where you are geographically dispersed. So that's why Ms Gibson can take you through it, why we actually work very closely with the emergency services people in the process of rezoning. It's not as easy as 1,000 people move in and at a certain point you trigger a new school. So Monica, if you're able to talk through that.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So the planning for services like schools, hospitals and emergency services are typically done by those services themselves. So the emergency services agencies are probably the best to answer the questions about what the thresholds are or the triggers are. But I can tell you that as we go through a rezoning process and as we're doing our strategic planning for the growth of an area, we do invite each of those agencies to come and talk about what their needs might be, to understand their planning, their services planning, their infrastructure upgrade plans and the timing of when that would be required. We ask them to bring that information to the table to share with our growth plans, so which suburbs might be growing over which times, and that's called our urban development program. We also have mechanisms under the housing and productivity contribution for some of those services and the land for those services to be funded through developer contributions. So those agencies also have a role to play in those funding decisions.
And through that planning, we can determine we are going to need a fire station there, so let's put some land aside for that.
That's how typically how that goes, yes. And an example might be out at in Western Sydney with the recent decision about a fire station, and the agency came to us saying that we would need some land and we would need that set aside in a specific zone, which we made an amendment to the planning controls to give effect to that.
But there is no planning within formula. No formula within planning that says if there's this many people, it needs this level of emergency services.
They would be decisions for the agencies and their services and infrastructure planning. We don't dictate that to them. They're doing that work as the experts, knowing the type of facility that we're providing and how that would best be run.
Okay, great, thank you. We also talked earlier about land values and looking at the guidelines that said that land values traditionally increase when they have wind turbines on them. Was there any assessment done on the values of neighbouring properties?
So, Mr. Barrett, I'm aware that there's been previous studies that have looked into land values associated in the vicinity of renewable energy projects. The department hasn't done its own research in recent times, but I am aware that there has been previous studies that have looked into this. My understanding from those studies is that it hasn't identified that there's been a decrease in land values, and in fact, in some cases, it's actually talked about an increase in land values, mainly as a result of, over time, land increasing in value per se, maybe not as a result of the renewable energy project. But yes, so I think the last report that I'm aware of was in 2022 that was done around land values.
And while not necessarily having pulled it together as a full data set, of course the work that Value New South Wales does to undertake land valuations over a 3-year rolling cycle would actually provide that data as to whether values had changed or not over a period of time. I just don't think anyone's aggregated the information.
Okay. Still on the planning for the guidelines. The one that we talked, there's one there about fire safety in the wind turbines, suggesting that wind turbines don't pose a greater risk of starting a bushfire or impeding firefighting efforts than other similar type of infrastructure, including communication towers. That would be supported or evidenced by someone from the RFS?
Yes, so Mr. Barrett, all of the assessments that we do for renewable energy projects, including wind farms, we seek advice from Rural Fire Service, and so that would be very influential in our assessment of those projects.
Are you able to table that advice for us on notice?
With regard to specific projects or with regard
to turbines? So in my head, one communication tower in the middle of the paddock, I can get that, but if you've got 40 300 metre towers all a couple of hundred metres from each other, that is going to make flying a RFS chopper around that place dangerous, hence impeding firefighting efforts. So I just wonder what advice you have to suggest that wouldn't be the case.
So all the advice that we will receive from Rural Fire Service on each one of the projects that we assess is publicly available. It's part of the package that we put on our website. So happy to draw your attention to perhaps some of the more recent wind farms that we've assessed.
Yep. We can give you a last 3 or 4 and the examples of the RFS advice that would come back, because obviously it's bespoke to the particular development application. But if we give you enough examples that you can see the diversity of response.
And you're confident those examples back up that statement that they don't impede firefighting efforts? More broadly, that's in those guidelines?
Well, that would be part of our assessment that we do on each one of those projects. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going to the identification of sites, Ms. Gibson, the Sydney Olympic Park 2050 strategy. One of the changes from, I think it was the 2030 strategy, had an identification of a school site which is located across the road from where the car park is, that is also used as the Ferris wheel, I think, at the Easter show. And that had changed from locations that were previously on SOPA occupied land down the bottom of the tennis courts. Do you know why those changes were made?
I'd need to check and see if I have some detail about the Sydney Olympic Master Plan. It looks like Ms. Fishburn's finding one.
I might, and look, I'm going to take this on notice, but I think the answer is because of the location of the light rail, Mr. Farlow, and the need to plan around that. But I'll take that on notice and get you some further information back. Yep.
Thank you for that. Is there a preference typically in master planning that if there is the identification of government sites or continued government premises, that such as a school or a hospital facility, that it would be ideally located on government-owned or controlled land?
So it's different in every precinct, and the luxury of having government-owned land already in a precinct at the time that we are planning for it isn't there in every situation. There's a couple of locations at the moment where we are planning where there is no government land, and particularly no suitable government land. Sometimes the site might be an area that is flood prone, or might be have some significant vegetation on it, or other reasons why it's not going to be a good site for a school or a hospital or emergency service. In some situations in our precincts, those services are already there and we are looking to expand those. So it might be that there is already a hospital, but they'd be looking for an expansion of the hospital. And we will often be planning for that expansion to happen appropriately, so on the adjoining land, or on intensification on that site where that's appropriate, by looking at height controls or floor space ratio controls that would allow for that. So it's very specific to each precinct, and just usually the difference between a renewal site means that there's probably government land, or if it's a greenfield site or a site where the use is changing very, very comprehensively from industrial land to residential land, that we might not have government land to use or to identify for government facilities.
So in this parcel there are several parcels of government land, of course, and government controlled land that exist. Were they taken into consideration as part of that assessment for the 2050 plan?
So the land use planning for Sydney Olympic Park has been a joint venture between the Sydney Olympic Park Authority, and so that agency has been undertaking their master planning work. The role of the department, or my team in the planning agency, is to provide some direction to them initially, and then to assess their master plan. Their work is still ongoing between the Sydney Olympic Park Authority and my team in terms of the revised master plan.
Is your question specifically about the school site, though, Mr. Farlow? That's owned by SOPA. It's under long-term lease, though. So it will be a matter for consideration to Schools Infrastructure New South Wales when they wish to move forward onto that particular site. So that question really should be for the Minister for Education.
So with respect to that SOPA controlled land, which is under long-term lease, what are the provisions then if you are to proceed? Is it a compulsory acquisition in those terms, or is it the ending of the lease?
I have not looked at those particular leases, so I just have to take that on notice and get back to you. Yeah.
And if you could also take on notice how long that lease is on that site, that would be appreciated. With respect, back to the Housing Delivery Authority, with some of the changes and that, going through, there have been, and I will grant you, early days as well, some errors in the classification of some sites. For instance, one site, I think it was another Bill Berger one, was described as Canada Bay in the minutes rather than being at Concord West. There was another one that was described as being Concord Road, Homebush, which was actually at Rhodes. Just wondering, in terms of those descriptions and that, were they errors that were made just in transcription, or were they errors that were made by proponents?
Unless Mr. Gainsford is aware, I'll have to take that on notice and check for you. Okay. Generally, as you can imagine, we are working for a significant volume. It's what I would describe as being a victim of your own success. I'm pretty sure, Mr. Farlow, I said to you I had no idea we would get this many in, which maybe shows ignorance on my behalf. If there are a few errors made, there are a few errors made, and I will apologise to anyone, but there has been no intent to misrepresent anything.
One of the other errors, and this one's more recent, was with respect to Ulladulla, and it was what was published as two 16-storey towers in Ulladulla, which caused considerable community disquiet, and the local member had to go out and clarify. That was later revised to two 16-metre buildings. Was the information presented to the HDA that they were two 16-storey towers, or that they were two 16-metre buildings?
Mr. Farlow, that was actually our error, so we've corrected that error.
Okay. But what was presented to the HDA in its assessment? Was it that they were two 16-storey buildings, or two 16-metre?
It was 16-metre buildings.
It was an issue.
I can assure you that we would all recall 16-storey buildings in Ulladulla. It was,
which I suspect I think the community's response showed that they recalled it as well.
It was a transcription error, and to that community, I do apologise. I will say mistakes get made, but I understand that could have caused some distress, and I have my sincere apology.
Thank you. Now, with respect to back to roads. There, of course, is the dwelling cap which is in place in roads.
Yep.
Again, to the minutes of the HDA, I understand that was something that was discussed. Is the government looking at removing that dwelling cap?
The dwelling cap, like many other dwelling caps that exist around Sydney, are there for a very good reason, but things do change and move, and it is timely always that these caps are looked at on a fairly regular basis, and the roads one is one that we would be minded to have a look at. Having said that, and I think was clearly on the record that unless there was good reason to release the cap, then it certainly wouldn't be something that the department would be advocating for. We would be waiting to see that Transport for New South Wales, who were the predominant agency who had concerns, were satisfied. So to answer to your question, absolutely these things should always be looked at. Are we advocating for something outside of something that another agency have an interest in? Absolutely not. We're waiting to see the discussions that occur with Transport. I think that, Ms Gibson, that's you've been in the discussions with Transport. Yep.
Part of those transport challenges were, I understand it, the size of the station in the area, and did the ferry wharf also provide some limitation on the size of dwellings in that area?
Yes, so Mr. Fellow, I can go back over some of the history.
Yep.
There was a place strategy prepared for the roads area. It was published in September 2021, so a few years ago now, and a dwelling cap was placed. That cap is below what the current height floor space ratio controls would allow development to proceed. So we think the current controls allow for about 4,200 homes, but that the cap was for 3,000 homes. Now that cap was to ensure that existing transport infrastructure was not exceeded. That transport infrastructure was identified through the planning work and with our colleagues in the Transport Agency. The infrastructure that was identified that would need to be upgraded to serve more than 3,000 homes at the time in the place strategy was some upgrades to the station, as you've identified. It also included bus interchange, some walking and cycling infrastructure, so cycleways, footpaths, intersection upgrades at Concord Road and Homebush Bay Drive, an upgrade of Homebush Bay Drive and Ryder Boulevard intersection, and Concord Road and Averill Street intersection. It also included a new ferry wharf at Rhodes. So they were the infrastructure items that were identified through the planning work that would need to be upgraded for more than 3,000 dwellings in that area.
Thank you. Now, with respect to that new ferry wharf, and I think there was some reporting on the ferry wharf as well today, is that envisaged to be paid for out of either voluntary planning agreements, or I know there was supposed to be a proposed SIC in the area, which was never implemented. Is there thought to be some way of value capture to pay for that ferry wharf?
The mechanism by which the infrastructure will be funded are questions for Transport and how that might occur. We, of course, will keep working with Transport if they wish to pursue those items and whether they should be funded partly through developer contributions. So developer contributions could be through a housing and productivity charge or a contribution that comes there. It could also include any works delivered by the developer as works in kind.
Thank you, Ms Gibson.
Thank you, Opposition. We'll now hear from the Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Fishburn, on the 16th of July this year, two independent owners of 15, 19 and 21 Leeds Street roads wrote to the department after learning only from online media that 5 months earlier their land had been included in State Significant Development Declaration that your authority had recommended the Minister had signed. What happened then?
Do you want to speak to this, David?
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Latham. My understanding is soon after that we received a request for Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements, which we've mentioned a little bit earlier today. The Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements didn't include those properties, as we've mentioned today. So we obviously updated the declaration to be in line with the SEER's request.
Right. Did you take any legal advice as to whether you could retrospectively do that and whether the process needed to recommence?
Yes, in fact, all the orders that we prepare with regard to declarations of state significant development are things that are managed by our legal team. So our legal team would have updated that order and that would have been put to the Minister to update that declaration.
Right, and what communication did you have with Bill Berger to ask them why they hadn't got the consent in the first place that then caused this problem, corrected, you say, by the SEERS process?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the direct consultation that we had with Bill Berger during that period.
Right, and can we sort of assume from that, to put it in a colloquial language, that Bill Berger had been busted? They knew they'd done the wrong thing, so they came back to you with a correction under the umbrella of Sears. Is that what happened?
Look, I wouldn't necessarily characterise it that way, Mr. Latham. As I say, there was a small, as I understand it, only a matter of perhaps a week or so after we received those letters that you refer to, and we received the Sears request. But I don't know what Bill Burge's plans or concerns were at the time. That'd be a matter for them.
Right. And what we talked about the probity assessment, where the probity officer sitting in on this meeting in February, Bill Burge won, no commentary about it. Has the department got a watch list about developers in the state who perhaps aren't as trustworthy as others?
That's actually not a consideration in the planning system. We're there to assess the use of land, whether it's correctly zoned and what can be developed on it. As you're aware, development applications go with the land, not with the individual. So, a parcel of land could be zoned in a particular way and travel through 4 or 5 different owners of that particular land. Our job is to ensure that the zoning is accurate. It's not to assess the proponent.
Right, and I know hindsight's a beautiful thing, but do you think the probity advisor at that February meeting should have had a heightened awareness of Bill Burge's long run of controversies with planning matters in Sydney, and perhaps thought, well, given their history, we might want to check with them whether their declaration of ownership or some control over this land is accurate?
I think I've already detailed the role of the probity advisor. I'm happy to go further into that if you wish me to. I can read out essentially the terms of reference for the probity advisor. It's not about an assessment or otherwise of the proponent, and I would ask you to exercise caution in the way that you present your questions. We don't have parliamentary privilege here, and I'm concerned that you're forcing a statement upon the department that could be defamatory.
Well, you do. What do you mean you don't have parliamentary privilege?
We're not bound under parliamentary privilege for public servants.
Well, this meeting is. What do you understand the
Chair? Do we have parliamentary privilege?
Privilege does extend to witnesses while you're in here.
Of course it does.
Nonetheless,
how would you not know that as a department secretary coming to these budget estimates?
I'm sorry. Nonetheless, Mr. Latham, I am concerned that
Hang on, there is a point of order.
It's just about that question.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem relevant, really. She either knows or she doesn't know.
Yeah.
To then interrogate her.
How would she not know?
All right,
well,
enough.
It's not relevant
but yeah.
how she doesn't know.
Because
the basis of which she comes here.
Thank you, Mr. Latham, and I apologise, Chair. I should have been aware of that. I feel I'm being boxed into making a statement about
Secretary,
a developer.
Can I also remind the member the rules of procedural fairness apply as well? So let's just remember and be measured. Thank you.
Chair, and further to the witness, the whole basis of parliamentary privilege is not necessarily to protect scoundrels like me from lawfare. Is to ensure that the Parliament has protections of itself and its witnesses to get to the truth of what's gone on, because we can't legislate on anything unless we know the truth and can handle the truth. So please read away.
Would you like me to read you the probity roles, the probity advisor's role?
I would.
Observation of a pre-briefing administrative processes, including provision of the briefing agenda and EOI papers prior to a briefing. Review of confirmation from each member on the listed EOIs. Provide advice on declared conflicts of interest and nomination of alternative members. Observation of HDA briefing conduct and deliberations. Evaluation of procedural fairness in decision making. Observation of post-briefing confirmation by each member of the briefing record. Observation of the publication of the briefing record in accordance with the procedures. The objective is to confirm whether the briefing process is conducted in accordance with the HDA operational procedures and public sector probity standards.
Right. Did that include, the initial role of the probity advisor at the February meeting?
That's the probity advisor's role. Yes.
That's the role at the meeting?
Yeah. Right. No, some of that is pre-meeting, some of that is post-meeting, some of it is during the meeting.
Right, and all of that's going to be reviewed by the new independent probity review that you're now scoping?
I need to look at the terms of reference of that new review. I don't think the role of it's a probity review to review the probity role as well. Sorry, I'm not at my best today. I'm not feeling 100% well.
It's not life of Brian, but surely the probity review would want to look at the initial probity processes.
Mr. Latham, happy to take that on notice in terms of what the terms of reference are for the probity advisor.
Because there's a probity breakdown. The probity advisor sitting in the February meeting obviously needs to be part of the new independent review. When do we expect that independent review to be finished?
At the moment, as I said, we are looking through the conflicts of interest for potential reviewers for that, so I can't give you a particular date at
Do
present.
you think it'll be finished by the end of the year? Is that your objective?
I'd like to hope so, yes.
Yep.
That seems like a
and then
reasonable
what
request.
do you plan to make it available to this committee or the independent
That would be a question for the Minister. It wouldn't be my
For the
decision.
Minister as to what he does
Yep.
with it. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And a final matter, a bit west of Rhodes. What's the status of the Sydney Science Park and the I call it the Ghost Science Park that's been sitting there now, incredibly, to be next to an opened metro station. Has Celestino given the department any update about its intentions there, or lodged any applications for doing anything other than grazing horses and cows?
Consistent with the government's response to the inquiry, we're maintaining the planning controls and the strength of the planning controls. There is no change that the department is proposing to those as per the government response.
But no update from or new applications or contact with you? You know, under the former government, the company was a fairly regular visitor to the planning department and the Minister, seeking variations and different heads of agreement and so forth. But it's radio silence with them at the moment, is it?
They contacted the planning team, my planning team, after the government response, and we provided advice back to say that, consistent with the government response,
were they
we'll be
seeking
not making any
variations to
change.
the planning controls, particularly the residential one?
They did ask for some interpretation about what the government response was, and we were very, very clear to say that there is no intention to change the planning controls.
Okay, well that's good to hear. Has the department itself done any review of the role of the previous processes and Penrith Council also as to how we arrived at, I've got a little bit of history in Western Sydney, and you do see development proposals that are off the radar unbelievably bad, and this is the worst in the history of Western Sydney as to how this ever got through. And what now, according to Stuart Ayres, their advocate, is a constant push to turn the promise of science and industrial and manufacturing jobs into just yet another housing estate. Has the department itself reviewed how this ever came about and how we could always ensure we don't repeat this horrific mistake in the future?
In preparing for the inquiry, we went through quite a lot of history, and so many people that worked on the process initially were not involved in preparing the response for the inquiry, so there were fresh eyes through that. We're prepared and made representations at the inquiry. I came and spoke to that, as well as my executive director. And then in response to the inquiry's findings and recommendations, the government response also came forward. So we've been through a process of looking and re-looking at that. And that's where we are now with the government's response to those.
Okay. Well, thank you for the great work you've done in that regard, holding the fort against one of the worst development histories in the experience of our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask now about, I'm going back to another court decision, and I know that, Secretary, you referred when I asked the Minister about the Mac Energy case, the Mount Pleasant coal mine Court of Appeal decision. I know you said you were getting advice.
Yes.
Can I just ask in relation to that though, there's currently the Moolarben extension project, and I'm just curious, in terms of those more time-sensitive ones, the ones that are, at the front, let's say, of the decision-making process or imminent decisions around them. Have you currently advised for those projects to wait until, have you advised the IPC that those projects will have to wait until you've received the advice?
I haven't had a discussion with the IPC, but Mr Gainsford, I understand we're conscious of that temporal challenge, right? There's things that have been going down the system, and now you have a new ruling that potentially might impact, and I want to be cautious about that because we don't have the full legal advice back. So I guess my answer to you is yes, we are considering those factors. And David, have you had any discussions with the IPC on it? They will be as well. In fact, actually, the advice we're sorry, I should have remembered, the advice that we're seeking is also from the IPC itself as well. So we're in partnership to seek that advice. Yep.
Yeah, that's right, Chair. Yeah, we work very closely with the IPC when we're considering these sorts of things. And you mentioned Moolarben before. That'll certainly be one of the considerations we'll need to put forward with regard to the finalisation of that report. I guess what I would say, and obviously, whilst this judgment is fairly recent, we understand that the company's looking to appeal that judgment. We're also aware that there's potential for it to be remade back with the Land and Environment Court. So, these are also factors that are, part of the consideration of these projects. But at the moment, we obviously need to consider what's in front of us and make sure that any reports that we're sending to the IPC take these things into consideration.
I see. And so when you say the company is looking to appeal that decision, what's the limitation date? Hasn't that passed?
No, my understanding is that they have sought leave to appeal to the High Court.
Right. And so what, and again, and please, I know that there's obviously legal advice and so on, but just in terms of a frank and cautious discussion here and now, recognising the limitations of not having that legal advice yourselves or that advice, is it prudent to then be waiting or requiring these projects in the pipeline? Is it prudent for them to be waiting? Is that your advice at this point to them?
Oh, look, Chair, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily suggest that we're putting some form of moratorium or some form of stop to the assessment.
Would that not
work.
be sensible?
Look, from our perspective, obviously, we, as you say, we'll receive our updated advice, but companies have the opportunity to respond to the aspects of that decision. And so, that assessment work can continue whilst we're getting finalised advice.
But then not necessarily, so more assessments, but if the IPC if you were to advise the IPC and provide an assessment report saying you can go ahead as is without assessing the localised impacts that the Court of Appeal has said is required to be assessed, then failing a High Court application, if there are any other approvals following, then they would all be subject to the same defects and infection that the MAC one would, wouldn't it?
So I don't think there's any suggestion that we would be referring something to the IPC that didn't address the issues.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that in our view, it doesn't mean that we have to totally put a moratorium or a stop to the work that's underway. And in fact, I'm sure companies are already looking to update their assessments as a basis of this decision.
I think the comfort you can take from that, Chair, is that the IPC have commissioned this review with us, so they are very alive to the issues. And frankly, if we stopped things in the planning system every time there was an appeal against a planning matter, the planning system would grind to an absolute halt. Things do need to keep moving, but the department is very alive, the IPC is very alive to the matters that you have raised, and I think you should take some comfort from that.
Thank you. And with respect, this was a pretty significant decision, I thought. It's not every day the section, oh my gosh, I was going to say 79C, 4.15 considerations have been blown open, so to speak, in such a way. And obviously my bias here, in a beneficial way, of course, an important way. So on that, Mr. Gainsford, you said that you think that the companies would likely be undertaking their own due diligence. Do you say that on the basis of any actual conversations that you may have had, or is that just an assumption?
Outside of Mac Energy and...
outside of Mac Energy.
So I haven't personally had conversations with other applicants for coal mine extensions or new applications. I could take on notice whether we've had conversations with through the team with those applicants.
I would be really interested, only for the sense of understanding how serious
that it is being taken, because I imagine it would be. I know if I was a coal company, I would be taking it very seriously and working out how I could better approach my environmental assessment in light of the decision. Mr. Gainsford, can I just ask you, you signed off as the Secretary's delegate on the enforceable undertaking on the Sydney Sutherland Shire legal proceedings. And I am in the media. I keep referring to the media today. It seems to be my trend. I referred to that as a slap on the wrist. There was a $70,000 payment into the coffers of council. Can I ask you why it was such a small amount of money?
So, Chair, with regard to our role with those enforceable undertakings that council are negotiating, it is largely on the basis of advice that we receive from councils as part of their compliance activities. So we can ask for additional information, and we can ask for additional evidence that they've pursued properly those enforceable undertakings, but largely the work that we do there is to support the council's enforcement undertaking.
So did you ask for, like, just in being frank, did you see the $70,000 and think, my goodness, that's a very small amount of money given the harm, the significance of the harm, the extent of the harm, the wealth of the developer who perpetrated the harm? Did you think 70 grand was a small amount?
You are asking Mr. Gainsford for a personal opinion.
No, I'm asking him in his professional capacity as somebody who has the capacity to ask council for more information, to be somewhat satisfied when you put your signature on that bit of paper knowing that's the end of it. How did you satisfy yourself that you were accepting on behalf of the Secretary an amount that was commensurate and representative of a compliance system?
So Chair, obviously I received also advice from our compliance team in agreeing to the enforceable undertaking. I think the publicly stated amount of $70,000, there are other costs, as I understand it, that are part of the enforceable undertaking in terms of legal costs.
That was a pretty small amount too.
There was also, as I understand it, 2 companies that were party to the enforceable undertaking as well. So largely, as I mentioned before in my evidence, we take the advice of council that they've looked into these things, and I seek advice from my compliance team as well.
And so then the advice, so do I take it that at no point any advice came to you thinking that the 70,000 could have been increased to better reflect contemporary standards, financial consequences, and a system of compliance?
I really don't have anything else to add, Chair. The advice I received was largely as a result of council's investigations and agreed enforceable undertaking.
Do you think if that was in any future case, would you be of the inclination to seek some different advice?
Chair, sorry, I'm going to say again, you're asking a personal opinion
no,
here
on
a hypothetical.
I'm asking as the person who signs off on enforceable undertakings and closes the case, literally closes the case on behalf of New South Wales compliance for illegal land clearing in New South Wales for development opportunity.
Again, this was a development application that was a council matter. It was an enforceable undertaking that had been negotiated by council. Whilst you're absolutely right, we do have a sign-off role in these. We tend to just support the evidence that's been put in front of us and the recommendations that have been put in front of us by council.
I think you guys
do you want to continue and then we'll take the last
Yeah,
four?
okay, so I'll take mine now. I'll keep going. Okay, I haven't quite finished on this because I just want to, as a public interest matter, which it is, and, I think that when I know myself the amount of public interest response that I had as this appearing in the media and people suggesting that it was just such a small amount to cop in terms of the development opportunity that everybody can see will continue into the future. Is there something that perhaps the department would take on notice to have
a slightly better or a different or a revised system in place, that we don't just, I mean, councils just don't have the resources that the state department has, and doesn't have the comparisons across the state because they're fixed in one geographic area. Is there some now system that the department might look at in terms of being in a different position?
So I think, Chair, what I would add in terms of my earlier comments is that we don't undertake an investigation. We don't have jurisdiction to undertake our own compliance investigations into these matters as part of, because it is a council development application that they're looking to enforce. So we do, as I mentioned before, have the opportunity when we receive that information to seek further advice. We can ask for amendments to an enforceable undertaking, or we can recommend that it doesn't proceed. So I'm happy to take away your advice there with regard to investigating future enforceable undertakings, but largely it is on the basis of advice that we receive. We don't conduct our own investigations, and we don't have the capacity to conduct those investigations. We have, many hundreds of state significant developments that we're enforcing and doing compliance investigations for across the state.
And I think, look, in earnest, it really is just that capacity. I mean, you can be a central repository of a lot of information that councils wouldn't have in terms of comparative analyses for sensible compliance action, a guideline, something, some kind of internal review about how that's done.
I'm more than happy to raise that with Local Government New South Wales.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
I've got the last 4 minutes, if that's okay.
Chair,
could I raise Appin Road and the extent of urban development? There's a so-called scientific report saying that a koala colony can flourish through this corridor, but anyone driving down there would think a metropolis is being built. And it's completely fanciful to think that koalas could survive. Now, there's been a type of national park declared for the benefit of the koalas through the Georges River corridor from Kent Lynn south. But is there a requirement for an updated report from this science person about the viability of the koalas surviving in the metropolis that's being built from Rosemeadow to Appin, along the Appin Road, please?
I'll ask Ms Gibson, are you asking whether there's a requirement for an updated report?
Yeah,
from the Chief
now the
Scientist?
urban development's taking hold. Everyone, the Ingham family, Lend-Lease, they're all building houses along there. And it's hard to believe that the earlier scientific assessment could still be valid. Shouldn't we have an update assessment based on the fact that a suburb's being built from Rosemeadow to Appin?
So thanks for the question. You're referring to the study that was done by the chief scientist and
several years ago.
And there were recommendations from that report that we've been implementing, and that includes the establishment of koala protection corridors of certain widths in certain locations, and that work has been going on. So as you see that urban development occurring, we are also at the same time protecting new areas for koala corridor to connect into the Georges River National Park. That includes, and some of those roadworks you're seeing, are koala crossings to help achieve the recommendations from the Chief Scientist report about how koalas will move through that corridor and into the very large areas of the National Park. It's joint work between a number of agencies. As you could imagine, the Environment Agency has a significant role here, and they might be able to answer some more questions in relation to that.
Could you take those on notice? But has the scientific report been updated? Especially that you drive along there, it is literally a construction zone. And no one loves koalas and wombats more than me. But it's hard to believe they could possibly survive. Well, you've got to be practical. It's hard to believe they could possibly survive in what is an urban construction zone. And if I was a koala, I'd be heading all the other way down to Wedderburn and Wollongong to get away from the chaos.
There have been a number of additional koala investigations and environmental studies that have been done with each stage of the roadworks. and environmental assessment is required at each of those stages, and the Transport Agency.
Right, it's not just
have
the
been working on
roadworks.
those.
There's bulldozers everywhere building suburbs. Do you understand that
Yeah,
it's a housing development where koalas need to be in, a vegetation area, a park, not the chaos of bulldozers everywhere in suburban development.
And I'd be very happy to take on notice to provide you with a list of the technical studies and environmental assessment that has been undertaken.
Does it take
with
account
each
of
stages
the
those.
nature of the construction that's now
Yes.
evident? It does.
Yeah, that's right. So that's part of the work that's happening.
Righto. Well, you tell the scientists, I'll bet a huge amount of money we'll never see a koala in that area ever again. But anyway, they're the scientists, I'm just a punter. Thank you.
I'm wondering if Mr. Latham's going to be making an application to join the Greens next.
Well, I'm the longest standing urban environmentalist in this parliament, and I'll take you to Liverpool Council minutes that Honourable Fishburn would know about.
Thank you, Mr. Latham.
Who greened Liverpool? Who held out against the development of Edmondson Park and urban sprawl for a decade? Me.
Fantastic. Now, folks,
while you were in,
we have
while you were chained to some tree at Ballina, I was actually doing the job at Liverpool. So thank you.
Actually, the Highlands behind Grafton.
Okay.
We have come to the time where we all have some afternoon tea. We will take a break for 15 minutes and we will return at 3:45. Thank you, everyone.
That wasn't in Liverpool.
Yeah.
I feel like asking for the name of the
Okay, thank you and welcome back. And we're back over to the opposition.
Thank you. I'll just jump straight to a couple of things about the guidelines again. This time traffic and transport guidelines for renewables, where it states any damage caused by the transportation of wind turbines and other large equipment must also be repaired. How does that apply when it comes to tree corridors and large farm trees?
Sorry, Mr. Barrett, can you repeat that? Tree
corridors,
right?
That align roads that need to be removed to fit.
Oh, right. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Barrett. So that would be part of the impact assessment that was associated with the transportation. You're referring there to widening of roads
Yes.
to enable.
Specifically, how do we repair those trees once they've gone?
Yeah.
Those are the
So,
words.
Mr. Barrett, that would be part of the biodiversity assessment associated with those projects. So any trees that were required to be cleared to widen those roads would need to be taken into account, and in some cases they'd need to be offset.
And are you aware whether those offsets has to occur within a certain vicinity or?
So, Mr. Barrett, the legislation that's around the way that biodiversity impacts are both assessed and offset is obviously a matter for the Minister for Environment under the Biodiversity Conservation Act. But those assessments do require, as we're assessing the state significant developments, there will be specific offsets. Some of those can be done through purchasing of land in the nearby vicinity of a project. There are some occasions where you can pay into a fund, and then, as I understand it, the Biodiversity Conservation Trust then acquits of the offset requirements in those circumstances. So it would depend on the different circumstance of each project.
From a planning perspective, would you expect that course of action, the clearing of those trees, is only taken if no other feasible option is available?
So certainly the principles, and again, I don't want to give you the impression that I'm an expert in threatened species or biodiversity assessments, but certainly the principles around the Biodiversity Conservation Act are about avoiding and minimising before looking to offset. So certainly from our perspective, we'd be seeking advice from our colleagues at DQ and also through the Biodiversity Development Assessment Report that all of those aspects have been taken into consideration.
Okay. Back to blueberries. We spoke a bit about blueberries earlier. A blueberry
looks so excited, Miss Gibbs.
We've never got questions about blueberries before. Monica's very excited.
Are blueberry farms exempt from any of the rules or regulations that apply to any other horticulture enterprises?
The local controls for horticulture will be set by each council. So there are going to be different requirements in different local government areas. So it might be different in Wallandilly, where they don't grow a lot of blueberries, but they have other horticultural activities which is captured by the term in the LEP, to what that might be in Nambucca or Coffs, where there's a history of blueberry and current blueberry industry established.
Okay. What are the differences in which complaints in regards to the aesthetics around blueberries differ from complaints made around solar panels?
I might also get some assistance from my colleague, Mr. Gainsford, because the matters that we consider in agricultural settings, so the work in blueberry planning controls, are different to the ones that are set for solar farms. There have been some very specific things set for horticulture in some places like Coffs Harbour and other communities on the mid to north coast. They've talked about the size and colour and materials used in the structures that are there in blueberry farming. Some things that you're probably familiar with, and the types of netting that they use, and the type of shade that they need. And those, the details about how they are assessed are worked through with the council, usually with the assistance of our colleagues in agriculture. But how that relates to solar farms and the types of matters assessed in solar farming, I might refer to Mr. Gainsford.
Thanks, Ms Gibson. So the assessment of visual impacts associated with solar farms obviously depends on the scale of those solar farms and the height of those solar panels and the infrastructure that's proposed. As I've mentioned before in some of my earlier responses, we have very specific guidelines now with regard to visual impacts as they relate to both solar farms and to wind farms. So it follows quite a clear and quantitative process associated with those visual impact assessments. I'm definitely not an expert in blueberry farms, though.
So, as far as planning is concerned, is there an overarching principle you look at when it comes to assessing visual impacts, or is it? I'm hearing it's sort of industry by industry.
Look, I mean, I think again, I wouldn't characterise myself, Mr. Barrett, as an expert in visual impact assessment. There would be fairly standard approaches to looking at visual impacts. As I say, it would depend on the scale of the development, the type of geography, the number of receivers. There'd be a whole raft of things that are... So I think there'd be lots of common things that are associated with those visual impact assessments, but then there'll be quite specific matters that we've got defined in some of our guidelines, particularly with renewable energy projects.
Specific issue around the Winterbourne wind project at Walker. Now I'm taking for read what was provided for me by the local member up there. Apparently the intention is to purchase a local caravan park, which would remove almost 30% of the entire short-term accommodation beds from town. That's obviously a huge hit to the tourism and the local economy. Does this, you believe, fall in line with your guidelines that state that you're probably familiar with, but must apply mitigation measures to ensure it will not generate social impacts such as decreasing housing affordability or impacting tourism?
So, Mr. Barrett, I don't have any specific details around Winterbourne, but obviously take the advice that you've received there, on board. From our perspective, obviously one of the key aspects of looking at these projects is looking at the amount of workers and construction workers that will be coming in associated with these projects. Some councils, and recently I had the opportunity of going out, I think I mentioned before, out to Dubbo and Mudgee and Golgong and in that area. We got to talk to some of the councils. Some councils are taking an approach which is trying to look at providing additional accommodation within their LGAs, within their urban areas. Some councils, such as Midwestern and Warrumbungle, have certainly talked about providing, having those projects actually provide their own accommodation camps. And so, from our perspective, we want to make sure that the impacts that are associated with either building those accommodation camps or associated with additions to the urban areas are taken into account. We also mentioned a little bit earlier today that we've been doing some cumulative impact work, looking at some of these matters, looking at housing requirements, and Ms Gibson's team's also been assisting with this, looking at housing requirements within these renewable energy zones as well.
So what levers do you have to pull if this is having an impact, and when do you pull them?
So with regard to specifically assessing a project, the levers we have is to, make sure that the provision of accommodation or services associated with construction workers coming in on those projects is taken into consideration. So an example would be, we have looked at a number of projects where they're proposing their own accommodation camps. So part of the assessment of that project is actually looking at the impacts of that and the way that accommodation camp is going to work. So they're the sorts of levers that we have. We also look at the capacity within towns, if accommodation camps aren't being proposed, to actually accommodate those. And we have conversations with councils in doing that assessment.
Noting you said you weren't familiar specifically with this one, are you able to provide me some advice on notice about the Winterbourne?
Happy to do that, yep.
Thank you. One more final one for me, and it follows on from that same line. is there any reason we can't look to sort of legacy infrastructure left by these camps that you're talking about? And I'm not saying with all of them. I know some of them are a bit far away from town. But some of these camps, is there an option that we could require that they leave the infrastructure there, the curb and guttering, the connectivity, the services?
Look, Mr. Barrett, I think absolutely. Certainly, that's one of the that's something that we heard from councils when we were recently out talking to councils and looking at those areas. As you say, we looked at the Marotheri camp that's being set up for the Central West Orana transmission line. That is a long way from any major centre. It's quite some distance from Golgong and from Dunedoo. But you're absolutely right. I think where there's opportunities to make use of that infrastructure, or even to recycle and make use of some of the infrastructure that's associated with these are definitely things that we're keen to work with councils and with applicants.
Can I ask a possibly weird question? Who has a responsibility for naming these camps?
That is a strange question. I think it is the proponent. It's certainly not us.
I suspect it would be the applicant, Mr. Barrett. Yeah.
I'd love to be the person who names things.
Yeah, I mean the Marotheri camp.
There you go. Just add it to the list of jobs.
The Marotheri camp that I mentioned before, that's part of the Energy Co. ACE Res. I think the consortium that's building that project has named it. I think they've named it based on a geographical name, but I'm actually not sure. So I agree with Ms. Fishburn that I think it's actually an applicant-led nomination.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm done. Okay, cool. Thank you. Just to return back to the Housing Delivery Authority, and Ms. Fishburn, I think you spoke about this in terms of some of the criteria with greenfield development.
Yes.
That greenfield, effectively, you can lodge greenfield applications, but to date, have there been any greenfield applications that have been?
There definitely has been. Yep. I'd have to take on notice the number. I think I know where you're going with this, so maybe if I give a little bit of context around some of the discussions and the thinking that might occur in the HDA. As you're probably aware, the Housing Delivery Authority was established with the intention of housing that could be delivered quickly into the system, mostly during the housing accord period, and also importantly that could be assessed in a short time in the department, which we say 90 days in our hands, 275 days in total. So proponents have the gift to bring that down further if they choose to work proactively. So some of the discussions that have occurred, and it's not just greenfields, it's predominantly regional and rural. Look, this might be a really great proposal, but the infrastructure is not available to service it at this point in time, so it's simply not going to be delivered during the housing accord period. Or it is a type of rezoning where there is a complexity to the rezoning, and we've recently made changes to make this more abundantly clear in the HDA criteria. So, for example, agricultural land to residential land, that is a decision you would want to be quite cautious about. You'd want to make sure you are undertaking the right technical studies and that it was a no regrets decision. That's not going to happen quickly. And so as a consequence, while there may be merit to it, it's not suitable for the HDA, and that's why we say there are alternative pathways that are available to them. So in regional and rural areas in relation to enabling infrastructure, it's predominantly sewer and water that is the challenge. In those circumstances, a planning rezoning is better to go through council in the first instance because they're also the sewer and water provider.
Thank you very much.
Did I get your question?
I think you've got
We've done this a fair few times now,
all
Mr.
of it.
Farlow.
You've got a fair level of intuition when it comes to some of my questions. Thank you. Now, I just want to turn to, and this might be for Ms. Gibson, with respect to Macquarie Park, and of course we've seen the announcement today of a new high school, which is welcome for Macquarie Park. What's the projected population increase for Macquarie Park over the next 5, 10 and 20 years?
Oh, could I please take that question on notice? I have lots of information in my head and in my papers, but not details about the specific population growth in Macquarie.
And I might put a lot of these on notice to you, I think perhaps to be fair. But this one you might have. What's the projected increase in housing in Macquarie Park under the Todd policy? And look, and I should clarify in that as well as to whether it relates to I guess it doesn't just relate to the Todd policy, it also relates to the further Macquarie Park rezoning as well.
Let me check and see if I can get the specific number for the Macquarie Park rezoning. So that includes the area that we did through the Todd Accelerated Precinct. There have been a couple of other zonings in recent years around there. We also have set a 5-year housing target for the Ryde local government area, which...
11,600, is that correct?
Very good.
Gold star. Well, we can return to hard quizzing, you know.
This is
Park
good.
can be one of
That's
the,
right.
the
Remember how
locations,
these all
topics?
used to go. Let me just see if I can find this Macquarie Park Todd number. For each of the areas, when the zoning was finished last year, we did document what was the Todd number. Hold on. Macquarie Park. Shows how quickly I can get access to this information.
And the elevator music.
And the elevator music, sorry, yeah, that's me, and my elevator music that's happening. Yep, isn't that good?
Very impressive.
All right, so 9,600 new homes with the capacity for 100,000 jobs.
Okay, and that's as part of the Todd rezoning?
Right. That's right.
What about in terms of the additional areas to be rezoned?
So that included the stage 1 and the stage,
stage 1 and stage 2
areas.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And what's the trigger that exists or departmental benchmarks with respect to the creation of a new school, whether it be a primary school or a high school? Is there a sort of guideline that the department uses?
No, the planning for school and enrolment numbers, the type of school, whether it's a K to 12 or a 7 to 12, are matters that Department of Education are responsible for, and we seek their advice about the type of school that they'd be proposing and when that might be required. Their information about enrolment numbers, the catchments that they are planning for, and then their school needs are ones that they are much better at providing us with the advice rather than us giving that direction to them.
Okay. And what about in terms of other infrastructure? Do you model in terms of the additional needs of childcare or pre-kindergarten education, open space and road infrastructure as well in terms of those density targets?
There are some matters that we leave with the Department of Education in relation to some preschool work, and they have a program for providing for some additional preschools. We leave that again with the Department of Education. When it comes to road upgrades, we seek advice from transport agencies and a lot of the modelling work about congestion and infrastructure upgrades, both for roads, heavy rail, metro, also cycling and active transport comes from them. Sometimes we do that in partnership with them, depending on the local or state nature of those roadworks. In relation to open space, that tends to be work that is prepared by our team. And again, we look at what might be some standards that relate to the amount of active and passive open space. We look at what is already there and how it's being utilised. We're looking for sports field shaped sizes of land, but also areas that might provide walking trails and tracks, and areas for smaller playgrounds for younger kids, kick around areas, skate parks, those sorts of things. So there's a range of different mixes of open space need that we would be considering when we're planning for a large precinct of the size and scale of Macquarie Park.
Thank you. And also with respect to Macquarie Park, with the, as we've established, $520 million in the Todd Accelerated Precincts, how much is assigned to Macquarie Park?
So we haven't outlined the specific number for Macquarie Park at this stage, but within the $520 million allocated to parks and open space, that was allocated to the parks and open space, as well as some other community infrastructure. That would include the delivery of a park in Macquarie Park.
So is that the $228 million that the federal government provided, or is that a separate?
No, it's so within the 520,
Okay.
and that includes for each of the parks, and but not all of the 520 is for parks, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Some of it's for other community infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just throw just very quickly to you, Secretary, and this relates to compliance, but it's in relation to Hornsby Council.
Mm-hmm.
Hornsby Council recently resolved to introduce a new compliance enforcement policy, and part of that policy deals with the investigations of breaches of development consent conditions and plans that involve private certifiers. Council's new policy states that it will not investigate building works that are not in accordance with plans when a certifier has been appointed. Have you heard of anything like this?
That hasn't come across my desk yet, so I'm just going to have to take that on notice. I haven't seen it. I have spoken to Hornsby Council recently, and they didn't raise it with me, so I'll take that on notice and see what information I can get.
Thank you, because I think that it's it would be very concerning if there was literally some kind of enforcement hole in the entire system and would not.
I don't want to take it out of context without having seen the document. In my experience, Hornsby are a good council, a responsible council.
Very much so.
I just want to read that myself and be able to come back with some interpretation of it.
All right, thank you. And in doing so, if it is the case that there is a kind of compliance hole because of private certification, because you can understand how a council would, to some extent, want to not take on the responsibility. I mean, it's the old age private certifier discussion. But if in fact they have done that, what that means in terms of compliance going forward and for the system.
Yeah, again, I'd only be speculating in the absence of it, but I understand why you would express concerns about that. To prima facie, it looks like a gap, but I would be very surprised if that is the actual intention of what Hornsby Council has done. That's not my experience of working with them as a council.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, and I think this would be you, Mr. Gainsford, about the EPA's guide for large emitters. So I'm advised that key elements of the guide have not been followed for any of the coal expansions approved so far this year. Can you confirm that in the assessment and determination of Mount Arthur, the HVO, ULAN and Tarmor, that no interim and long-term greenhouse gas goals were set, and there was no independent review of the proposed greenhouse gas mitigation plans, and no independent reviews of offset plans. Does that sound right to you?
I must admit, Chair, that doesn't sound right. You're referring there to obviously a number of projects that are on foot in terms of their assessment. We obviously seek advice from the EPA. So you mentioned the EPA's guide for large emitters. As I understand it, obviously there's a trigger in terms of CO2 equivalent emissions that is related to that, and that relates, as you would know, to environment protection licences for those projects. We seek a range of information associated with our assessment of greenhouse gas emissions and mitigation associated with those assessments. So I'd be very surprised, without knowing all the details of what you've just referred to, that we haven't done verification and the assessment that you've mentioned there.
Is that something, if this is the case and these haven't been done, is that something that you would be willing to look at and provide an understanding to us on why, if in the event that's the case and that these three things haven't happened, i.e. there's no interim and long-term goals set, no independent review of the mitigation plan and no independent review of the offset plans. If that isn't the case, could you advise as to why that would be the case?
Look, I'm happy to take that on notice, Chair. It really just doesn't sound right from my perspective. Obviously, with coal mines that are actually in operation, as we've talked about in previous budget estimates, there's a whole requirement to be providing updates in terms of yearly updates. There's 3 yearly independent audits that occur. We are constantly reviewing opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with those projects. So,
thank you. Peabody's Metropolitan modification 4. I think submissions may have closed for that, public submissions. But Peabody have claimed that the modification does not trigger the assessment requirements outlined in the guide, i.e. the guide for large emitters. Is that something that you're aware of? And if so, is that the case? Is it really a project that doesn't trigger the guide?
Yes, my Chair, my information is that you're correct that the modification itself doesn't trigger the guide in terms of that threshold, that 25,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent.
Thank you. Does the guide, in terms of what the guide is capturing, I suppose I'm just a bit surprised the Scope 1 emissions in 2024 for Peabody, that Metropolitan were the highest levels since 2016. The levels of emissions are so high. I think it was almost 700,000 tonnes of CO2. So it's just, it doesn't seem to be making a whole lot of sense about that when the guidelines kick in. Are the guidelines, in your view, in terms of the projects before the department, is the threshold the right threshold to be having an effect on requiring the emissions reductions?
So Chair, these are not our guidelines. These are the EPA's guidelines. So I wouldn't be best placed to comment on that.
Okay. So sorry. I realise that. What I'm trying to say is, with the proposals that are coming to you, are most of them not triggering those guidelines? I suppose is the question I'm trying to ask.
Look, I'd have to take that on notice, Chair, in terms of which ones are triggering the guidelines, which ones aren't.
Is it possible with the ones that are currently in front of you to provide us with the advice on which ones have triggered them and which ones haven't?
Yep, happy to take that on notice,
Thank you
Chair.
very much. Sorry, I feel like now I'm just loading you up with a bunch of work. Sorry. Thank you. Can you please clarify what Roberta Ryan's role is in New South Wales Department in terms of the rollout of the social impact assessment guideline?
Specifically, Chair, Roberta Ryan's role, I'm actually not able to give you. Obviously, the social impact assessment guidelines we've recently updated and produced those updates and publicised those updates. I'm not actually aware, and I'm happy to take it on notice in terms of Roberta Ryan's role.
Thank you. I mean, I understand that the reason it's been raised with me is because Ms. Ryan appeared as an expert witness in legal proceedings, and it was stated in those legal proceedings by the Chief Justice of New South Wales Land and Environment Court, the Chief Judge, that literally these words, it's in a public judgment, and Dr. Ryan's evidence was flawed in methodology, coverage of issues, and dependence on other expert evidence that is also flawed. And it's been raised with me because it was such an important social impacts case about coal mines, and somebody has asked me to raise with you, has she had a role in developing the social impact guidelines? So if you could
not that I'm aware of, Chair, but happy to take it on notice.
Thank you very much. Can I just go back to, I raised it with the Minister about the Centennial Coal's discharge and the Norby test. Where is that up to at the moment in terms of their application that they have foreshadowed that they want to be able to continue that discharge for up to 4 years?
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. I think as the Minister was talking to this morning, the discharges which were related to modification 11 for the Springvale project have obviously ceased. There is no current consent to allow for partially treated mine water to be discharged. I think what you're referring to is discussions that are ongoing at this point in time with the company and within government around mine water, which is accumulating within Springvale and also nearby mines. There hasn't been a finalised response to how that's going to be dealt with. I think you're alluding to there has been some discussion around a potential new modification to allow that. That's not something that's on foot at the moment. We haven't received modifications, but there are ongoing discussions that are happening with Centennial Coal.
Is it fair to say, the development consent for the Springvale water treatment plant to handle Centennial Coal's waste describes the plant as a zero discharge solution. That's just not the case, is it? It's not. That's a failed proposition in terms of what we're dealing with now.
Well, my understanding, Chair, and again this would be more of a matter for the EPA, is that obviously the water treatment plant has been designed to meet its environment protection licence requirements. There would be stipulated types of water quality requirements that are associated with that environment protection licence. No doubt that's monitored, and the EPA is actually monitoring responsiveness to that. So it'd really be a matter for the EPA.
And so, if there is a further modification that comes, and I think that has been foreshadowed, will the what is the status? I think the Minister was saying the Norby guidelines had been updated, or where are we at with the Norby test and guidelines?
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. I'm aware of some correspondence that's been sent to the Minister and I think to the Premier around the application of the Norby test as it relates to applications and to modifications. The advice that I've received is that the Norby test is applied to modifications and it's certainly something that we take into consideration. But obviously we're talking a little bit hypothetically about a potential modification associated with this project.
Okay, thank you. The Link Road Forest and the state government's decision to fast track its rezoning for housing development under the state significant rezoning policy, and this is the Newcastle. Ms Gibson's nodding. So Link Forest Road is the 592 hectares of native forest straddling Newcastle Link Road immediately west of Wallsend. There doesn't seem to be any information available about how the panel decided to make Link Road Forest a state significant rezoning project. On a search, no minutes, no background. Is it possible to get copies of the reports, or are they publicly available and we just haven't found them?
The decisions about the site being identified and accepted as a state-led rezoning or through the state significant rezoning pathway should be on our website, and if it's not, we'll make sure that is there, and happy to direct you to where that is. It is very early in the planning process in terms of our assessment of that work. So we haven't published any more technical information than the considerations that the panel made in recommending that this come into a state significant assessment pathway.
And So what will the next steps for that would be?
Those technical studies. So it would be those environmental investigations. The site also has a long history of mining, so we know that there are mine workings and mining activity there that will need to be understood from a geotechnical perspective. The site is also quite steeply sloping, so issues there, and we've seen that with the development on nearby land that was also historically used for mining and the types of matters that were dealt with as that land developed. There are also really significant infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure issues in that area. So the link road that you're referring to, which is the access point, is an area that is currently has a lot of traffic congestion at the moment in morning and afternoon peak hours. That's quite a busy and congested area. So understanding how additional access points and improving the movement through that area and what would be required to be upgraded to support that. Water, power, sewer as well to that area, because it's quite a large estate, and the need to upgrade. Matters of school and health. So it's not very far from John Hunter Hospital, which is just going through and that finalisation of a nearly $800 million upgrade. But local schools for that kind of growing area in the west of Newcastle and Lake Macquarie LGAs. So we expect that there would need to be new upgrades for schools there. So there's quite a lot of work to be investigated for that rezoning, and that will happen in partnership with the two councils, like Macquarie and Newcastle councils, the landowners and the surrounding community. There's a long standing and very strategic environmental corridor nearby to that site. And recently the Department of Planning made a zoning decision for an area at Minmai, which is sort of the next suburb over, where we came to a balanced decision about protecting a large area of that site into the green corridor, as well as being able to achieve part of the site with a zoning for residential development, because that was a suitable use for the site. So we'll be taking the same merits-based assessment to the Eden Estate area.
And so, just with that though, as I understand it, the department. There was a gateway approval previously, and the department terminated it in early 2024 due to sufficient information. I mean, it seems like such a highly constrained, problematic potential development, and I understand, the absolute desire and need to be having most things on the table, but this one just strikes as being particularly difficult. So I'm also told that the original information from the developer didn't even assess or present material about koalas being present despite its core koala habitat, and it's also adjacent to that Blue Gum Hills Regional Park, which is so valuable, as you say. So at this point, is it not one of those where actually the gateway to all of this is just a very, very perilous, dangerous gateway?
Chair, and I've just had some information that says that the panel report is up on our website. So that is there with all of our other panel reports for state significant zoning decisions. The site is complicated and it is complex, and part of the reason for us to make it state significant, so that we can bring a team of planners, environmental scientists, infrastructure planners, urban designers, all of those experts into this assessment process, so that we can look at what is the best decision to be made here. We are not presuming that it is going to be 5,000 homes, and that is our goal, and therefore that is the only thing that's going to happen here. We need to go through this assessment process carefully and to have the right information in front of us. We can also fund studies to be done if that information isn't already available from the proponent or from councils.
So should the community assume that some high-level, intense development is going to happen in that location? Is that...
Look, the piece that I would say, and the reason for this site to have been identified for a rezoning is that it is also in a very well located part of the Greater Newcastle area. So it is in an area that is surrounded to the north, to the south and to the east by significant urban development. So it is not isolated, it is not a remote site. There are a lot of services and established communities there. There is also significant pressure for more housing in the Hunter. Some of the fastest growing local government areas are in the Lower Hunter and around Greater Newcastle. So it is a very desirable place to live.
And both councils requested that the state looked at this rezoning, so it has the implicit support of councils for us to at least undertake the work without making an assumption about what the final outcome will be.
But we'll not be shortcutting any of the community consultation through this process, so that the community will have the same opportunity that would exist if this was being done locally. We're really aware that the community and particular groups of the community are very interested and will be following this closely. We'll make sure that every step of the way they've got the proper opportunities.
Thank you very much.
Chair, we've got the response to a couple of questions Mr. Farlow had. If you will indulge, first Ms. Hawes and her friends at the Speedway, and then Ms. Gibson has some population data for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. So you queried a range of matters, so I just wanted to supplement my answers so that we can put those on record now. So the Officer Sport issued a motor vehicle licence to the Speedway, which authorises speedway racing. The licence would not necessarily need to be modified to allow recreational go-karting, which is our understanding of the activity they want to consider. If it were to be competition go-kart racing, that's a different consideration, but we're working to understand exactly what they plan to do with respect to go-karting at the facility. We became aware, you queried when we became aware that Mitch Miner had been appointed. That was on the 28th of July. The previous licence, you also said it was issued to Gary Wilmington, the previous track manager. That's correct. It was actually issued, but to the Speedway itself, even though it was addressed to Gary. So that licence is to the actual Speedway rather than to the person. And you also, you talked about the catch fencing and some maintenance issues. So my understanding of this, the advice I have now, is that Speedway Australia inspected the site in June. They did identify issues with respect to improving the catch fencing. They agreed that it does meet their standards, but they suggested potential improvements regardless, which is fair enough, and the track operators are working to improve those because it improves fan and competitor experience on the track. The planning for the next season is well underway, and it's scheduled at this stage to start in mid-October, which is in line when previous seasons have started. So I think that sort of covers a range of the matters that you raised with us.
Thank you, Ms. Hawes.
Thanks.
And population projections. So we have, this is information that's publicly available about the population projection. So this isn't dwelling numbers, but people in, and I'll give you the Macquarie Park area specifically, which includes the geographical catchment of Macquarie Park and Marsfield. So in 2021, the population of that area was about 24,000 people. The projection in 2026 is for 30,000 people, 40,000 by 2031, 46,000 by 2036, and 51,000 by 2041.
Thank you.
And I believe, sorry, Mr. Gainsford has an answer for Mr. Barrett too.
Yes, Mr. Barrett, I've a few questions which I took on notice. I think you asked about the number of renewable energy projects that are within RESs and outside of RESs. So For those that have been approved by the department in terms of state significant, 34% of those projects that have been approved so far are within a RES, and 66% are outside of a RES. Of the ones that are currently under assessment, we've got 49% that are within a RES and 51% that are actually outside of the RES. And so that includes all wind, solar, battery, energy storage and pumped hydro. You also asked about how many compliance staff that we've currently got. So I was close. We've got 36.
Oh, you need more.
We are looking to expand. We do have some additional funding to expand. We have 20 that are Sydney-based, 3 that are in Newcastle, 4 that are in Maitland, 3 that are in Wollongong, 3 that are in Wollumbar, and 3 that are in Queanbeyan. Hopefully those numbers add up. And I think you also asked about the inspections, particularly with regard to renewable energy compliance inspections that we've done. So of the 51 that I mentioned before, 43 we would describe as proactive inspections, 8 were reactive, and of the 8 reactive ones, 3 were in relation to complaints. 5 were as a result of those 8 were in regard to the department reviewing documents, including independent audits and what have you, that elicited those inspections.
Great. Thank you.
Right, it's over to you guys.
I want to turn to the Mid-North Coast, if we can, please. I understand there's a 36-site retirement complex at Bellingen that's currently moving through the approval process from council at the moment, but it's currently been held up because of incorrectly applied flame zone mapping and reporting. I just wonder what options they now have to challenge these maps when apparently the RFS have even conceded the information is incorrect.
Firstly, I'd have to take the context of that on notice. I'm not aware of every council development. My suggestion would be that the proponent contacts the Housing Task Force. It's their job to work with interagency deliberations in the planning system. Or I'm happy if you provide the details to me and we'll make contact directly.
Great, thank you. Can someone tell me how these reports are generated?
The RFS reports, you'd have to ask RFS that.
They're responsible for providing them and feeding that
for providing their information, yes.
Okay, so have you got any intel as far as whether this is might be a one-off thing or if it's a statewide problem?
Look, it hasn't been raised to me, and generally when something is a systemic problem, we're aware of it. Having said that, I'm happy to ask my Housing Task Force Executive Director whether this is something that has been coming up in their deliberations.
Okay. Yep. So can I just ask one more question based on what you told me? As far as your assessment process, how different is the process for a project that is within the RES versus without the RES?
So, Mr. Barrett, the assessment processes from a state significant perspective are exactly the same, whether they're within the RES or whether they're outside of the RES. The only differences in terms of the fact that those projects in the renewable energy zone is with regard to whether those generators are potentially connecting to renewable energy transmission lines that are being proposed, in some cases such as Central West Orana by Energy Co. But from the department's perspective, the assessment is exactly the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now just turning to some of the funding arrangements. So when the Minister implemented or introduced the housing productivity contribution, it was outlined that there'd be $1 billion over 10 years, $100 million per year in grant funding to councils for local infrastructure. Has that commenced?
That was as the program was established, and over time there hasn't been a grant program established yet with councils from the Housing and Productivity Fund.
Okay, thank you. So that's not commenced. Also, there's been indicated a $200 million program for councils in helping to achieve their housing target.
Mm-hmm.
I noted in one article, I think might have been in the Sydney Morning Herald today, that it said that was commencing today. Has that program started or commenced, and what are the details around it?
That would be the Faster Assessments Incentive Grant Program.
Yep.
We'll have more to say very shortly about that.
Okay, so it was a misreport that it was commencing today, was it? Or well, I haven't seen a media release. So,
Watch this
space.
It's not formally commenced.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll stick with you, Ms. Gibson, and back to your old stomping ground in the Hunter, the Broadmeadow Place rezoning finalisation. Now, the transport or the future transport corridor, I believe, has been reserved for the light rail through that project. How much of that rezoning is predicated on a light rail connecting Broadmeadow to Wickham?
The light rail connection is part of a number of transport options to support growing residential and jobs development in that area. It's also closely connected to the Broadmeadow Heavy Rail Station. There are also a number of bus routes that go past the site, and some of the Newcastle's major road corridors, and probably the best inner city regional cycleway also goes through the site. So it's a very, very well serviced area. The light rail is something that over time might be able to also provide improved connectivity between the site and the Newcastle CBD, the beach, and all the wonderful things in Newcastle city centre.
So if that light rail wasn't commenced, the rezoning could go ahead.
That's right.
In full. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Farlow just wanted to give you a chance to talk about Newcastle.
Well, indeed.
Appreciate that.
Everyone likes to go home when it comes to these things. Now, I might turn to the TOD allocation in terms of the Parks for People program. So this was the 228.2 million that was dedicated by the federal government with respect to Bankstown, Bella Vista and Kellyville, and I know we had some discussions about those previously. When will the first phase of these projects commence?
So we are, and I think in some of my earlier answers this morning I mentioned that there is some work underway with Canterbury Bankstown Council about the open space there. We are in early stages of working through the specific details of that with Council, the design of the park, how that park would be built and delivered, including any land acquisition that might be required to support and enable that. Similarly, early discussions in the Kellyville and Bella Vista areas, as well as in the Hornsby area. They have all commenced some discussion with the relevant councils and landholders. In the case of Kellyville and Bella Vista, we've been speaking specifically with the landholders about what might be proposed. So it's early stages with the delivery of the parks planned to be there when the first residents are moving into those new areas.
And in terms of those landholders, does that relate to Landcom at all, Mr. Wendler, in respect to any of those sites?
Yeah, so the landowner is Sydney Metro for the sites in Kellyville and Bella Vista, but we're working with Sydney Metro and we're having conversations with the department.
Okay, so Landcom's involved in those discussions as
Yes.
well? Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to, so Hornsby was not one that was funded by the federal government as part of their, or at least wasn't a headline as part of their $228 million program, so that's independent of that federal money, is it?
No, as I mentioned earlier today, the allocation that we have from the Commonwealth could assist beyond the parks that have been announced in Bankstown, Bella Vista and Kellyville. That will come down to the budget for those parks and what's available. and that may include
Hornsby as well.
Hornsby as well.
Okay. Have any discussions proceeded with Ryde, North Sydney, Lane Cove or Willoughby councils with respect to their TOD precincts and open space?
There have been discussions with in all of the TOD accelerated precincts, including Strathfield and Canada Bay.
Strathfield and Canada Bay as well, yep. Next one.
For the Homebush, for the Homebush open space.
Okay, thank you. And what other works are envisaged to be covered by that $520 million funding apart from parks?
The $520 million allocation was for a combination of parks, which we think will be a significant portion of the 520, but some additional community infrastructure, and that program might include some local roadworks. It might include some active transport, and it might include some public domain improvements.
Thank you very much. Now I might just turn to... we had a bit of discussion in roads about dwelling caps, and Ms Fishburn, I think you indicated there are other dwelling caps that exist in Sydney. One
Correct.
that I'm aware of is Penrith CBD.
That is correct.
And I believe the cap there is 4,050 dwellings.
Ms Gibson could probably recall. Or we'll get the number for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me have a look. I should know off the top of my head.
That sounds pretty close to accurate.
Yeah, and it's for a different reason.
Yeah, I understand. Has there been any views to revising? Has there been any work done on revising that dwelling cap in Penrith?
We've had representations from Penrith Council that over quite a long period of time, in fact, about the issues that relate to the cap that's there. So this relates to flooding and flood evacuation.
Yep.
There's an adaptive management framework that is in place and came in place at the time when there was an upzoning in Penrith CBD. It was for 4,050 dwellings. The council has been assessing and approving development and issuing construction and occupation certificates in the CBD, and they were aware that the pipeline of sites meant that they were getting close to that cap, and they were asking for a review or to be able to take the steps that moved from the current cap under the adaptive management framework into next levels of that cap that would relate to some infrastructure as well as some operational matters relating to the evacuation of the Penrith CBD and the surrounds.
Okay, so to the council's request, has there been any work done by the department reviewing that at all? Or?
We certainly have had some discussions with the Reconstruction Authority about Penrith and council's aspirations. It particularly became apparent. We've had 3 HDA EOIs that we've refused on the grounds of the cap, so it clearly is an issue that we're alive to in government.
Okay. With respect to other caps that exist, what other caps or dwelling caps exist across Greater Sydney?
So we had, there's probably a number that I'm aware of and some that I'm not aware of, because some of them will be matters that are of state interest where we will have a role in lifting those, and some might be matters where it's more related between the council and an infrastructure provider. That could be Sydney Water. But I can tell you about the ones that I do know of.
Yep.
We had one in the Hills local government area for the showgrounds
Precinct. Yep.
precinct.
This was one you revised?
It was one that we revised after advice from Education and Transport about the infrastructure that was being delivered or planned to be delivered in that area. We are also in active discussions with Wallandilly Council and about the staged release of land in the Greater Macarthur area, particularly around Appin and areas there, and that relates to water and transport infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you very much. And if you could take any other ones on notice, that would be appreciated as well. Dwelling caps.
I'll give you some more examples.
Yep. No, fantastic.
We may
Thank you.
not have capacity to access records of them all if it's a council.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, just with respect to...
Sydney Science Park would be another one.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, it's got the...
which we've also answered some questions on earlier today.
Okay, thank you. While we remain out in Penrith, I always like to do these things geographically rather than the order of my questions, which infuriate my staff. But the rezoning at Luddenham, now that we've got settled airport maps, where is that at?
So the airport maps are not, they're becoming more settled, but they are not completely settled yet, which continues a very disappointing, and on behalf of the landowners in Luddenham, our disappointment with how this is progressing. There has been a little bit of change recently, and sorry, I'm just getting my notes so I can tell you the specifics of that change, which is hiding somewhere here for me in lots of notes. Past all these ones at roads.
No, don't worry, I'm
Hold on,
still
let me
trying to
get
find
past
my
all
questions in my
roads
folder
ones.
on Luddenham as well, so we can look together.
So the aircraft noise issue also relates to the exhibition of the master plan that the Western Sydney International Airport has prepared and is currently on exhibition. That finishes next week. And the government's preparing a response to that master plan. So in doing that, and that will mean that there are still some matters of aircraft noise affecting the Luddenham community that we are unclear about, and we're trying to get some clarity on through this master plan and make representations. So the Minister, Minister Scully, has recently asked me and my team to establish a working group with the Australian government to work through these airport matters. So as part of the noise contours that are in the master plan, we would like to meet with the Commonwealth to go through the implications and to understand them more clearly. We also want to understand the time frame for certainly on runway 2, because the master plan is only considered runway 1. And the residential restrictions that come with those noise contours, particularly around secondary dwellings, and the residential restrictions that come with the secondary dwellings are the matters that we also want to deal with, as well as the continuing uncertainty for Luddenham and what might be future plans for the Luddenham village. So the initial discussions with the Commonwealth were held in July, and that included representations from the airport, as well as the longest acronym I've seen for an agency, which is DITRD CSA, which
used to be Deterrus, I remember that.
So it's now something else.
They've added sports in there.
Oh,
yes.
Lucky them.
That working group will be tasked with confirming the ongoing role of the noise contour in the New South Wales planning guideline and the impact of new information that's been released, and we'll use that to inform our Luddenham village planning.
Okay, thank you. Similarly, if I can turn to the Precinct's Western Parkland City SEP, and the concerns around secondary dwellings, their prohibition, and what has been put to me, I think we've discussed this before, even pools and the like that can't be constructed. Is that also awaiting on the finalisation of these noise contour maps, or
so
is
it
that a
has
separate issue?
been, and so that is also part of the work for that working group to have a look at those secondary dwellings. So beyond just the Luddenham area, but in the area that goes down as far as the Wollondilly local government area. So to look at what's happening there. We know that there is a private members bill that
then for
looks to
Wollondilly,
change that for Wollondilly.
Okay. Thank you. Now, with respect to Mr. Wendler, seeing you've been kept here to the end, the essential worker housing program.
Yes.
That falls exclusively under your remit at Landcom, or?
So Landcom has received an equity injection from the government for $450 million to build essential worker housing, BTR, and we have committed to 400 apartments. So we have already announced 220 on the site in the joinery in Annandale.
Yep. Okay. And are there any other sites that you've identified as part of the essential worker housing program today?
Yes, we have a second site that has board approval, but we are not at a stage to be able to announce that site.
Okay. And I take it that the Northern Rivers and South Coast build-to-rent projects aren't part of that envelope?
They are part of another program.
Okay.
So we started with them, that were our regional pilots.
Yep.
So the one in Bomaderra is under construction, as the Minister said this morning, and the one in Lismore will start construction in the next few weeks during September. So these are well ahead. So we have contractors and we are starting construction, or we have started construction. The essential worker program, the Metropolitan program, is a year behind. So therefore we have identified the sites, and for one, the joinery, we have already submitted the SSDA application, the planning proposal. So they are, one follows the other program, but they're funded separately. One was funded with 60 million, that was increased to 65, and the second one with the 450 million.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect, I think the Minister outlined before that the Cherrybrook proposal would be finalised next month.
Yes.
Now, I understand Landcom had a transaction on one of your sites recently.
Can we just clarify that?
Okay.
It will be on exhibition next month.
On exhibition
That's what
next
the
month.
Minister
Okay,
said.
apologies.
Yes, that's correct.
Did Landcom recently undergo a transaction on one of your sites in that precinct, or?
So Landcom is the development manager for Sydney Metro. Sydney Metro is the landowner, and so we have that site on the market at the moment, as many others. So we have nearly 2,000 land for 2,000 homes on the market currently to offer that to private developers, and that is one of the sites that process hasn't finished yet because we are waiting for the exhibition.
Okay, so Landcom is waiting for the exhibition before finalising that transaction?
That is correct, but it is quite progressed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fowler, would you like to get those dwelling cap numbers?
Yeah,
Chair?
go for it. Go for it.
So there's quite a few places with dwelling caps. So we've mentioned Roads Precinct today a couple of times. So in Canada Bay, there's a cap there of 3,000. In Wollondilly, the Appin Part Precinct has a cap of 12,900 homes. Again, in Wollondilly, the southeast Wilton area has a cap of 3,600. There's a cap in the Leppington Precinct in Camden, and it's specified on their local planning maps about what that maximum is. In Oran Park, again in Camden, that precinct is capped to 7,540 dwellings. And in the Turner Road precinct, 4,020 dwellings. I've mentioned the Sydney Science Park with its 3,400 dwelling cap. But Penrith also have caps on the Panthers site at 850 dwellings. The Adaptive Management Framework caps the Penrith CBD at stage 1 to 4,050 dwellings. Northern Beaches Council have a different approach in the Warriewood Valley Release area, where they cap it for 1 dwelling per 20 hectares of the site. Tamworth Council have an urban release area that caps the dwelling yield there, and that's locally identified because of infrastructure. And Wingecarribee Council have a cap related to the Exeter Quarry, where no more than 25 rural residential lots are allowed in that area, and that's to manage for environmental protections. They're the ones that we have been able to identify and that we
would classify as caps.
Thank you. Very much appreciate the cap tour of New South Wales.
I'm very happy to give you a cap tour today.
Thank you. Mr. Wendler, I just was curious about, I think you said earlier you had the second right of refusal through the land audit.
That's correct.
Process. So I just want to refer back, I really am just hitting the newspapers at the moment. It seems to me that I never normally do this. It's not normally my primary source at all. But, and I think this came up in Minister Camper's estimates, but about there was an article by Anne Davies in The Guardian that was talking about the land audit and said, Homes New South Wales had taken just 3 of the 55 sites and expressed interest in a further 7. Are they all, so those 55 lots, assuming you may know which they are they all lands that, aside from the Homes New South Wales ones, that you then got to assess and make a determination about?
So how it works is that Homes New South Wales has the first right.
Yes.
So they look at it, they have to decide if they're interested or not.
Yes.
And if they say no, it
then
comes to us.
And
then we do our due diligence, and if we're interested, then there will be evaluation. And I just would like to highlight, because we talk about numbers of sites. Obviously, there are different sizes of sites. When I say we have acquired 2, we have board approval for a third one, and we are going to the board for a fourth one. If you add the number of homes on all of them together, it's over 2,000 homes. So while we're talking about only a small number of sites, they are big sites, right? So that is quite important to note. And we are as well undertaking due diligence. So we have the right. So we are undertaking due diligence currently on sites that again have potential for more than 2,000 dwellings. So it is significant what we're getting through the land audit. So I know that the article was quite negative, but I think that is it is really a game changer for us.
Okay, and so can I just ask, and I wasn't necessarily making judgment about whether it was negative or positive. It was more just a bunch of numbers, as you said.
Yes.
Clearly, there's more to it. But in terms of those, the lands that the audit may have presented Landcom with, that you have said no, they're not suitable. Is there a kind of way of categorising in relatively simple terms about why they're not suitable? Is it about the lack of ability to do big housing projects, or?
Yeah, there are a number of reasons why we say no. Yes, on one hand, there are some of them, or many of too small a scale. Then others are really not in the right location, so not well located for us to really do these bigger housing developments. And then the third category is that the valuation that Value New South Wales provides is something that is too much for what we can do with the site, so therefore it's not feasible, and then we have to pass on as well.
Okay. In terms of the view that they're not well located for Landcom purposes, what has been the main feature of not being well located?
A large number of the sites that we get through the land audit are small slivers of land all across the state.
Yeah.
So that is, and this is because it is, it's maybe owned by transport or by other agencies. So they are theoretically suitable for housing, and they may be used for housing, but they are only for a small number of dwellings. So for us to really get involved, it needs to have a minimum size, and therefore these are the sites that I mentioned and that we're looking at.
Thank you very much. Secretary, can I just ask about in the planning report, the really good planning inquiry that was undertaken by this committee. Sorry. One of the...
Give yourself a plug.
Well, someone has to. No, there was. It was incredibly good work, and obviously we travelled far and wide, and one of the recommendations, recommendation 5, and that was about the consideration of climate change within the planning system, and the need to deliver development. The government response was that it supported that recommendation in principle. The response provided then an explanation of a lot of the things the system is already doing. But it did say, in relation to ensuring New South Wales is more resilient to a changing climate, the plan includes actions to review the New South Wales land use planning framework and ensure climate resilience is embedded in the decision-making process, including reviewing the land use planning requirements to better embed climate change, risk and adaptation considerations in relation to urban heat, flooding, bushfire and coastal hazards. I'm just curious if you are able to say, are you at a point of satisfaction where the plans and the settings are correct now, or are you still engaging in review around that?
We are still engaging in review on a number of factors in relation to land use planning and strategic planning. I can't reveal any more in this particular meeting, but please be satisfied that we're conscious of this, we were conscious of the recommendations, and it is a piece of work that is underway within the department.
Okay. Sounds exciting.
I think it is, actually.
Yeah, great. Is there, I know it's, I'm not trying to delve.
No,
but
I know.
Is
You're
there,
not trying
is
to
there
wedge us.
some timeframes around that work? Obviously it's ongoing, I get
Yes.
that, but is there some kind of timeframe settings around the review work that is happening?
Look, I think there are a number of programs of review and strategy setting that are occurring at the moment. They are likely to come out not all simultaneously, but staggered pieces of work. Some of the work that you highlighted there is work, for instance, that we would do with the Reconstruction Authority, so we're beholden to their timelines in that instance. But in terms of setting the right putting the right settings into land use planning, that is something that Ms Gibson's team is actively looking at the moment.
Great, thank you. Also, in relation to that inquiry, recommendation 13 was a recommendation that was supported, and that was about implement statutory planning controls to mitigate urban heat and so on. I got some answers back recently to some questions about basic standards that included energy savings of $381 per year for apartments and so on. I'm just, is there work continuing in relation to those basic standards and achieving the 7 stars or higher? Is that something that...
We have a statutory review coming up quite soon, right, Mr Gainsford? So that will... I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, Ms Fishburn's correct. Thanks, Chair. That there is a review of the basic standards and the sustainable building SEP that will be coming up in the next 12 months or so. So we'll be looking at those, but some of those 7-star standards are already inbuilt into the basics tool at the moment.
And so, but only, I think I've got only 57% of the developments that don't have to meet thermal standards are meeting that 7-star standard. So will the review capture trying to increase and improve? Is that part of the intention?
That'll be certainly part of what we're looking at, Chair. I think, as you're aware from previous discussions around basics, one of the tenets obviously is to look at the National Construction Code and other changes that
there will be no changes,
Well,
apparently.
yes, that's true. I realised that as I was saying
well,
it.
we haven't updated our notes since Friday, Chair.
Clearly,
But also, we'll be looking at current sort of best practice standards. One of the things that we do, as you're also aware, is to do a cost-benefit analysis associated with those standards. So this will be part of the update.
So what will be, do you have any idea about what the direction will be, given the national building standards are going to be placed on hold apparently we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, which the coalition was going to do, I heard this morning. But so those standards will be on hold. What will that actually mean in terms of?
I think we need a little bit of time to understand the implications of that following the decision around the construction code, because obviously any change to the basic standards needs to have a further implication into the construction code. So it hasn't thrown our work out. We're still required to undertake that work, but we'll need to have a discussion about how we shape it.
Okay. Thank you. Do you think that it's? I mean, I accept you've got to have time, but it would not be a desirable outcome of any review to not be able to progress good basic standards if a cost-benefit analysis said it's important to achieve those higher standards.
I think that is the position of the department.
Yeah.
And I think, Chair, that we've demonstrated in the past with regard to updates to the basic standards that there is clear evidence for the majority of cases that the costs are outweighed by the benefits. So, that's been a key feature of the work that we've been doing.
Great. Can I just ask about the department's assessment report and recommendations around the Red Bank power station? I'm just curious about why the assessment was limited to not making any views or around the fuel source and the input source to that project. And one of the things I think the place that I read some serious concern is about the fact that it's reliant on the inputs of invasive native species, that was coming through in relation to what's permissible under the self-assessable codes, but that those codes are about to be reviewed and there may be changes to settings. Is there any nexus or opportunity for the assessment to include that likely change, and is that not relevant?
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. So, as you would be aware, the IPC is currently considering this development. The recommendation from the department that you referred to there, the advice I've been given is that we did have some independent experts that assisted us with that assessment. Part of what they were doing was looking at potential changes to the way that those definitions of invasive native species might be considered in the future, and the advice that was given to us and that we assessed, and we also had advice from the EPA as well, was that those things would not prevent the project proceeding and proceeding with the basis of the types of fuel sources that they were proposing to progress with. That there was effectively sufficient fuel to continue to progress that application, even if there was changes to the definition.
And was there any consideration in that with that proposal about, if fuel sources dry up? It seemed to be one of those proposals, a bit like the waste to energy proposals. You've got a thing that generates, energy as an output, and it just needs a constant fuel to source it. Was that something that was considered, or is that considered a commercial decision for the operator? Or
it is, Chair, partly a commercial decision. I mean, as you would probably be aware, there's a long history to this application. It was something that in some of its original forms, we had some considerable concerns around the fuel sources that were being proposed. We did seek advice, as I say, from the EPA and from some independent experts around those potential fuel sources. I think, as you're aware, the proposal is to transition from those invasive native species to a biomass, a purposely grown fuel. Again, there was evidence that was provided as part of the information from the applicant that there was the ability to classify that as a fuel source, again, under the EPA's definitions of waste fuels. and that there was sufficient land that was available to grow those crops as well.
And is this, to your knowledge, is this the only proposal of this nature in New South Wales, or are there other?
To my knowledge, Chair, this is the only example that I'm aware of.
Do you have any intel about whether, if this gets up off the ground, this might be something that is, it would likely present anywhere else in the landscape? Is there?
Not to my knowledge, Chair. As I say, we haven't. As far as I'm aware, we haven't received any other expressions of interest or suggestions of other projects.
And what, in terms of the EPA, I haven't had a close look at it, but did the EPA have any concern about it as a new polluting source, a new source, a novel pollution source?
Well, so obviously, Chair, if the IPC grant approval for it, it will need an environment protection licence, so it'll have any emissions that are associated with the project will be regulated through that process. The advice that we were seeking from the EPA and that the EPA provided as part of the assessment was really with regard to the types of fuel sources and the acceptability, if you like, of those fuel sources. And that was something that the EPA provided advice as part of our assessment for.
And just finally on Redbank, is the project so significantly different to the one that was refused by council and then refused by the Land and Environment Court?
Chair, I'm not precisely, I don't have precise details with me about exactly those different proposals that you're referring to. My understanding is that there was some changes made to the fuel sources that have been put forward, and it was particularly, I think, with regard to the use of the invasive native species and then moving on to a biomass fuel source. I think some of the original proposals were about making use of wood chips and waste,
logging residues.
Waste material,
that's right.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so they're excluded from this particular project?
So our recommendation is very specific on the fuel sources that have been put forward as part of this application.
And the IPC is the decision maker and will make a decision at some
That's
point.
correct. They've just recently held their public meeting, as you might be aware.
Thank you. Okay, well, it's over to you. We're nearly finished. Yeah, we've got a few minutes each.
4 minutes.
Go.
I'm happy to.
There might be government questions, though.
Of course, I can feel the government questions pouring in
Actually,
from the side
there's
here.
not, so thank you all for your attendance. Thank you very much.
All right. On that basis, then thank you very much to all the government officers for your attendance today. As always, the committee secretariat will be in contact regarding any questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions. And if there's anything, and as you know, we are very grateful to you and your time, and of course, all the people behind who do all the things.
They do all the work. They do all the work.
And planning.
Let's get that on the record.
Exactly. And planning is one of those details-heavy portfolios, and we really know that and appreciate everything you do. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.